To catch up on the previous parts of this story, just check the links waiting for you in the description.
There were arguments, too, of course. Sharp words when jealousy got the best of any of them. Slammed doors when Vespera called Elias master in front of someone particularly gossipy, and Isolde spent the next day alternately ignoring him and demanding to know whether he liked being addressed that way. Cold silences when Serafina felt her role as protector being usurped by a demon who could literally breathe fire. Prickly lectures from Alara when Miko stole one too many rare scrolls, for the good of the streets, but somehow, inevitably, apologies were made over tea or shared training sessions or late-night marshmallows roasted in the living room fireplace, Vespera carefully holding them at the right distance so they didn't char. Through all of this, the expanded attic, the pocket dimension mansion that wasn't, held firm, its walls flexing but never breaking under the strain of so many clashing personalities. Its heart, the living room, beat on relentlessly, drawing them back together no matter how far they tried to retreat into their separate rooms. Elias sometimes stood in the corridor late at night, hand on the wall, feeling the subtle thrum of the enchantments and the subtler, stranger hum of the emotional architectures he'd somehow agreed to house, and thought, with equal parts resignation and rueful amusement, that his life had become one long, ongoing episode of some celestial being's favorite romantic farce. Every day a new cliché, every week a new, special, always with him as the overworked, underslept protagonist trying desperately to convince everyone involved that he was not, in fact, the main character. And yet, when he stepped back into the living room, the princess asleep with a book open on her chest, the knight half dozing upright in a chair, the thief curled like a cat on the hearthrug, the scholar sprawled under a blanket with ink on her nose, the demoness humming softly to herself as she poked the fire with her tail, all of them, in their own ways, orbiting the space he occupied. He had to admit, privately and only to himself, that as exhausting as it was, as terrifying as so much magic and feeling under one roof could be, he wouldn't trade his tiny, overcrowded, dimensionally impossible rom-com of a life for all the quiet, empty attics in the world. At least, he thought with grim humor, as he dodged a flying cushion Miko had launched at Vespera for making a particularly dramatic declaration of loyalty. There hasn't been a marshmallow on the floor in weeks. Then heard them shout, laughing, ballroom blitz. And braced himself for whatever new disaster that promise would bring. It took Elias far longer than it should have to notice that his heart had quietly rearranged itself in the same way his attic had. Walls pushed outward, strange new rooms added when he wasn't looking, doorways between places that were supposed to be separate. And when he finally did, when he admitted to himself that what he felt for the women orbiting his impossible house wasn't just fondness or camaraderie but, in 5 distinct, incompatible flavors, love, the realization hit him with such force that his magic, which had been humming along comfortably in the background for months, shuddered, flickered, and began to misbehave in ways that made the structural integrity of his pocket dimension mansion a very immediate concern. It happened in small, traitorous moments, watching Serafina run drills in the training hall he'd built for her, her armor off, linen shirt plastered to her back with sweat, muscles moving under skin like liquid strength, every strike of her practice blade precise and controlled. The same discipline she brought to guarding Isolde now turned toward perfecting her own body. And feeling, beneath his habitual admiration for her skill and his gratitude for her unflinching protection, a deep, fierce pull toward that steady, uncompromising core of hers. Listening to Alara in the archive, late at night, when everyone else had drifted off and she was still awake, leaning over a table strewn with maps and equations, eyes bright behind her spectacles as she explained some obscure pattern she'd found in dungeon emergence data, her hands sketching graphs in the air, and realizing that he could sit there for hours just to watch her mind light up, to bask in the way she turned chaos into comprehension, laughing with Miko as they dangled from the beam over the living room, feet swinging, the thief relating some absurd rooftop escapade with the easy confidence of someone who'd never accepted a cage and never would. Their freedom a wild, intoxicating contrast to all the years he'd spent trapped in narrow expectations, and feeling a sharp, hungry envy and admiration for that refusal to be pinned down, that life lived without apology, an envy that, when they dropped from the beam to land with feline grace at his side and grin up at him, warmed into something gentler, more dangerous. Watching Isolde in her tower room, for once not performing for courtiers or bristling defensively at Miko's teasing, but simply standing at the balcony's edge in a plain dress, hair unbound, reading a letter aloud to the twilight garden below as if practicing, her voice soft and sure, the line of her neck catching the low light, every gesture unconsciously elegant in a way no etiquette tutor could have manufactured, and feeling his chest ache with the knowledge of how hard won that ease was, how many walls she'd had to punch through to become this version of herself. And then there was Vespera, who, for all her horns and wings and abyssal past, melted into a puddle of flustered sweetness every time someone did something kind for her, who would carefully toast a marshmallow to golden perfection and then offer it to him with both hands in an earnest, "For you, because you look tired," tail swishing hopefully, or sit very still while Alara braided glowing fungi into her hair, cheeks darkening in a demonish blush, or press her forehead lightly to his shoulder in the gloom and murmur, "Shelter," in a tone that made his carefully compartmentalized feelings leak all over the place. Taken alone, each of these threads might have been manageable, an inconvenient crush here, a flutter of admiration there, but together, knotted around his ribs and threading through his magic, they created a lattice of attachment too complex to untangle without tearing something vital, and the more he tried to ignore it, the more his pocket dimension began to creak. The cruelty of it, in Elias's view, was that his empathy architect senses, those damned half-magical instincts that let him see the load-bearing beams and cracked foundations in other people's hearts, also gave him an uncomfortably clear picture of how each of them felt about him. He could feel the way Isolde's internal fortress had carved out a new, secret room labeled with his name, papered over with insults and exasperated notes but warm at the center. The way her pulse skipped every time he did something as innocuous as refill her ink without being asked. He could see the niche in Serafina's barracks-like soul where she'd placed Elias. Reckless but worth guarding, and how that niche had slowly softened around the edges into something approaching fondness. How she relaxed by millimeters only when she saw him breathing and unsinged at the end of a day. He could trace Alara's neat, obsessively annotated files, where, subject, Elias, had moved from the curiosities drawer to essential variables, with a few footnotes that suggested she had begun, uncomfortably, to think of him in terms that could not be captured by diagrams. He could feel Miko's collapsing funhouse of a heart stitching little flags with his initials on them and planting them on bits of emotional territory they claimed. This laugh, mine. This exasperated sigh, also mine. This look he gives me when I almost fall off a roof, very mine. And he could see, most painfully of all, the new, glowing sigil in Vespera's rebuilt gloom, the one that pulsed softly with every breath she took. An anchor that read, "Shelter," in her tongue and hummed with her quiet, bewildered devotion. That knowledge would have been heavy enough without the added pressure of a society that had made very clear to him, from childhood catechisms to guild bylaws to the murals in the royal chapel, that love, properly expressed, was supposed to be a singular, arrow-straight thing. One heart, one other, a line drawn between them and sanctified by law, custom, and, inconveniently in Isolde's case, dynastic expectation. The city tolerated dalliances, of course. Aristocrats had been getting discreetly entangled with interesting commoners since time immemorial, and there were whispers of triads and more elaborate arrangements tucked in the corners of certain taverns, but officially, legally, publicly, especially within the palace and certainly in the royal line, the rule was simple. You chose one person, you stood before witnesses, you pledged exclusivity, and that was that. In a different world, Elias thought sometimes, he might have been born into a culture where the answer to loving 5 people in 5 different ways would have been to shrug, sit everyone down, and negotiate an elaborate, honest architecture of polyamorous consent. In this world, the very idea would cause a ministerial stroke, an ecclesiastical scandal, and possibly a small civil war. For Isolde, bound up as she was in symbols and succession, it was even worse. Whatever she did set a precedent, and the idea of a crown princess having a harem, however emotionally satisfying it might be to reduce his current life to an official structure, was not so much unthinkable as unprintable. So he did what he had always done with messy, unsanctioned feelings: he tried to put them in boxes. In the abstract, it should have been simple. He even attempted, one particularly masochistic night, to make a literal chart, sitting alone at his desk with a piece of paper divided into 5 columns labeled Serafina, Alara, Miko, Isolde, Vespera, listing under each the reasons he loved them. Serafina. Strength, discipline, the way she caught his wrist when he tripped and then pretended she hadn't. Alara. Intellect, curiosity, the soft "oh" she made when he showed her something she'd never seen before. Miko. Freedom, laughter, the way they could find a way out of any locked room and any somber mood. Isolde. Elegance, courage, the way she said "idiot" like a prayer when she bandaged his hands. Vespera. Sweetness, devotion, the way she shrank down to fit under his parasol without him asking, but every attempt to circle one name, to pretend he could choose one without feeling the others go dim, ended with his quill hovering uselessly and his gut churning. His magic, tied as it was to his inner architecture now that he'd anchored it to his own emotional center when he created the pocket dimension, did not appreciate this kind of cognitive dissonance. The first signs were almost comically small, the sort of thing one could blame on Gremlins or Miko. A door that usually led from the living room to the corridor suddenly opened into Alara's archive instead, depositing a very startled Isolde in the middle of a pile of demonology treatises when she'd been intending to fetch tea. The training hall's floor, which Serafina had trusted implicitly, developed a habit of occasionally tilting by a few degrees when she sparred with Vespera, sending them both sliding toward the wall in a graceless heap whenever their mock bouts started to look too much like flirtation. Miko's labyrinth, already a maze, sprouted an extra blind corner that looped back on itself endlessly until Elias, cheeks red, admitted he'd been daydreaming about them and forgot to anchor that part of the topology properly. At first, everyone chalked it up to the natural quirks of a new enchantment settling. Alara took notes, excited by the unexpected data. Serafina grumbled but adapted. Miko treated every glitch as a new game. Vespera declared each structural hiccup charming, and then clung to Elias a little tighter until the walls stopped vibrating, and Isolde rolled her eyes and threatened, in that half-serious tone, to revoke his architectural privileges if he dropped them into a broom closet again. But as days layered into weeks and Elias's private agony deepened, each stolen glance an accidental brush of fingers adding tinder to a fire he was too cowardly to name aloud, the glitches escalated from amusing to alarming. Gravity, which really ought to have known better, began to rebel whenever his thoughts spun too far out of alignment. One afternoon, while Elias sat in the living room mentally replaying a conversation he'd had with Isolde on the balcony and wondering, traitorously, what it would be like to kiss her, the coffee table and everything on it, including Miko's ankles, gently rotated 90 degrees and adhered to the wall. Alara, walking in with a stack of books, ran bodily into the sideways tableau and ended up plastered next to Miko, hair standing on end, while the cups hovered stubbornly in defiance of physics. Elias, Serafina bellowed from the kitchen as a spoon drifted past her ear, "Fix your house." He flushed scarlet and yanked his attention away from Isolde's mouth in his memory, forcing his magic to settle. The room reoriented itself with a lurch that left everyone queasy and Miko shouting, "Do it again." The walls, too, began to thin in odd places, like overused parchment. Voices carried strangely, so that a muttered complaint in Vespera's gloom about stupid convocation standards would echo faintly in Alara's archive as stupid standards, sending the scholar on a half-hour rant about academic gatekeeping, or Isolde's late-night whisper to herself, "You cannot be in love with your own alchemist. That's ridiculous. Get a grip," would drift, distorted, into Miko's hammock as in love with alchemist, prompting them to nearly fall out of the net laughing and then lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if they'd misheard. Sometimes entire rooms seemed to slide sideways in time. Elias would step out of his study expecting the familiar sprawl of the living room and find, Instead, an earlier version of it, the furniture slightly differently arranged, Vespera's favorite cushion missing because she hadn't yet claimed it, Alara's tea shelf not yet alphabetized, Isolda's shawl not yet draped over the back of her chair, the ghosts of their future clutter hovering like afterimages. If he stood there too long, the present would snap back with a disorienting crack, books tumbling as reality reasserted itself. The worst incident, the one that made even Miko stop joking, happened on a morning when Elias had finally, under duress and a not insignificant amount of wine, confessed to his old mentor, the hermit who had taught him empathy architecture, that he might, possibly, have done the unforgivable and fallen in love 5 times at once. "Of course you did," the old man had said dryly, sipping his tea. "You always were greedy when it came to understanding things. Why should people be any different?" "This is not greed," Elias had protested, pacing the edge of the pocket garden. "This is impossible, unacceptable. Society, his teacher had interrupted, is an architecture like any other. It can be redesigned, but not by one man trying to pretend his heart is less complicated than it is. You can't jam 5 pillars into one slot and expect the roof not to crack." He'd tapped a knuckle against Elias's chest. "Your house is reflecting you. You made it that way. When you are of 2, or 5, minds, the rooms don't know where to stay." Which, infuriatingly, was exactly what happened the next day when Elias, sitting alone in his study with the door closed and his empathy sense humming, tried to do the unforgivable arithmetic again. If he chose Isolde, he would be tying himself irrevocably to the crown, to a life of ceremony and scrutiny, but he would also be standing beside the woman who made policy debates feel like insurgencies against injustice, whose hand in his had become, lately, an unbearable temptation. If he chose Serafina, he would be anchoring himself to a rock, a protector who understood duty the way he understood magic, but he would always be second in her priorities to the oaths she'd sworn long before she'd met him, and some selfish, shameful part of him wanted to be someone's first choice. If he chose Alara, they would burn bright and wild through libraries and laboratories, their minds sparking off each other, but he worried he would become another project to her, another thesis, and that he would, unfairly, miss being looked at the way she looked at books. If he chose Miko, his life would be a breathless tumble of rooftops and stolen pastries and laughter, but they were, for all their affection, deeply wary of any cage, even a gilded one of mutual choosing, and he could not bear the thought of seeing that free spirit dim. If he chose Vespera, he would be giving a home to someone who had been denied one, whose tail curled around his ankle in sleep like a promise, but he would also be tying himself to the endless complications of demon politics and mortal fear. Every equation ended with 4 names on the wrong side of the balance, 4 heartbreaks he had no right to inflict, and his magic, listening, finally snapped. The house lurched, not gently, not amusingly, but with the convulsive shudder of a ship hitting a reef. Walls bowed outward, then inward, corridors telescoped, the pocket garden's horizon wobbled like water, and in the living room, where everyone but Elias happened to be at that moment, the floor simply wasn't there for 3 terrifying seconds. It didn't drop into a void, thank all the unhelpful saints. The emergency shorts he'd built into the enchantment fired just in time, conjuring a net of force 2 feet below where the boards had been, so that Isolde, Serafina, Alara, Miko, and Vespera all simultaneously yelped and found themselves sprawled in a tangled heap in midair, the furniture hovering around them like puzzled livestock. "Elias!" 5 voices shouted, almost harmonized, as the floor reasserted itself under the emergency net and then, shakily, around it, dumping them back onto solid wood in a clatter of limbs and indignation. He was there a moment later, white-faced, hands already weaving stabilization sigils in the air. "I'm so sorry," he blurted. I lost focus. The anchor, your anchor, just tried to send us all to the basement." Miko spluttered, half laughing, half shaken. "Do we even have a basement?" "Not yet," Alara said faintly, clutching her book to her chest, eyes wide behind her glasses as she watched the residual shimmer fade from the walls. "But if this continues, we may acquire several, at varying angles to reality. Serafina pushed herself up, scanning the rafters as if a physical foe might present itself. "What happened?" she demanded, turning on Elias with a look that, this time, was not just protective but something else, something like hurt. "You've kept this place stable through portal tears and demon guests and Miko, and now suddenly the floor decides it's optional. What were you doing?" "Brooding," Miko supplied helpfully. "He was brooding. I can smell it. Smells like unspoken feelings and ink." Isolde, who had been about to say something very similar in less mocking terms, shut her mouth. Vespera, whose tail had wrapped around Elias's ankle the moment he appeared, for once did not call him master, just looked up at him with worried eyes. Elias's empathy architect senses, still open, registered the fear in all of them, not just for the house but for him. The thought that his private indecision had literally pulled the ground out from under them made bile rise in his throat. "The pocket dimension is tethered to me," he said hoarsely, forcing himself to meet their gazes. "When I created it, I used my own emotional architecture as the anchor. We didn't have anything else strong enough, not on short notice. It was efficient, elegant. I didn't fully consider what would happen if that architecture became unstable." "Unstable how?" Alara asked quietly, pushing her spectacles up with a finger, sensing from his tone that this was not a question of faulty runes. He hesitated, every instinct screaming at him to deflect, to joke, to say he was merely tired, but the house, his traitorous, well-intentioned house, groaned softly around them, a reminder that denial was no longer just his problem. He began, then stopped, scrubbed a hand over his face, and tried again. "I care about you," he said, and even that felt like an understatement so vast it was almost a lie. "All of you, more than is practical, or, given our society's charming rules, permissible." 5 pairs of eyes locked on him, 5 internal architectures shifted, rooms opening, staircases rerouting. "You love us," Vespera said, blunt as only someone from a culture with fewer euphemisms could be. It wasn't a question. Elias flinched. The walls flickered. "Yes," he said, because lying now would probably cause an actual dimensional collapse. "In different ways. For different reasons. But yes." Silence, thick and electric, settled over the living room. Even the kettle in the corner seemed to hold its steam. Somewhere in the corridor, a door that had been halfway through deciding whether to lead to Serafina's training hall or Miko's hammock gave up and became a broom closet. Isolde's cheeks went pale, then flushed. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. "You can't," she said finally, and the words hurt her even as she spoke them. "You can't love all of us. That's not how it works. Tell that to my heart," he said, more sharply than he intended, then winced as a sconce exploded in a shower of harmless, illusory sparks. "Believe me, if I could turn this off, if I could just pick one of you and neatly file the rest of these feelings under affection, or admiration, or idiocy, I would. Our entire culture would applaud. The laws would breathe a sigh of relief. But every time I think about choosing, about saying yes to one of you in the way that matters, I see the others, and it feels like taking a chisel to my own foundation." Alara sank down onto a chair, the book in her lap forgotten. "And your magic is reacting to that," she murmured, half to herself, already mapping it out. "The house's topology is literally reflecting your emotional superposition. 5 dominant vectors, all demanding primacy, none of them allowed to resolve because external constraints say there must be only one solution. Of course the manifold is buckling." "You're calling me a manifold now," Elias said weakly. "Yes," she said, "and a coward." Miko whistled softly. "She's right. You know," they said, twirling a knife between their fingers without quite realizing it. "You sit here in the middle of your magical funhouse, letting everyone orbit you, letting us all think we're maybe your favorite on Tuesdays, and you never actually say the words. That's not fair, Elias. To any of us. Or to you." Serafina exhaled slowly, eyes narrowed not in anger but in painful understanding. You can't change the fact that this realm expects you to pick one, she said. Not without tearing down more than just your house. But you also can't keep dodging. If you keep trying to hold 5 swords in one hand, you're going to lose fingers. Vespera, who had been very quiet, uncurled her tail and spoke with a surprising steadiness. In the gloom, she said, we have arrangements. Not many, but some. Demons who share domains, divide duties, co-rule. It's messy. It requires more talking than most of my peers are capable of. But it happens. Here, you say that is forbidden. She tilted her head. Perhaps you cannot love out loud the way you love inside. But that doesn't mean you can pretend you don't. I'm not pretending, he protested, then faltered as 3 of them raised skeptical eyebrows in near-perfect synchronization. All right, I am pretending. Poorly. For your sakes. Don't you dare blame us, Isolde snapped, stepping forward, hands clenched at her sides. Don't you dare stand there and act like you breaking your own heart in 5 directions is some noble sacrifice you're making on our behalf. You decided to build your house around yourself, Elias. You decided to bring us all into it. You decided to be kind, and clever, and infuriatingly yourself in ways that make it very hard not to. She broke off, eyes bright. You don't get to then declare that loving us is a burden we've placed on you. The house, hanging on his every word, his every doubt, creaked ominously. A crack zigzagged up one wall, then healed as Elias, shaken, took a step back and forced a breath into his lungs. His empathy architect sense showed him, in dizzying overlay, the strain in each of their internal structures. Isolde's pride warring with hurt, Serafina's loyalty battling an unfamiliar, selfish desire, Alara's rational mind trying to corral her inconvenient hopes into the margins, Miko's defensive humor fraying around the edges of their fear of being left, Vespera's devotion tempered by an abyssal pragmatism that whispered to her that she might, once again, be too much or not enough. He loved them. He could not stop that. He could, perhaps, stop his magic from tearing the roof off because of it. You're right, he said finally, voice low. All of you. I have been a coward. Hiding behind the house, behind my spells, behind societal rules I didn't write but have been very happy to wave around like shields. I don't have an answer to the question of who or how or what the world will allow. Not yet, but I can stop lying by omission. He looked at each of them in turn, letting his gaze rest, letting the words land even if they shook the beams. Serafina, I love your strength, yes, but not just the way you swing a sword. The way you stand when you're exhausted and still won't let anyone through that door, the way you remember every guard's name and pretend you don't. Alara, I love your mind, but also your stubbornness, your willingness to break rules for the sake of knowledge, even when it terrifies you. Miko, I love your freedom, but also the way you stay, no matter how many chances you have to vanish with everything that isn't nailed down. Isolde, I love your elegance, but more than that, I love the way you weaponize it against the people who underestimate you, the way you've turned every constraint into leverage. Vespera, I love your sweetness, yes, but also your defiance, the way you held on to kindness in a place built to crush it. These aren't passing fancies. They're architectural truths. You can do with that what you will. Hate me, laugh at me, leave. His voice cracked on the last word, the ceiling wobbled dangerously. He reached out, palms flat, pressed against the invisible skin of the spell that bound the house. But I will not let this place fall on you because I'm too afraid to stand in my own feelings. Slowly, deliberately, he began to rewrite the anchor. It wasn't a matter of choosing one name and carving the others out. That would have been easier, in some ways, but it would also have made the spell lie, and lies in foundational magic had a way of manifesting as actual collapsed ceilings. Instead, he reshaped the central beam of his emotional architecture from a single, overburdened pillar labeled, who, into a broader, sturdier platform labeled, them, not as in, mine, but as in, the people I have chosen to care for, regardless of what forms the world approves of. He rerouted some of the expectation load the house had been carrying. projections of futures with rings and vows and royal decrees, out of the anchor entirely, pushing them into side chambers marked, later, maybe, and, in one case, unlikely but not impossible if society gets its act together. He let the love stand, fivefold. He removed, gently, the assumption that it had to resolve immediately into a singular, official shape. The house shuddered, then sighed, a long, settling exhale. The walls straightened, the floor under their feet stopped humming. The dangerous hairline fractures smoothed into harmless quirks. The corridor that had been trying very hard to be everything at once narrowed back to its proper length, with only one extra broom closet left as a souvenir. Around him, the 5 women he loved in 5 different, impossible ways stared, each wrestling with their own storms. None of them, to his equal relief and terror, reached for the door. "So what now?" Miko asked finally, voice unusually subdued. "You love us. The house knows it. We know it. The satirical poets of the city will know it if they ever get wind of this. Society's still the same. Rules haven't changed. Now," Elias said, exhausted but oddly lighter, "we stop pretending this is simple. We keep living here, together, if you'll stay. We let the house stabilize around the truth instead of a lie. And when, if, the time comes that any of you want more than this ungainly, unofficial mess, we talk about it. Honestly, we decide, together, what we're willing to tear down or build." Isolde looked like she wanted to argue, to demand a clearer answer, but something in his posture, the way he swayed slightly, the shadowed hollows under his eyes, made her bite the inside of her cheek instead. "You're still an idiot," she muttered. "But you're our idiot," Serafina snorted, "until he collapses from magical exertion and we have to carry him to bed again." "Again?" Miko perked up. "I missed that episode." Alara, relief and disappointment warring behind her eyes, exhaled. "At least the floor is no longer trying to kill us," she said. "I'll take incremental progress." Vespera, tail curling around his ankle once more, tilted her head. "Whatever the shape," she said, "I am still here. Shelter." The house, anchored now not to a frantic question but to a messy, honest, unresolved love, held. Glitches still happened. Doors would occasionally lead to the wrong room when Elias daydreamed about kisses he hadn't had. Gravity hiccuped when Miko and Serafina bickered particularly viciously over training schedules and he tried not to enjoy it. The pocket garden sometimes shifted its twilight hue to match Isolde's mood, but they were no longer dangerous, just eccentric, like everything else in his life. Society remained strictly monogamous. The king's counselors still spoke of future marriages in singular terms. The royal chaplain still waxed poetic about 2 souls becoming one. But in a house on a crooked street, in an attic that had become a mansion folded into its own private sky, a man who loved 5 people in 5 different ways learned, haltingly, to live with the fracture between what his world allowed and what his heart wanted, his magic flickering now not with denial but with the absurd, stubborn hope that someday, somehow, the architecture outside might catch up to the one within. The first sign, at least to anyone paying attention, that Elias's brave little speech about letting the house stabilize around the truth instead of a lie had not magically fixed everything was the way he started avoiding doorways at moments when one of them might reasonably expect him to walk through. Isolde noticed it first in the kitchen, standing at the counter with her sleeves rolled up and a wooden spoon in hand, frowning into a pot of stew that was absolutely not an expression of stress cooking, when she felt the subtle tug of his magic in the hall. The slight warp in the air that meant a door was about to be opened, and then, nothing, the pressure easing as if he'd turned away at the last second. 10 minutes later he drifted in with a too bright smile and an apology about getting distracted by a misfiled rune, and when she snapped, "You're a terrible liar," he just looked at her, really looked, with such raw exhaustion around the edges of his eyes that the rebuke died in her throat and turned into, "Sit, idiot, before you fall over," instead. Serafina saw it in training, when he came to the hall as promised to watch Vespera practice her control over surface-level flames, an important safety measure, given the amount of wood in the house, and spent most of the hour standing very still, hands clasped behind his back, gaze fixed not on the demoness's precise, careful fire lines but somewhere over her shoulder, as if the thought of looking directly at either of them might topple some precarious internal balance. When she offered, afterward, to run him through basic staff drills, "So you stop standing like a startled owl," he declined with a tight little joke about leaving the stick swinging to professionals, and she heard, with the same ears that had learned to catch the faintest clink of armor in the dark, the silent addendum, "Because if I let you lay hands on me while I'm this frayed, I will break." Alara caught him in the archive, ostensibly researching historical precedents for joint rulership, his fingers trailing down a column of names in a dusty ledger, kings and queens who had married for alliance, for love, for leverage, but when she glanced over his shoulder, she saw that his eyes weren't moving with the text at all. They were fixed on some point in the middle distance, pupils slightly unfocused, his jaw set in that way it got when he was wedging his feelings into boxes, and the line of magic that usually coiled lazily around his wrist like a contented cat was wound too tight, flickering. Miko saw it most bluntly when they caught him on the roof of the pocket mansion one night. Yes, there was now a roof, because of course they had convinced him to add one so they could stargaze without courtiers peering up from the street. Sitting alone with his knees drawn up, staring at the artificial sky he'd made for them, the fake constellations glimmering faintly in the pocket firmament, they swung themselves up from the gutter with their usual silent grace, landed beside him, and said, "If you keep glaring at the stars like that, they're going to file a harassment complaint," and he startled badly enough that a small, distant gazebo in the garden briefly inverted and then righted itself, leaving an illusory bird squawking in outrage. Vespera, who might have been the least fluent in human micro-expressions but had an eye for emotional weather honed by centuries of managing screaming souls, noticed it in the way his visits to her gloom became shorter and more careful. He would come in, set a cup of tea on her low table, listen with half an ear to her stories about the ridiculousness of Demon Hour, and then, just when the shadows felt thick enough and the parasol unnecessary and she felt brave enough to shift closer on the couch, tail inching toward his ankle, he would glance at the fungus clock on the wall and say something about needing to check the west corridor before it tries to become a spiral again, and vanish in a swirl of guilt-scented air. They all noticed, in short, that while the house had stopped trying to murder them directly, the man at its heart was still walking around like a tower whose foundations had been excavated in the night, smiling and patching cracks while pretending not to hear the ominous creaks. It took them longer, because each was busy wrestling her own tangle of feelings, to realize that none of them wanted to be the one to confront him alone, to force his hand or demand a choice that might very well fracture everything they'd built. The catalyst came, unexpectedly, from a small domestic disaster. One afternoon, Alara emerged from the archive clutching a scroll about historical household structures, excited to show Elias that there had once been, in some tiny mountain valley, a legally recognized arrangement where multiple adults shared property and child-rearing without hierarchical rankings, only to find him in the living room staring at a royal summons with the color drained from his face. The parchment lay on the low table, the king's seal glinting red, and from where she stood she could read the opening lines. In light of recent rumors concerning the crown princess's close association with certain members of the household staff, it has become necessary to clarify matters of succession and marital intent. Isolde was sitting very straight in the nearest chair, knuckles white on the armrest, her mask of royal composure polished to a blinding sheen. Serafina stood behind her, one hand on the back of the chair, jaw clenched. Miko, perched on the windowsill, tapped their heel against the wood in a staccato that screamed barely contained panic. Vespera hovered by the fireplace, parasol closed but clutched in both hands like a weapon. Elias, who had clearly been reading and rereading the same sentence for the better part of an hour, looked up at Alara with an expression that said, as plainly as any words, "I am being asked to pick, and not just by myself." "They want an answer," he said hoarsely, gesturing vaguely at the letter. "Or at least a trajectory. Reassurances, they call it. About Isolde's future. About mine." Something in the way he said that last word, the way his gaze flicked, helplessly, between the 4 other women in the room, made Alara's stomach drop. Without thinking, she crossed the space, set the scroll down on top of the letter, and said, too sharply, "You don't have to answer them today." "I have to answer them eventually," he replied, and the house, sensing the spike in his anxiety, helpfully made the clock on the mantel tick louder, just to drive the point home. Later, after Isolde had swept out with a cool smile and the letter tucked under her arm, announcing that she would deal with the council before they started putting things in writing that couldn't be unsaid. After Serafina had gone with her, radiating "don't even think about it" aggression. After Vespera had retreated to her gloom to pace in circles muttering demonish curses about narrow-minded mortals and idiot convocations, as if both realms were equally obtuse. After Miko had climbed to the roof and lain on their backs staring at the artificial stars until their eyes stung. After Alara had cornered Elias in the kitchen and extracted from him, with painful gentleness, the admission that no matter what he did, someone he loved was going to get hurt. After all of that, the 5 of them, separately, stared at their respective walls and realized that this was untenable. And so, the next night, when Elias finally collapsed into his study chair and, by some miracle, fell asleep without anyone hovering over him with soup or spellbooks, the walls of the mansion shifted very slightly, not in the dangerous, lurching way of before, but in a conspiratorial shuffle, as 5 corridors, by prior agreement and some illicit rune carving from Miko, reoriented to deposit their occupants neatly into Vespera's gloom. Vespera had offered her room for the secret meeting, partly because it was the darkest and least likely to trigger any alarm bells in Elias's magical senses. His empathy architecture, still faintly aware of the house's moods, tended to ping when too much emotional static built up in the living room, and partly because, demon or not, she had, to her faint embarrassment, become the de facto provider of safe, enclosed spaces for hard conversations. The glow of the fungi cast a soft, steady light over the stone-like walls and the central pool, reflecting in the polished curve of Vespera's horns as she sat cross-legged on a cushion, tail wrapped around her ankles. Isolde arrived first, the white of her night robe ghostly in the gloom, hair braided loosely down her back instead of arranged in courtly coils, looking young in a way she never did in the throne room. Serafina followed, still half armored out of sheer habit, although she'd left her sword by the door as a show of trust. Alara slipped in with a notebook and 3 quills, because she could not, on principle, enter any gathering without the ability to take notes. Miko popped out of Vespera's cavern wall via a secret hatch they'd installed without telling anyone and nearly got singed by a reflexive puff of flame before Vespera realized who it was and snapped her hand back. "Don't sneak up on people in the gloom," Vespera hissed, then added, "Sit," in the tone of someone who had, perhaps unwillingly, become used to giving orders that were obeyed. "So," Miko said, flopping down and immediately taking up more than their fair share of cushion space. Agenda Item 1. Our favorite alchemist is a lovesick idiot and the house is resentful about monogamy. Agenda Item 2. The King's Letter. Agenda Item 3. How do we keep our ridiculous, wonderful, self-sabotaging family from exploding? Alara opened her notebook, titled a page, Intervention, and underlined it 3 times. "Before we talk about solutions," she said, always the methodical one, "we should be clear about the problem. Not just Elias's inability to choose or the law's refusal to consider alternatives, but what we want. Individually, collectively. I want him not to be sad," Vespera said immediately, surprising herself. She normally needed time to translate feelings into speech. "When he walks through my door now, he carries heaviness. Even when he smiles, I don't like it." Her tail twitched. "I also do not like the idea of him being forced to choose one of us, because whoever he doesn't choose will leave, and then there will be fewer voices in the living room, and that is wrong." Isolde, who had been staring at her own hands, thumbs worrying at a loose thread on her sleeve, exhaled through her nose. "I have spent my entire life being told that my marriage will not be about what I want," she said quietly. "About what makes me happy. It will be about alliances, about heirs, about stability. When I started sneaking out to the attic, I thought I was rebelling by learning, by seeing my own city. Then I met him, and now apparently my heart has also decided to stage a coup. Her mouth twisted in a self-mocking smile. The council will be delighted to know they were right to worry. But the thing is, she looked up, eyes shining in the dim light. If they force him to pick me, because it neatly solves their little problem and keeps the marshmallow miracle worker tethered to the crown, I will lose all of you. Serafina will stay, yes, but she will become my guard even more than she already is, and she will lock down every part of herself that isn't duty. Alara will be offered a nice, safe position in the royal archives and will suffocate behind gilded stacks. Miko will vanish onto a roof and never look back because the idea of being officially attached to the palace will make their skin crawl. Vespera will be exiled again, this time by polite invitation to leave before the high priests have apoplexy. And I, her voice wavered, then steadied with anger, I refuse to fix my life at the cost of breaking everyone else's. Serafina studied her for a long moment, something like pride flickering behind the habitual disapproval. I won't lie, she said. When that letter arrived, a part of me, not the noble part, thought, if he chooses her, at least I'll know where the threats are coming from. At least I won't have to watch all of you tiptoe around each other. That part also thought, and if he chooses someone else, I won't have to feel this. She gestured roughly at her chest. Whatever this is. She blew out a breath. But then I tried to imagine this house with only one of us attached to him, and the picture didn't hold. The training hall went quiet, the archive dimmed, the roof lost its heartbeat. I am a soldier, I know what it means to lose comrades. This, she looked around at the faces in the soft glow, is not just a set of separate attachments. It is a unit. Alara nodded, pen scratching furiously. A family system, she said. Interdependent nodes. Remove one and the stress redistributes in ways that can destabilize the whole. In other words, if he marries one of us in the legally recognized way and the rest of us are sidelined, the emotional architecture collapses. Miko, who had been uncharacteristically still, scratched the back of their neck. Look, they said, I never planned on staying anywhere. Ever. I like roofs and alleys and the knowledge that I can pick up and vanish when the watch gets too curious. If you'd told me a year ago that I'd be living in a wizard's attic with a princess, a knight, a nerd, and a demon, I'd have checked your drink for poison. But now, the idea of walking past this building and not letting myself in through at least 3 illegal entries just to see if Elias has made tea and Vespera is burning toast and Serafina is yelling at me for my knife throws. They shrugged, uncomfortable. It makes my chest ache. I like you idiots. I even like being yelled at by you, which is deeply concerning. I don't want to lose that because some ancient treaty says only 2 people at a time are allowed to be ridiculous together. So we agree, Alara said slowly, tapping her quill against the page. We don't want to lose him. We also don't want to lose each other. And we live in a society that insists those 2 desires are mutually exclusive beyond a certain point. She flipped a few pages back in her notes, eyes scanning. In most cultures on record, when there is a conflict between individual desires and structural rules, one of 2 things happens. The individuals break or bend themselves to fit the rule, or they break or bend the rule to fit themselves. The former is more common. The latter is how reforms begin. You're suggesting we start a social reform movement, Serafina said dryly. No, Alara said, I am suggesting we prefigure one. In here, she rapped her knuckles lightly on the stone floor of Vespera's gloom. In the architecture we control. You want us to all stay as we are? Azolda asked, unmarried, unofficial, hoping everyone politely ignores the reality of this house. That's one option, Alara said. We can, in theory, continue indefinitely in this liminal state. But Elias is already being pressured to formalize something, and he will not withstand that pressure forever. Not alone. Vespera, who had been quiet, lifted her head. In the 10th gloom, she said, we have a saying. If the contract is unjust, write a new one and dare them to tear it up. It usually applies to torment quotas, but the principle is sound. Her tail swished slowly. Our laws in the demon realm are not built for kindness, but they permit strange arrangements when power demands it. 2 lords may share a domain if they are stubborn enough. A lord may bind themselves to multiple lieutenants if doing so strengthens the gloom. The convocation frowns, but they cannot easily unmake oaths once spoken. She looked around, eyes glowing faintly. You mortals make a great deal of noise about love and vows and destiny, but you let your scribbles on paper dictate its shape. Those scribbles have armies behind them, Serafina pointed out. And priests. And very loud bards. We have a princess, Miko said, a grin slowly spreading across their face. Who writes laws? All eyes swung to Isolde, who blinked like someone who had just realized the stage spotlight was on her. I don't write them alone, she said automatically, then stopped, because even that deflection rang hollow. She had been, quietly but insistently, shaping policy for months now, slipping her language into decrees, adjusting wording, nudging the kingdom's architecture around the edges. And even if I did, this, she gestured helplessly, would not fly. Not yet. They are already scandalized by the idea that I might marry an alchemist with no title and a frankly embarrassing relationship with sugar. If I propose marrying an alchemist and a demon and a thief and a scholar in my own night, half the council will die on the spot and the other half will form a coalition dedicated to overthrowing me for the good of public morality. So we don't ask, Miko said matter-of-factly. Not at first. I'm not suggesting we stage a coup against the legal code overnight, Alara said, though there was a glint in her eye that suggested she had, at some point, considered the logistics. I'm suggesting we think, laterally. There are the laws, which govern property, titles, succession. And there are vows, which govern hearts. She set her pen down, fingers steepling. What if we separate them? Vespera's eyes widened, then narrowed in consideration. A private oath, she said slowly. A marriage that is not a marriage. Or rather, one that is real to us and perhaps to the magic, but not, initially, to the scribbles. Miko leaned forward, bouncing slightly. You mean we all marry him? They said, savoring the words, laws be damned. The phrase hung in the air like a spark. Isolde's first instinct was to say, we can't, the years of catechisms and lectures on royal propriety snapping into formation. Her second instinct, which had gotten her into the attic in the first place, was to say, watch me. Serafina's training screamed about oaths, about duplicating vows, about the sanctity of singular pledges. Another, quieter part of her, the part that had watched these 4 women bleed and laugh and argue and hold the line beside her, thought that sharing a vow with them might be the most honest thing she ever did. Alara's brain lit up with theoretical frameworks, multinodal commitment structures, emergent family systems, the potential for case studies that would make scholars salivate for decades, while her heart simply whispered yes. Vespera, whose entire life had been shaped by oaths she had not wanted to swear and contracts she had tried to soften from within, felt something fierce and new at the idea of choosing an oath for herself, one built of love and mutual defiance instead of terror. We all marry him, Isolde repeated slowly, tasting the sacrilege and the rightness. Not in the cathedral, with the chaplain droning on about 2 becoming one under the eyes of the realm. In here, in this house, under whatever sky Elias has put above us. We stand together and say, this is our contract. This is our family, and if the law wants to catch up, it can run. The law will try to punish us, Serafina warned, but there was no real heat in it. She was, after all, the one who had once sworn to lay down her life to keep Isolde alive, and if that oath now had to stretch to cover the rest of this absurd, beloved household, so be it. Officially, at least, you can only have one legal spouse. The rest of us would be, she searched for a word less demeaning than, paramours, and less inaccurate than, roommates, failed, and settled on, something they have no category for. We pick the one that makes the politics easiest, Alara said pragmatically. For now, on paper, Isolde marries Elias. That secures his position, protects him from most external interference, gives us all plausible reasons to exist in this bizarrely prestigious boarding house. Unofficially, internally, in the eyes of the magic that actually runs this place, we all marry him. And, by necessity, each other. That last bit landed with a different weight. They all looked around, suddenly acutely aware not just of their individual feelings for Elias but of the threads between them. Isolde and Serafina's long, fractious, deeply trusting partnership. Alara and Miko's oddball alliance of curiosity and chaos. Vespera's growing friendship with Isolde over late-night tea and political gossip. The way Serafina had once shielded Vespera from a stray arcane blast without thinking. The way Alara and Vespera had fallen into dense, excited conversations about the metaphysics of fear. The way Miko, who claimed to hate authority, had started quietly obeying Alara's library rules and Vespera's "no sneaking up on me in the gloom" edict without complaint. We don't just love him, Vespera said slowly, surprising herself with the admission. We love each other. Not all in the same way. Not all romantically, I think you call it. But I would be less without any of you. Her tail curled, shy. And I don't want that. The idea of you all marrying each other is hilarious and also kind of hot, Miko said, then winced as Serafina cuffed them lightly upside the head. Ow. I mean, yes, that. What she said. I rely on you lot more than I've ever relied on anyone, which is frankly rude of you, but here we are. Then we acknowledge that, Alara said, scribbling, Polavow, in the margin of her notes. Our proposal. To him, mind you, this has to be his choice too, we can't just decide and drag him to an altar. Is not simply, we will all marry you, aren't you lucky? It's, we will all marry each other, as far as our hearts and this house are concerned. Laws be damned, let the realm catch up later. And if he says no? Serafina asked quietly, voicing the fear that flickered, however briefly, in each of them. If the weight of it terrifies him. If he insists on following the old script. The thought made the gloom feel colder. Isolde's shoulders squared, princess mask sliding into place even here. Then, she said, we accept it. Or we don't, and we leave. But either way, we will have been honest. And I would rather be rejected for offering him everything than watch him tear himself apart trying to give us less. And I, Vespera added softly, would rather know that I stood up to stupid rules at least once for something good, not just against torment quotas. Miko blew out a breath, then grinned, feral and nervous. So it's settled, they said. We stage the weirdest proposal this kingdom has ever seen. Step 1. Don't let Elias see us rehearsing. Step 2. Figure out how to explain to him that we are, in fact, all volunteering to share him and not, like, about to stage a group intervention about his hair. Step 3. Alara put in, draft language for a vow that is magically binding enough to satisfy the house but not so rigid that we can't adapt as circumstances change. Step 4. Serafina muttered, tell my knight commander I am technically marrying into a group and see how many strokes he has. Maybe. Step that last one down the list, Isolde suggested dryly. We start with Elias. The rest of the world can panic at its leisure. They talked for hours after that, the 5 of them, into the wee small hours when even the fungi dimmed. They argued over phrasing. Vespera insisting on including a clause about defying unjust decrees together, Alara wanting promises of mutual intellectual support, Miko lobbying unsuccessfully for occasional sanctioned minor crimes to be written into the vow, Serafina insisting on clear language about shared protection duties, Isolde weaving in, almost unconsciously, bits of the formal marriage liturgy she'd been made to memorize as a child, subverting them just enough to make them theirs. The gloom listened, stones soaking up the shape of their intent. The house, attuned now to their emotional architecture as much as to Elias's, hummed approvingly, corridors straightening, doors aligning in anticipation. When they finally rose, stiff and yawning, to return to their rooms. There was a sense, not of finality, not yet, but of a line crossed, a decision made in the only court that mattered, the one of their own messy, interlocking hearts. Outside, in his study, Elias slept uneasily, dreams skittering between joy and dread. Somewhere in the house's framework, the spells that bound their impossible home to his impossible loves shivered, then settled a fraction more solidly, as if bracing for a renovation. In the morning, when he wandered bleary-eyed into the living room expecting the usual chaos and found all 5 of them waiting for him, Isolde with her chin lifted a fraction higher than usual, Serafina's jaw set, Alara's notebook closed for once, Miko practically vibrating with suppressed glee, Vespera's tail wound tightly around one ankle but her gaze steady. He felt, for just a heartbeat, the universe pause, as if the laws outside were holding their breath. He did not yet know, of course, what they had decided in the quiet dark of the gloom. He did not know that the radical solution forming on Isolde's tongue began with 4 simple, earth-shattering words, "We have a proposal," and ended, as all the best spells did, with a defiant, impossible promise, that they would all, in their own way, marry him, laws be damned, and dare the world to tell them their family was not real. Elias knew, the instant he walked into the living room and found all 5 of them already there, that he was doomed, not in the apocalyptic, portal-tearing open sense of doom he'd come to grudgingly respect, but in the slower, subtler kind that came when people you loved had made a decision about you while you weren't in the room, and now they were all looking at you with expressions too carefully arranged to be anything but rehearsed, and his empathy architect sense, still only half under his control, thrummed with a low, anticipatory chord like the moment before a storm breaks, and he thought, with the bitter humor of a man who'd escaped dungeons and demon politics only to be flattened by feelings, "Ah, so this is it. The ultimatum." His mind, traitorously efficient, sprinted through possible outcomes. Isolde, finally forced by the royal council, telling him he had to choose and choose publicly. Serafina informing him that for the sake of Isolde's safety, this messy emotional tangle had to be cut. Alara presenting, in excruciatingly calm bullet points, the psychological unsustainability of their current arrangement. Miko cheerfully announcing that they'd all agreed he was too much trouble and had voted to kick him out of his own house. Vespera, hurt and bewildered, saying that once again she'd been too much for a realm not built to hold her. And his stomach clenched so hard he almost missed the way they'd arranged themselves as if for a council. Isolde in the central armchair, back straight, wearing not a gown but her simpler day dress with the sleeves rolled to her elbows, an odd combination of princess and conspirator. Serafina posted just behind her right shoulder like a living pillar, arms crossed, armor on but helmet off, hair in a loose braid, jaw set. Alara perched on the other end of the sofa, notebook on her lap but closed, hands folded on top of it, which for her was the equivalent of arriving unarmed. Miko sprawled sideways across the arm of the same sofa, one leg swinging, daggers conspicuously absent from their belt, which did not mean they weren't within reach. Vespera sitting cross-legged on a floor cushion close to the hearth, parasol leaned against the wall, wings folded neat, tail wound around one ankle, horns gleaming softly in the light from the pocket garden window behind her. They were, he thought as he stopped on the threshold, very likely the strangest delegation ever assembled to ruin a man's day, and then Isolde said, "Sit," in a tone that brooked no argument, and he, whose nickname in certain circles was apparently Master, whether he liked it or not, obeyed like a chastened apprentice, lowering himself onto the sofa opposite her as if it were the dock in some celestial courtroom. The house, attuned now to his nerves, rustled. He felt the pocket dimension spells lean in, curious, and forced his hands to uncurl from fists on his knees, willing his body to stillness even as his thoughts jittered. "All right," he said, because someone had to say something and his usual deflecting humor had fled. "Let's have it. Is this the part where you tell me to pick one of you and get it over with, or the part where you tell me I'm a selfish fool and you've all decided to save yourselves by finding saner partners?" Miko opened their mouth. He could tell by the way their chest hitched that some quip about his ego was fighting to be born. but Isolde shot them a look so sharp they actually shut it again with an audible click of teeth. Then she inhaled, the sort of deep, bracing breath he'd seen her take at council sessions right before demolishing a proposal, and said, very distinctly, "We have a proposal," and for a wild moment he thought she had actually decided to marry some foreign prince to simplify everything, and this was how she was going to tell him, and his vision narrowed alarmingly, a ring of gray creeping in from the edges. "Not that kind," Miko blurted, unable to help themselves, which under other circumstances might have been the comedic relief the room needed. As it was, the words hit Elias a breath too late, because his brain had already conjured the image of Isolde on a dais, hand in someone else's, and his heart, unamused by his attempt to choke it with 5 different loves, simply yanked the plug, his last coherent thought, as the floor and ceiling swapped places in a most unhelpful demonstration of what happened when one's blood decided not to make the correct journey to one's head, was "Oh, not again." Before everything tilted, someone shouted his name, and he fainted. He came to lying not on the hard boards of the original attic but on one of the new living room's softer rugs, a cushion under his head that smelled faintly of Vespera's incense and Alara's ink, with 5 very anxious faces leaning over him in an overlapping bouquet of horns, braids, loose hair, and wide eyes. Serafina's was the closest, because of course it was. Her hand was on his shoulder, fingers digging in just enough to remind him he had a body, and when his eyes focused she exhaled in a gust that ruffled his fringe. "You fainted," she said accusingly, as if this were an unforgivable breach of knightly etiquette. "In my defense," Elias croaked, throat dry, "I thought Isolde was about to announce she was betrothed to a duke named Proposal. You can't spring that kind of thing on a man with my cardiac history." "Idiot," Isolde muttered, but her hand, he realized as he tried to sit up, was also on him, steadying his elbow. On his other side, Vespera's tail had, at some point, wrapped itself around his ankle like a worried snake, and Miko was hovering over his feet, perhaps prepared to catch them if he tried to bolt. Alara was already shoving a glass of water into his hands, which he drank from automatically, the coolness shocking his scattered thoughts back into something like order. The house, feeling his consciousness return, throbbed once and then calmed, the walls ceasing their curious lean. There was a faint, embarrassed titter in the magic around the doorways, as if even the architecture thought fainting had been a bit much. "Nobody is betrothed to anyone," Alara said firmly, reclaiming the conversational reins before they could tangle further. "Except, potentially, to you, depending on how this goes." "That is not helping," Elias muttered, but he let Serafina and Vespera help him sit up, leaning back against the sofa, his legs still stretched out in front of him like a recovering invalid. They rearranged themselves with the unconscious choreography of people who had spent many evenings vying for his peripheral vision. Isolde back in her chair, Serafina resuming her post at its side, Alara settling on the floor near his knee, Miko resuming their sprawl but with eyes less mischievous and more intent, Vespera reclaiming her cushion but not her tail, which stayed looped around him like a promise. "All right," he said again, more cautiously. "Let me try that question without catastrophic syncope. What proposal?" "Our proposal," Isolde said, and now that he was no longer in imminent need of smelling salts, he heard the tiny tremor under the iron in her voice. She glanced around at the others, and for once it wasn't to command but to seek confirmation. When they all, in their own ways, nodded, Serafina with a curt dip of the head, Alara with a small, fierce smile, Miko with an enthusiastic bob that sent their already messy hair into new disarray, Vespera with a solemn lowering of her horns, she squared her shoulders and met his eyes. "You love us," she said simply. "All of us. You said so. Your magic has been trying to kill us with that fact for weeks." "Lightly maim," Miko corrected. "Mostly. And," Isolde continued, ignoring them, "we love you. In our own inconvenient, infuriating, entirely unsanctioned ways. That is the emotional reality. Then there is the political one." She gestured disdainfully at the folded royal summons now lying, slightly crumpled, on the mantel. "My parents and their council want reassurances. Singular ones. They want you to choose one person and chain yourself to them in public so that the songs make sense and the genealogies remain tidy. They would prefer it be me, because it solves several problems at once. They might tolerate it being someone of my rank. They will not accept, under any circumstances, the idea that 5 women and one extremely overworked alchemist could decide that the old rules are wrong and build a different structure. Elias winced. Hearing it laid out so baldly hurt, even though he'd said as much himself to his mentor. I was hoping, he said weakly, to find a way to thread the needle that didn't involve tearing the tapestry. You cannot both preserve the pattern and redraw it, Alara said gently. Not without so many layers of palimpsest that no one knows what they're looking at anymore. She unfolded her legs and scooted a little closer, eyes intent. So we talked. In Vespera's gloom. Without you, she added quickly, seeing the flash of hurt he couldn't quite hide and cutting it off with a look, because this time you are the problem to be solved, not the solver. And we realized something. The bond here is not just between each of us and you. It is between us, with each other. Removing any one of us from this equation breaks more than a romance. It breaks the shape of the family we've accidentally built. Vespera nodded. The motion making the light catch in the faint, bioluminescent fungi in her hair. She had, Elias noticed with a pang, woven one small, dark blue ribbon into one of the tendrils, a color that matched the trim of Isolda's dress, and another the shade of Miko's favorite scarf. When the portal threw me here, she said softly, I thought I had lost my place forever. Then you, she glanced around, made me a new one. Not as a weapon, or as a trophy, but as, Vespera, I do not want to lose that. Any of it. I do not want to watch some of you walk away because a law written centuries ago does not have a box for us to tick. So we have decided, Miko said, leaning forward, unable to keep the grin from their face any longer, that if the law doesn't have a box, we'll draw one ourselves. In very rude ink. Specifically, Alara said, ever the translator between chaos and clarity, we propose this. Publicly, legally, as far as the kingdom's records and treaties and chapel ledgers are concerned, you marry Isolde. Elias flinched, even though he'd known that was the simplest political solution. That solves certain practical issues, Alara continued briskly. It secures your position against most external threats, it appeases the council's immediate concerns about succession, it gives all of us plausible deniability for continued residence and influence here. Privately, internally, magically, as far as this house and our hearts are concerned, we all marry you. And, by extension, each other. We make a vow that binds the 6 of us together as a unit. We do not ask permission. We do it the way we've done everything else. Sideways, stubbornly, and together. Elias stared at her, at all of them, brain momentarily unmoored from language. The words, we all marry you, echoed around his skull like an incantation he'd never allowed himself to consider, because in all his attempts at equations he'd taken monogamy as a fixed constant rather than a variable to be questioned. That's not, he began, voice faint. That's not how it works, he finished lamely, grasping at doctrine like a drowning man at flotsam. The law, Isolde cut in, is a script written by dead men for a stage they assumed would never change. We have been improvising around it for months. This is just a larger ad lib. I am a knight sworn to uphold the realm's codes, Serafina said, and for a moment Elias's heart sank, thinking there it is, the rejection, but then she continued, eyes steady on his, and those codes include more than marriage statutes. They include the duty to protect the heir, to safeguard the stability of the land, to oppose threats to the crown, internal as well as external. Forcing Isolde into a politically convenient but emotionally catastrophic match that fractures the most effective problem-solving unit this kingdom has ever had is, in my professional opinion, a threat to the crown. The corner of her mouth twitched. If that means I have to share a husband with 4 of the most terrifying women I've ever met, then so be it. I've fought worse odds. Miko whooped. Serafina, that's the closest you've ever come to saying you like us, they crowed. Mark the calendar. Do not make me regret this, Serafina growled, but there was warmth under it. Elias's heart, already dangerously overloaded, tried a new trick. It swelled with a fierce, painful gratitude that made his eyes sting. "You're serious," he said, turning to Vespera as if perhaps the demoness, at least, would balk at the idea of trying to outstubborn an entire culture. Vespera met his gaze without flinching. "I was exiled from the demon realm for being too nice," she said dryly. "Being too scandalous for your world as well seems thematically appropriate." Her tail gave a decisive flick. "I will not stand by and watch you be hollowed out by a rule that was not written with any of us in mind. If that means I swear a vow in a language your priests don't understand, under a sky you made and a parasol you hold, then yes. I am serious." Alara leaned in, eyes bright. "Think of it as a dungeon," she said, shifting into the metaphor she knew would reach him. "An old one, sprawling, full of traps and monsters and bad mapping. The entrance is labeled, monogamous marriage rite. Everyone who's ever gone in has taken the same path because the graffiti on the walls says that's the only way through. But we," she gestured at the house around them, at each of their faces, "are, if you'll forgive the arrogance, exceptionally good at dungeons. We question the obvious doors. We poke the walls. We find secret passages. We make new exits. Society's norms are just another dungeon, Elias. We have already beaten portals, assassination attempts, demon politics, and the king's decorators. Why not this? Because dungeons," Elias said faintly, "do not usually come with bards and legal codes and very disappointed grandmothers. They will, after we're done with them," Miko said cheerfully. "Legendary dungeon of social reform. People will write songs about the times 6 idiots in love told the law to sit down and let them work." Isolde rolled her eyes, but there was a spark behind them. "Look," she said, leaning forward, all Sunere edges and earnest core. "We know this isn't neat, or easy, or safe. The moment we speak such a vow, even in private, we complicate everything. I will have to smile through ceremonies in the cathedral while knowing that what they sanctify is only part of the truth. Serafina will have to deflect questions from superiors who already think this house is a security nightmare. Alara will have to pretend her interest in non-traditional domestic structures is purely academic. Miko will have to resist the urge to shout about it from rooftops just to watch the nobles sputter. Vespera will have to hide even more of herself from people who would panic at the sight of her tail. And you," her voice softened in a way that made his breath catch, "you will have to stand in public and call me wife, while knowing that word belongs, in different ways, to all of us. But the alternative is worse. The alternative is you tearing yourself apart trying to make an impossible choice, one that damages not just you and the person you pick but everyone else in this house itself. We would rather face 100 offended priests than stand by and let you do that." The house, listening, as it always did now, to the emotional architecture of its occupants, gave a little shiver of agreement. A small, previously sticky door in Miko's labyrinth swung more easily on its hinges, the pocket garden's twilight brightened by a fraction, the gloom's shadows deepened comfortingly. Elias felt it, faint but unmistakable, like the way a room's air changed when someone spoke a truth that had been hovering unacknowledged. His empathy architect sense flared, not with the dizzying confusion that had accompanied his earlier attempts to choose, but with a startling clarity. He could see the way their internal structures had, since moving into his impossible house, begun to lean toward one another, to share load-bearing walls. Isolde's once isolated tower now had doors opening into Serafina's barracks, Alara's archive, Miko's maze, Vespera's hall of gloom. Serafina's rigid corridors had grown alcoves where laughter echoed, their shapes suspiciously Miko and Vespera sized. Alara's endless shelves had a reading nook labeled living room, where everyone's names appeared in the margins. Miko's shortcuts now had signposts pointing to safe, tea, argument, all of which somehow led to the same place. Vespera's long, echoing hall was no longer empty. There were banners hanging now, emblazoned with sigils that smelled like ink and bread and steel and stolen apples and starlight woven into hair. If he said no, if he clung to the safety of the script and let the law force his hand, those new structures would crack. The house would survive, spells could be re-anchored, but the home would not. You are asking me, he said slowly, voice rough, to stand against centuries of doctrine, to risk scandal, to complicate all your lives beyond what any of you deserve, because my heart is incapable of following a simple line. We are offering, Alara corrected gently, to stand with you against those things, because our hearts are also incapable of that. And because, Miko added, we are selfish. Don't romanticize this too much. We don't want to lose you. Or each other. This plan is dangerous and ridiculous and exactly our style. Serafina snorted. Also, she said dryly, if you fainted at the thought of Isolde marrying a hypothetical duke named Proposal, I dread to think what would happen if you tried to live a lie for the rest of your life. Vespera's tail tightened fractionally around his ankle. You do not have to answer now, she said, surprising them all. It would be unkind to demand instant assent to something so large. But know this, whatever you choose, I will not think less of you. I may think less of your laws, she added darkly, but not of you. Elias closed his eyes for a moment, because it was all too much. Their faces, their voices, their maddening, wonderful insistence on loving him even as they watched him flounder. The house's subtle, hopeful shiver. The memory of his mentor saying, you can redesign architectures from within, but not if you pretend they aren't crooked. The echo of his own vow, spoken in a different context but still binding. His promise, the night he'd turned the ballroom to marshmallow, to use whatever bizarre gifts he had not just to keep Isolde alive but to make the kingdom less brittle for everyone. He saw, in a dizzy flicker, possible futures, one where he refused, picked a single path, married Isolde quietly and let the others drift away with smiles and lies and unspoken resentment, the house settling into a sad, rigid shape, one where he fled, abandoned them all, retreated to some cave or tower and pretended solitude was virtue, one where he said yes, knowing it would unleash a cascade of complications, and then spent the rest of his life fighting, alongside them, to carve out space in the world for their anomaly, to change, impossible, into unusual, and then, slowly, into one of many. His heart, which had so unhelpfully refused to simplify its affections, made the last future beat louder. He opened his eyes. They were all watching him, breaths held in a way that made the room feel fragile, as if the wrong word might shatter something that could never be reassembled. He thought of dungeons again, of the first step down into the dark, of how, every time, someone had to be the one to put their foot on that stair and say, let's see what's down there, trusting that the people behind them would follow and, if necessary, catch them when the floor gave way. I am terrified, he said frankly, because if there was ever a moment to be honest, it was this. Of the law, of the council, of hurting you, of failing to protect you from the backlash of my choices, of waking up one day and discovering that I have, in my arrogance, built a house of cards that collapses on all our heads. The house rustled in protest. Miko made a face. It's more like a house of weirdly sturdy marshmallows at this point, they muttered. Quiet, Isolde hissed, but there was a faint quirk at the corner of her mouth. Elias drew a breath that felt like stepping over a threshold. But, he continued, voice gathering strength, I am more terrified of doing nothing. Of letting you bear the cost of my inaction. Of watching this, he gestured around, encompassing not just the room but the entire mansion, the entire ridiculous enterprise they'd built together, fade because I was too frightened to challenge a pattern drawn by people who never imagined us. He looked at each of them in turn. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to stand in the cathedral and put a ring on Isolde's finger while knowing that, in my heart, I am putting rings on all of your hands. I don't know how to explain to my old guildmates that yes, I accidentally invented a new form of relationship while they were busy arguing about copper purity. I don't know how to tell the king and queen that their daughter's husband also belongs, in some sense, to a demon and a thief and a scholar and a knight. But he swallowed hard. I want to try, with you, if you're certain. Vespera's eyes softened. Serafina's shoulders eased fractionally. Alara's face lit with that fierce, academic joy she reserved for unsolved problems she actually wanted to tackle. Miko punched the air and then immediately pretended they hadn't. Isolde let out a breath that sounded, to his empathy architect ears, like a stone finally being set down. Then we have a plan, Alara said briskly, already reaching for her notebook. Phase 1. Private vow. We work out the wording. We bind it to the house's magic so that our commitment stabilizes the structure instead of destabilizing it. Phase 2. Public narrative. Isolde and Elias's engagement, properly staged, complete with plausible romance beats to distract from the underlying political calculus. Phase 3. Gradual cultural perturbation. Selective leaks, stories, legal tweaks, that normalize non-traditional households so that, by the time anyone puts all the pieces together, they realize we've been living their future for years. Phase 4. Miko chimed in, teach the bards a really catchy song about the time 6 idiots told the law to shove it. There is no Phase 4, Serafina snapped. There is training, and contingency plans, and vetting of bards. We can call it all Phase 4, Miko said airily. Vespera leaned forward, tail uncoiling just enough to swish across the floor in something like excitement. When do we speak the vow? She asked, and Elias, who had just agreed to upend not only his life but the kingdom's social architecture, laughed, a slightly hysterical sound, but laughter nonetheless. Give me, he said, a day to drink water, maybe not faint again, and redraw a few of the house's sigils so it doesn't accidentally interpret eternal commitment as, please merge all our bedrooms into one bed of catastrophic misunderstandings. Then, soon, Isolde nodded, eyes shining with a mixture of determination and something softer. Soon, she agreed, we have conquered dungeons. We have turned a ballroom into marshmallow. We have adopted a demon lord and convinced the city to mostly not riot about it. We can conquer this, one law at a time. And if the laws fight back, Serafina said, hand resting instinctively on the hilt of the blade propped by the mantle, we will do what we always do, we will hold the line together. Elias felt the house's magic swell in response, the pocket dimension unfurling like a pleased cat. For the first time in weeks, the walls felt not like they were leaning in or away, but like they were standing firmly around them, sheltering without suffocating. His empathy architect sense, which had been jangling like an overtuned harp, settled into a new, complex chord, still dissonant in places, still unresolved, but with a clear, strong through line. We choose this. He pushed himself the rest of the way to his feet, a bit wobbly but upright, and held out his hands, one toward Isolde, who hesitated only a fraction of a heartbeat before taking it, and one toward Vespera, whose claws curled gently around his fingers. Alara's hand found Isolde's. Miko's snuck into Serafina's. Serafina, after a brief, agonized pause, took Vespera's. They stood, a closed circle, 6 points on a pattern no law had yet named, under a ceiling painted with a sky that had never existed until Elias had imagined it for them. All right, he said, voice steady now. Let's go commit social architecture. Let's build a world where we can all be together, and then drag the rest of the realm kicking and screaming into it. The house, delighted, flickered all its lamps in agreement. Somewhere far below, in the very stones anchoring the pocket dimension, the first lines of a new kind of contract etched themselves, waiting for the words that would seal it. Not the words centuries of priests had rote memorized, but ones forged in an attic by a princess, a knight, a scholar, a thief, a demoness, and an overworked alchemist who loved them all and had finally, gloriously, decided to stop apologizing for it. For all their bravado about conquering social norms like dungeons, once the 6 of them had actually agreed to the harem plan, Isolde and Elias to be wed publicly, all 6 bound privately in a vow that owed nothing to the realm's tidy monogamy. They discovered, with only a little surprise, that this particular dungeon had more traps than most and fewer maps than even Alara's encyclopedic mind could dredge up, which was precisely why the first phase of their campaign began not with flaming swords or demonic intimidation, but with parchment dust and obscure legal commentary in the deepest stacks of the royal archives. Alara, eyes shining behind her spectacles, had all but dragged Isolde down 3 flights of stairs and past 2 protesting librarians to a section so neglected the cobwebs had seniority, muttering, "There has to be something, some precedent, some outlier case," and Isolde, who had long since learned that the key to changing law was not always to write new ones but to interpret old ones at provocative angles, followed willingly, fingers trailing over spines that hadn't been touched since before her grandparents' reign, until Alara, with a triumphant little gasp, yanked a leather-bound tome from a shelf labeled Ancient Household Codes, unsorted and thumped it open on the nearest table. The script inside was dense and crabbed, marginalia scribbled by at least 3 different hands over the centuries, and for a while the only sounds were the soft scratch of Alara's quill as she made notes and the murmur of Isolde's voice as she read aloud the more promising sections. "Listen to this," Alara said at last, tapping a passage that had been underlined so heavily the paper was almost worn through. "Cohort Household Charter, year of the 3rd eclipse. In times of calamity, when the crown must bind to itself not only a consort but also guardians, wardens, or other persons of exceptional capacity for the preservation of the realm, it may, by solemn decree and ritual, constitute a household cohort, whose members shall share in rights and duties commonly reserved to the singular spouse, for so long as the calamity persists or until the charter be dissolved by mutual consent." Her eyes gleamed. Look at the commentary note in the margin. Applied twice during the plague years to allow multiple healers' households to be attached to the royal bed, later deemed unseemly, and quietly shelved. They never repealed it, Isolde. They just stopped using it. Isolde leaned closer, heart thudding, the implications snapping into place like puzzle pieces. She could almost hear the gears turning in the dusty minds of long-dead kings. Faced with existential crisis, they had once decided that the sanctity of monogamy could, temporarily, bow to necessity if it meant tying a cluster of exceptional individuals more closely to the throne. A household cohort, she breathed. Not multiple spouses, officially. Co-guardians, co-wardens, attached to the crown through a single legal knot and she checked the archaic phrasing, primary bond of matrimony, but sharing in its privileges for the duration of the emergency. Her mouth curved in a slow, dangerous smile. And the emergency, conveniently, can be defined by us. Dungeon portals opening in cow fields, demon lords being misported into our pastures, assassination attempts in the ballroom, Alara said, ticking them off. A demon exile attached to the royal heir's household. An alchemist whose magic, left unsupervised, might destabilize half the city. If those don't constitute times of calamity, I don't know what does. The Council of Wardens will argue, Isolde said, thinking it through aloud, that the plague years were different. That this charter was a shameful aberration. That its provisions were meant to expire with the crisis. They'll be wrong, technically, Alara replied, already scribbling. Nothing here says it cannot be reactivated. And even if they're right in spirit, the language is vague enough for you to wriggle through with your usual infuriating grace. The key phrase is, for the preservation of the realm. Attach that to Elias's role as Marshmallow Savior and Vespera's presence, and you can frame the cohort as a security measure, not a romantic one. Isolde's mind, trained since childhood to see the game board beneath the ritual, raced ahead. If she presented this as a matter of state safety, in order to properly harness and supervise the unprecedented magical resources currently collected under this roof, the crown must bind them to itself in a formal, chartered household unit. Then even the most conservative counselors would hesitate to call it immoral without, by implication, calling the old kings immoral too. They could object on propriety, but she could counter with precedent, need, and Alara's footnote-heavy documentation. We position Elias as an exceptional asset whose stability is essential to the realm, she said slowly. The cohort forms around him as co-guardians of that asset. The primary bond, my marriage to him, satisfies the letter of monogamy. The cohort charter extends a legal halo around the rest of you, granting you rights of residence, inheritance, even certain ceremonial privileges. No one ever has to say, second wife, aloud. They just have to itch every time they sign the register. Alara bit back a delighted laugh. You realize, she said, that if we do this, the historians who come after us are going to argue for decades over whether you were a degenerate libertine or a visionary reformer. They already argue that about my bread policies, Isolde retorted. Might as well give them something truly salacious. That was the elegant, ink and parchment side of the plan. Outside the archives, in the messy, mildly criminal world of actual politics, Miko was already working on the other flank. The thief took to their role in the harem plan with the kind of cheerful ruthlessness that made even Vespera wary and Serafina rub her temples, wheedling, bribing, and, when necessary, blackmailing minor officials was, as they put it, just Tuesday, but with a better cause. While Isolde and Alara buried themselves in ancient statutes by day, Miko prowled the city by night and sometimes by brazen afternoon, slipping through the cracks in the kingdom's respectable facade like water. They knew, from years of professional necessity, that the true levers of power in any bureaucratic system weren't always the grand counselors with titles, but the scribes who controlled the ledgers, the clerks who misplaced certain documents, the archivists who decided which laws were conveniently forgotten. If we're going to resurrect a dusty old household cohort charter, they told Elias one evening, as they sat on the beam over the living room looking down at him like smug gargoyles, we need the people who stamp the right seals on the right bits of parchment to be positively disposed toward it. By positively disposed, Elias said, not really wanting an answer, you mean, bribed, blackmailed, or cowed by your reputation. Why choose? Miko replied, grinning. They started with the registry of oaths, where every marriage, adoption, and formal bond was recorded. The chief registrar was an upright, humorless woman with a nose like a ledger margin, until Miko, dressed as a harried messenger, accidentally dropped a bundle of correspondence in front of her desk and scrambled after it with just enough fluster to make her bend down to help. In the flurry of parchment and apologies, Miko slipped a small, innocuous-looking envelope into the bottom drawer of her desk, under her personal file of property deeds, where they knew she would find it later. Inside, carefully folded, were copies of letters the registrar's son had been exchanging with a banker's apprentice in another town. Romantic, tender, and absolutely incriminating in a society that frowned on love matches crossing certain class lines, especially without parental approval. The letters had not been difficult for Miko to acquire. They'd merely followed the boy on his way back from the post and relieved him of his satchel for an hour, snapping everything and then returning it via an honest urchin. With the letters went a note, written in Miko's neatest, most neutral script, your son is in love. We don't care. Some people would. We would hate for this to become anyone's problem. There is an ancient law you will be asked to process soon. It would be in everyone's best interest if it were treated with discretion. The registrar, to her credit, did not burst into tears when she read it. She simply went very still, then very pale, then, after a long moment, tucked the letters back into the envelope and locked them in a sturdier drawer. When the petition to reactivate the household cohort charter crossed her desk weeks later, stamped with the princess's seal and accompanied by a scholarly brief from Alara on its historical validity, she raised one eyebrow, thought of her son's soft-eyed smile when he spoke of the banker's apprentice, and signed off without comment, making a small notation in the margin that read, filed under emergency provisions. Elsewhere, Miko lubricated the wheels with more traditional grease. A little gold here to a no-questions-asked courier to ensure certain documents arrived in the right hands before the opposition's missives. A small, tastefully wrapped parcel there to a bored junior priest in the chancery containing a flask of sacred oil that may or may not have been in the bishop's private stock, just enough to make him think twice before flagging Isolde's request for theological review. For the few officials who could not be bought and were not easily blackmailed, Miko dug deeper, listening at tavern tables, rifling through desk drawers under cover of rodent inspections, assembling a quiet, damning mosaic of gambling debts, unreported contraband, and, In one particularly satisfying case, a secret collection of banned romance novels under the bed of a magistrate who publicly railed against immorality. "You're burning a lot of favors on this," Elias said once, watching them lace up their boots for yet another nocturnal excursion. "A lot of leverage you could have used to, I don't know, secure immunity for your own mischief." Miko shrugged, casual but not quite careless. "It's an investment," they said. "In us. In you." Then, more seriously, eyes on the floorboards, "I spent most of my life making sure no one could ever pin me down. I like that I'm staying somewhere because I want to. I intend to protect that, same as you protect us with your ridiculous magic." While ink and blackmail softened the bureaucratic terrain, Serafina took on the more direct, blunt force work of quelling dissent in the only arena she trusted, the military. The knight had never seen herself as a politician. Her world was one of clear chains of command, of loyalty flowing from sworn to sworn. But she was not naive about the way rumors spread through barracks faster than through ballrooms, and she knew that if the rank and file began to see the princess's harem, as the more salacious gossips were already calling them, as a sign of royal frivolity or decadence, it would not take much for some ambitious commander or disgruntled noble to start talking about restoring moral order. So Serafina did what she did best. She called a drill. She requested, ordered, really, though the request came couched in proper channels, a review of royal guard readiness in the wake of recent extraordinary expenditures of magical force within the capital. The knight commander, who had long since learned that saying no to Serafina when she used that particular tone was like arguing with gravity, convened the captains. The captains brought their units, and within a week the barracks yard was full of soldiers sweating under the sun as they ran through formation changes, emergency response drills, and, pointedly, joint exercises with a handful of mages from Elias's old guild. Between bouts of sparring, where she very deliberately paired traditionalists with younger recruits who idolized Elias the marshmallow savior and Vespera the demon lord who definitely did not try to eat anyone, Serafina walked the lines, talking quietly but firmly about the realities of the threats they faced. "You saw the portal," she told one group, catching the eye of a sergeant who'd muttered something about corrupted royal households 2 nights before in the mess and thought no one had heard. "You saw what came through it. You saw who stood between the crown and annihilation. I don't care if you like the idea of demons and thieves and scholars under the princess's roof. I care that when the next anomaly rips open, they will be the ones at her side, and you'll be very glad they're under oath to her, not wandering the countryside being courted by our enemies." She let that sink in, then added, with a scowl, "If anyone thinks their discomfort with who shares Elias's breakfast matters more than the fact he can turn a battlefield into a non-lethal swamp in under 3 seconds, they can turn in their sword." Word spread, as it always did, not of Serafina endorses polyamory, which no one would have believed, but of Serafina says the princess's odd household is a strategic asset and only idiots threaten strategic assets, and in the rough, practical calculus of soldiers, that was enough. When a notoriously pious captain harumphed in the training yard about setting a poor example for the men, Serafina took him aside, reminded him in excruciating detail of the time Elias had patched up half his unit after a training accident, and finished by saying, very quietly, "If you undermine Isolda's security because you don't like who she eats dinner with, I will personally ensure you spend the rest of your career watching supply lines in the most boring, demon-free corner of the kingdom." Do I make myself clear? He got the message. Meanwhile, in salons and shrines and the more rarefied chambers of moral outrage, Isolda fought a different kind of battle, one that required a razor's edge of charm and steel. She presented the reactivation of the household cohort charter to the council not as a romantic indulgence but as a sober, necessary response to unprecedented circumstances, standing before a semicircle of gray-haired advisors with Alara at her side like a living footnote machine. "We stand," she said, gesturing toward the window where the faint shimmer of the repaired north wards could be seen if one squinted, "on a threshold between eras. Our defenses, physical, magical, spiritual, are being tested in ways our ancestors could not have imagined. In their time of plague, they bound multiple healers' households to the crown, recognizing that one pair of hands was not enough. We face not disease but dimensional instability, rogue magic, demon incursions. One guardian is not enough. One bond is not enough. The Chancellor of Morals, a man whose beard had outlived his flexibility, sniffed. Your Highness, he said, with all due respect to Mistress Alara's scholarship, the word dripped like something sour. The cohort charter was a shameful footnote in our history, invoked only twice and rightly consigned to the archives thereafter. To revive it now would send the wrong message to the people. Marriage is the cornerstone of our society. It is not to be diluted. Alara pushed her spectacles up her nose. On the contrary, she said, voice cool, marriage is, if we're being honest, a relatively recent innovation compared to the ancient communal households that predated the current dynastic structures. But leaving aside anthropological quibbles, Chancellor, your argument assumes that the charter inherently weakens the singular bond at its center. The text suggests the opposite. By distributing certain burdens and responsibilities, it allows the primary marriage to function without overextension. Think of it as reinforcing a bridge by adding supporting arches, not undermining it by digging out the base. Isolde let the image stand, then added, furthermore, the charter does not mandate conjugal obligations between the crown and the cohort. It merely recognizes them as formal members of the royal household, with rights to reside and participate in governance. She held the Chancellor's gaze. Surely you do not object to the crown surrounding itself with capable guardians in a time of crisis. The Chancellor opened his mouth, then closed it again, caught between his distaste for anything smacking of sexual irregularity and his inability to publicly say that more protection for the princess was bad. Others, of course, still muttered. Rumors of harems and depravity fluttered in the backs of drawing rooms, fanned by a few nobles who saw in this reform an opportunity to score points with conservative factions or simply to sneer at Isolde's defiance. That was where Miko's dossiers came in handy. On the morning of a particularly contentious council session, a certain countess who had been loudly bemoaning the decay of royal virtue found, on her breakfast tray, an anonymous note accompanied by a small, perfectly rendered sketch of an all-too-familiar amulet, a trinket from a banned cult she had, in a fit of youthful rebellion, once acquired and then quietly kept, now discovered by Miko in an old jewelry box during a midnight burglary. The note read, simply, some people might find this more concerning than how many chairs are in the princess's sitting room. Consider your priorities. She arrived at the council that day looking pale and notably silent on matters of morality. For the few dissenters who could not be swayed by precedent, bribery, or the prospect of career ruin, Isolde had one last, entirely unorthodox card to play, and it wore horns. Vespera had been kept, for the most part, out of the public eye during these discussions. Her presence in the royal household was an open secret now, but parading a demon lord before the council during a debate on marriage law would have been tantamount to handing the diehards a panic button. Still, there were moments when subtle pressure was required beyond what Isolde's wit or Miko's mischief could supply, particularly in the sanctimonious halls of the temple. The high prelate of the great temple of the threefold light had, predictably, been appalled by even the whisper of reviving the cohort charter. It undermines the sacred union of two souls, he thundered in a sermon that Alara dutifully transcribed for analysis. It invites confusion, jealousy, moral laxity. Today it is guardians, tomorrow it is hedonists seeking to justify their excess. The princess must remember her duty to embody the virtues of our ancestors, not the whims of the age. That might have been the end of it. A condemnatory sermon, a few more pointed homilies, perhaps some public prayers for the crown's return to the righteous path, had the prelate's words not carried real weight with a sizable portion of the populace, including some of the very guards Serafina relied on. So one evening, when the temple was closed and the prelate sat in his study poring over homilies by lamplight, the shadows in the corners of the room deepened. The prelate, who had seen his share of theatrically staged miracles and knew most of the temple's hidden doors personally, stiffened and reached for the bell rope to summon an acolyte. His hand met not braided cord but something warm and sinuous. A tail, to be precise. Don't scream, Vespera said from the darkness, every ounce of abyssal resonance carefully modulated to sit just below panic-inducing. I am, as your texts would put it, not supposed to be here. It would be inconvenient if your underlings discovered you in conversation with me. The prelate froze, hand dropping. Demon, he whispered, every syllable thick with horror and fascination. Begone from this holy place. Can't, Vespera said lightly, stepping into the lamplight just enough that he could see the sweep of her horns, the glow of her eyes, the elegant fold of her wings. She let him drink in the image for a moment, then added, your crown keeps inviting me to dinner. He blanched. The princess? Yes, Vespera said. She and her very peculiar household have extended me hospitality. Shelter. Something my own kind failed at. She tilted her head, studying him like an interesting new species of tormented soul. You are concerned, I hear, that her plan to formalize that household will offend your God. She let a trickle of her magic seep into the room, not enough to terrify, just enough to make the air hum, the shadows twist faintly. Tell me, prelate, if your God is so fragile that a handful of mortals choosing love and loyalty in a shape you did not expect can topple his order. She smiled, slow and sharp. Perhaps he is not worth the incense. The prelate opened and closed his mouth, sweat beating at his temples. You would corrupt her, he managed. Turn her from the light. She is the one who covered my eyes when your son tried to burn them, Vespera said, unexpectedly soft. Your light has done me far more harm than her kindness ever will. She stepped closer. He shrank back, hitting the bookshelves. But this is not about me. Or even about him. She jerked her chin toward the general direction of the castle, as if Elias could be seen through stone. It is about a world that is changing faster than your sermons, and about whether you will adapt to guide it or cling so tightly to old forms that they crumble in your grasp. The cohort charter is older than you, older than your position. It was written by people who faced calamity and chose unity over purity. She leaned in, letting the tips of her horns cast long shadows over his desk. Will you stand alone in their way? Or will you step aside and tell your flock that the light is broad enough to shine on imperfect, complicated families? To his credit, or cowardice, the prelate did not faint. Though he came close, he did, however, hear in her words, beneath the demonish disdain, the echo of something that tugged at the corners of his own doubts. He had, in quiet moments, wondered whether the strictures he enforced were truly divine will or simply tradition ossified into dogma. If I do not oppose this charter, he said slowly, if I let it pass without denunciation, what assurance do I have that you and your household will not use it to justify further degradation? Vespera considered, tail swishing thoughtfully. You have no assurance, she said. Because tomorrow, or the day after, some other misfit family will come along and push the boundaries further, and there will be nothing you can do but scold them. That is how change works. But I can promise you this, we are not doing this for orgies. She wrinkled her nose. We are doing it to keep the person you watched nearly die in your holy hall. Her voice dropped, remembering the marshmallow slick floor, from being crushed by your rules. If that offends your God, perhaps he and I can discuss it personally. We have a great deal to talk about. Something in the prelate's spine, surprisingly, straightened at that. Perhaps it was the old clerical impulse to be important even in defiance. Very well, he said, voice a little steadier. I will refrain from formal condemnation. I will tell my priests to emphasize the need for unity in troubled times, rather than focus on the specifics of household composition. His lips twisted. But do not expect me to celebrate this. I don't expect you to do anything, Vespera said, stepping back into the shadows, her job done. Except, perhaps, move out of the way. When the cohort charter finally came before the full council for a vote, weeks later, the stage had been set with a care worthy of any dungeon infiltration. Alara had prepared a 15-page brief citing precedent and necessity. Isolde had lined up her arguments and, more crucially, her allies. Miko had neutralized key bureaucratic bottlenecks with a web of quiet leverage. Serafina had shored up support in the guard and among practical-minded nobles who'd seen too much chaos lately to care much about who slept where as long as the city stood. Vespera had taken the sharpest edge off the temple's opposition. In the gallery, ordinary citizens murmured, some with scandalized titters, others with a wary hope that perhaps this meant their own unconventional attachments might, someday, be less precarious. Elias, who had been persuaded, bullied, into attending, sat halfway down the chamber, his presence both symbol and anchor, trying very hard not to hyperventilate as his entire private life teetered on the edge of becoming partially, weirdly, public. The question, the king intoned from his throne when the debate had run its noisy course, is whether to ratify the reactivation of the household cohort charter in its modified form, as proposed by our daughter and supported by the scholars of the realm. He glanced at Isolde, pride and worry warring in his eyes. Be assured, he murmured aside to the queen, I have no idea where she gets this stubbornness. The queen snorted softly. When the votes were cast, small stones dropped into bowls that rang with each choice. The ayes had it by a margin that would have been unthinkable a year ago. Some councillors voted in favor because they were convinced by Ilara's logic, some because Isolde's political acumen cowed them, some because Miko had little folders with their names on them waiting to be opened if they didn't, some because Serafina had given them that particular look that promised drills until dawn if they stepped out of line, some because the prelate, to everyone's astonishment, had written a cautiously non-judgmental letter emphasizing compassion for the crown in challenging times. Only a handful of diehards voted against, and when they stalked out muttering about moral decay, they found, waiting in the corridor, a tall demoness leaning casually against a pillar, parasol closed over one shoulder, who smiled at them with a mouth full of two sharp teeth until they hastily reconsidered publishing any particularly inflammatory pamphlets. The charter, once ratified and signed by the royal hand, became law, narrowly defined, heavily CAV'd, but law nonetheless. Its text, in its modified form, stated that in recognition of the extraordinary magical and existential threats currently facing the realm, the crown might, in addition to a single primary consort, formally enroll up to 4 cohort guardians into its household, granting them residence, limited legal immunities, advisory status, and a share in certain ceremonial duties for as long as the crown deems the present crisis to persist. It did not say spouses, it did not speak of love, it did, however, create, on paper, a space where 5 women could stand beside one man in a way the law could neither easily define nor easily attack. Within weeks, the gossip mills were churning, of course. The city joked about the princess's cohort, about the poor overworked alchemist, married to an entire household, about the scandalous notion of a legal harem cloaked in bureaucratic language. But alongside the laughter came quieter stories. A blacksmith's widow who wondered aloud to her neighbor whether, if the crown could have 5, perhaps she might be allowed to share a roof and name with the woman she'd been living with in secret for years. A trio of spice merchants who jokingly referred to themselves as a cohort, and found, to their surprise, that customers didn't snigger as much as nod, as if the word had acquired a new, less scandalous meaning. In the attic-turned mansion, on the night the charter took effect, Elias stood in the living room with Isolde, Serafina, Ilara, Miko, and Vespera in a circle, the air thick with magic as he wove the private vow they had decided upon through the beams and bricks of their impossible house. He drew on the legal language as a scaffold, then carved his own meanings into it. Not ownership but mutual protection, not hierarchy but a web of equal bonds. We are, he said, voice steady despite the thrum of power under his skin, a household cohort, in the eyes of our own hearts and whatever gods or demons care to watch. The law has given us a narrow bridge, we will widen it, stone by stone, with our lives. I promise you, he looked at each of them in turn, feeling the house lean in, that I will use whatever influence this chaos grants me to build a world where people like us do not have to twist themselves into loopholes to be recognized. Where, cohort, is not a scandal but one of many accepted shapes a family can take. Isolde squeezed his hand hard enough to hurt. "We will help you," she said. "We didn't conquer this dungeon just to stop at the first treasure chest." Serafina snorted. "Of course not," she said. "There are always more levels." Alara's eyes shone with a scholar's anticipation of decades worth of social data. "Just imagine the footnotes," she murmured. Miko grinned, tears bright in their eyes. "Just imagine the heists," they countered. Vespera, tail warm around his ankle, leaned in and brushed her horn lightly against his temple, a demon's blessing. "Just imagine," she said softly, never having to apologize for loving in all directions. The house, anchored now not to Elias's solitary, conflicted heart but to a sixfold vow that wove their different strengths and madnesses together, settled with a satisfied creak. The walls stopped glitching, the floors held, the ceilings no longer threatened to invert at his stray daydreams. Outside, the realm remained, stubbornly, officially monogamous in its rhetoric. Chaplains still intoned about two becoming one, ballads still ended with couples riding into sunsets in pairs. But in one improbable mansion, tucked above a crooked street, 6 people who had decided that, "laws be damned," was as good a motto as any for a family ate dinner together without counting chairs, slept, in various permutations, under the same roof, fought over books and blankets and who got to sit closest to Elias when he read aloud, and quietly, stubbornly, began the long, patient work of turning their little legal loophole into a door through which others might someday walk, conquering social norms not with swords and spells alone, but with the most terrifying weapon of all, a life, lived openly enough to make the impossible look, eventually, like just another way of being. By the time the charter ink dried and the harem plan had shifted from secret vow to sanctioned cohort, it became obvious, even to Elias, who could be remarkably dense about his own centrality, that there was one piece of the architecture only he could build. The place, the literal ground, where their impossible promise would be spoken, because neither the great temple, with its narrow aisles and narrower theology, nor the royal chapel, with its portraits of smirking monogamous ancestors, could contain the shape of what they meant to do, and the little living room of their pocket mansion, beloved as it was, lacked the weight and reach to anchor a vow that had to answer not just to law, but to something older and broader. When Alara pointed this out, space matters in ritual, Elias, you know that as an empathy architect. These rooms were built for conversations and chaos, not for rewriting the story of what a household can be, and Isolde, with that terrifying blend of regal confidence and genuine vulnerability, added, "You built us a home out of an attic and stubbornness. Now we need you to build us a world-sized alcove the law can't touch." He laughed, a high, brittle sound that said he fully understood the enormity of what they were asking, then went very quiet for 3 days, walking the edges of the pocket garden, running ink-stained fingers along invisible lines only he could see, until at last he looked up at the false stars he'd painted in their private sky and said, more to himself than to anyone, "If the law owns the land, we'll step sideways. We don't need their stones if we can make our own axis." And the idea of the Cathedral of Unity bloomed in his mind like a sigil unfolding, a structure that was not just stone and glass but feeling and threshold, existing partially in the physical city, so that their people could walk to it, and partially in the spirit realm, so that no scribe or priest or outraged cousin could ever quite say where, jurisdictionally, it lay. Choosing the site in the mortal world was the first challenge. It couldn't be too obvious. Isolde vetoed the plaza in front of the palace on the grounds that the city's gossips and foreign envoys already had too much sport with them. Nor too hidden, because a cathedral that no one could find might as well be a metaphor. In the end, on Alara's recommendation and with Vespera's nose for old magic, they chose a forgotten shrine at the edge of the city, where the old wall met the newer, expanded one, a liminal spot overlooking both the river that fed the town and the road that led to the farmlands beyond. The shrine had once been dedicated to some minor river spirit whose name no one bothered to maintain, a squat stone building with a half-collapsed roof and a dry fountain out front where children now played when their parents weren't looking. When Elias walked its perimeter, though, the hairs on his arms lifted. Ley lines hummed under the cracked flagstones, the faintest residue of centuries of whispered prayers still clung to the air, and behind it, in the wild patch where the city's planners had never quite decided whose jurisdiction it was, there was a natural thinning of the veil, the sort of place where, on foggy mornings, one might mistake a wandering ancestor for a living neighbor. Here, he said, standing in the middle of the ruined nave, boots crunching on broken tile, while Isolde watched from the threshold, shawl pulled tight against the chill. We anchor here. The land still remembers what it is to hold vows. The spirits are already listening. And the bureaucracy, he added dryly, nodding toward the disputed plot behind, can't decide who owns the property, which suits us very well. The prelate, when informed in carefully vague terms that the princess intended to restore a small, neglected shrine at the city's edge for private devotions, knew better than to ask which devotions, and, having had one very intense conversation with a demoness in his study recently, decided that so long as no one tried to put a second cathedral within earshot of his own, he would feign ignorance. The city council, ever eager to claim credit for beautification without paying for it, happily agreed to lend support for the renovation of a historic site, by which they meant signing a paper and staying out of the way. The rest was up to Elias. He approached the project the way he had once approached delicate emotional architectures. First, he listened. He sat alone in the ruined shrine at dusk and dawn, his empathy architect sense attuned not to people this time but to place, feeling where the stone still held shape and where it had gone slack, where the memory of old rites pooled and where the everyday footsteps of children had scuffed it thin. The air around the broken altar felt brittle, like a shell with nothing inside, but the back wall, the one that abutted the disputed land, thrummed with a quiet, patient presence, as if the boundary between worlds there had for years been waiting for someone to knock. He knocked. With Alara and a pair of curious junior mages acting as his safety net, he carved a small, precise breach in the veil there, opening not a gaping portal. He'd learned that lesson with Vespera, but a slit just wide enough for a fingertip of his magic to slip into the spirit realm and feel along its contours. What he found on the other side took his breath. A vast, echoing expanse like a city built of memory and metaphor, the collective unconscious of his people's stories, all shimmering towers spun from wedding songs and old myths of companionship, but all of them, he realized with a cold twist, 2 by 2, hieroglyphs of paired figures carving their claims into the bedrock of belief. Into that landscape, he proposed to insert something with 6 points. They're going to hate this, he murmured, half to Alara, half to whatever unseen powers might be listening. Or, Alara said, already sketching on her tablet, they're going to find it so interesting they stick around to watch, which is all we need, sympathetic witnesses. The design of the Cathedral of Unity grew out of conversations around their living room table and on midnight walks through the under-construction site, each of the women contributing not only preferences but principles. Isolde, whose life had been shaped by processions down aisles toward singular thrones and altars, insisted that there be no central, elevated platform reserved for one pair. No one walks alone in front while the rest stand as audience, she said, stomping through the muddy nave in far less regal boots than the council ever saw. We stand in a circle, or a hexagon, or whatever shape the 6 of us make when we're not trying to squeeze into someone else's geometry. She worked with Elias to sketch a floor plan where the heart of the cathedral was not an altar at the far end, but a sunken ring in the middle of the nave, open on all sides, its rim marked with 6 equidistant standing stones that would, in time, bear symbols for each of them. Serafina took one look at his first elevations and immediately started critiquing them from a tactical standpoint. If you put a big window there, she said, jabbing a thumb at his chalk lines, it's a perfect sightline for an archer on that hill. And that long, straight approach down the central path. Kill zone. You want a place of safety, not a place where someone can turn your big emotional moment into a massacre. She dragged him outside and made him walk the approaches from every angle, recalibrating entrances, adding subtle curves to pathways, specifying low walls and terraces where guards could stand unobtrusively, turning the entire building into a fortress of love, its welcoming facade underpinned by invisible layers of defense. Alara, unsurprisingly, concerned herself with the interplanar engineering. If you're going to have the sanctuary exist partially in the spirit realm, she said, sprawled on the floor of his study with papers strewn around her like fallen leaves, you need to make sure you're not accidentally tugging on structures that keep less friendly things in their proper places. We can't just rip holes in the veil and hope the ambient affection holds it together. Together, they developed a set of runic arrays that would, at specific points in the building, doorways, windows, the central ring, phase, the immediate space slightly out of sync with the mundane world without unmooring it entirely. She borrowed concepts from Vespera's descriptions of gloom architecture, where shadows could hold weight without collapsing, and from Elias's own pocket dimension spellwork, weaving them into a pattern that would allow someone to, say, stand in the cathedral and feel the presence of ancestral spirits at their backs without those spirits being able to accidentally drag them across the threshold. Miko, who had never much cared about architectural blueprints except as obstacles, surprised everyone by having very specific ideas about how people moved and felt in a space. If you make all the aisles straight and narrow, they said, hanging upside down from a half-built arch, people will either march like they're on parade or edge along like they're at a funeral. You want places where they can loiter, cluster, overhear interesting bits, sneak away from crowds. Also, we need at least 3 completely unmarked exits that only we know about, in case something goes wrong or we just get bored of relatives and want to bail. They worked with Elias to incorporate small side cloisters, intimate alcoves off the main nave where conversations could happen away from ceremony, and discreet corridors that connected the cathedral's heart directly to the pocket mansion and to a hidden door in Vespera's gloom, so that their sanctuary could be accessed and exited without anyone's permission. Vespera herself, initially reluctant to offer advice on something so quintessentially mortal as a cathedral, gradually warmed to the task as she realized this was not about honoring a god who'd never done her any favors, but about creating a space that honored the strange amalgam of souls she'd come to consider hers. Light matters, she said one evening, standing in the half-finished nave as the sunset painted the broken roof in blood and gold. Too much, and people like me shrink. Too little, and mortals trip and blame the dark. You need gradations. Places where bright souls can stand in the sun and shout their joy, and in the same building, pockets of gentler shadow where those who are tired of being seen can rest. She showed him, with a few casual flicks of her fingers, how to charm the stone so that certain sections would always feel like twilight, others like warm noon, and how to inscribe subtle abyssal sigils in the foundations that would make demons who meant harm feel suddenly, inexplicably homesick and inclined to leave. Through all of this, Elias served as architect and conduit, translating their desires and anxieties into lines and wards, channeling not just his considerable technical skill but, increasingly, his love itself into the bones of the building. He discovered, to his mingled awe and horror, that his magic, when fueled by specific, named affection, behaved differently, etching a Pilar's reinforcing sigil while thinking of Serafina's implacable back in front of him during the assassination attempt made the stone denser, more resistant to force, laying the spirit veil arrays while recalling Alara's breathless "Oh," in the archive made the boundaries more porous intellectually without letting them tear, charming the side passages under Miko's cackling supervision, heart full of their laughter, made those corridors more slippery to anyone with ill intent and more welcoming to those trying to escape stifling company. Carving the symbols on the central ring with Isolde's voice in his ear, that imperious lilt she used to hide her terror, made the circle both a stage and a sanctuary, a place where speaking dangerous truths felt, if not easy, at least survivable, inscribing the twilight nooks with Vespera's hand in his, thinking of how she'd curled into herself the first time she saw the sun and how she now slowly unfurled in the gloom of her choosing, made the shadows in the cathedral feel like blankets, not threats. Sometimes the feedback loop was almost too much. He'd be halfway through laying a sequence of runes along the underfloor, thinking of how much he wanted this to work for them. For all of them. And his empathy architect sense would flare, picking up the echo of their feelings about him reverberating back through the nascent structure, Love and fear and exasperation and hope braided together, feeding his spells in a dizzying spiral that he had to consciously ground lest the entire half-built nave spontaneously blossom into something unplanned and embarrassing, like a hall of permanent illusions depicting that time he'd fainted. There were mishaps, of course. The first time he tried to phase the central ring partially into the spirit realm, the floor disappeared for a full heartbeat and Miko, who'd been testing the acoustics by pacing around the edge, yelped as their foot went through nothing and then back into stone, emerging with their boot covered in ectoplasmic goo. "You're getting better," they said cheerfully, scraping it off. "At least it's not marshmallow." Another time, a misaligned boundary rune caused one of the side chapels to echo not with the intended gentle murmurs of ancestral blessing, but with distorted snippets of tavern gossip from 3 streets over. Alara was fascinated, scribbling down every malapropism, while Serafina declared it structurally unsound, and made Elias rebuild the entire arch. Slowly, the Cathedral of Unity rose from ruin and blueprint into reality, or rather, into that liminal category of structures that straddled multiple realities. From the outside, to an untrained eye, it presented as a modest but beautifully restored shrine. Stone walls cleaned and remortared, a new roof of slate that blended old patterns with subtle, star-shaped tiles, simple wooden doors carved with intertwining branches rather than saints or heroes. Its footprint was only a little larger than the original, respectful of the existing cityscape. But from the moment one crossed the threshold, the world opened. The narrow nave unfolded into a space far larger than the exterior should allow, its high, ribbed ceiling arching like the inside of a vast tree, stone ribs branching into smaller tracery that held panes of glass tinted not with the usual saints but with abstract washes of color. Deep red, twilight blue, sunlit gold, shadowed green, each corresponding to one of them, all overlapping so that the light that fell on the central ring was always a complex, shifting amalgam, never a single hue. The floor was laid in concentric circles of different stone. At the outer edge, rougher, pitted slabs salvaged from the old shrine. In the middle, smooth, dark basalt that drank sound. At the innermost ring, pale, slightly luminous marble shot through with threads of otherworldly light that pulsed gently in time with the house's magic. This was where the 6 standing stones rose, each carved in a different style. One plain and upright like a shield, Serafina, one covered in curling script, Alara, one with cunningly hidden compartments and a facet that always looked like a smirk, Miko, one with a subtle crown motif half buried in vines, Azolda, one with a vein of gleaming, glassy black rock running through it like cooled lava, Vespera, and, opposite the entrance, one that looked deceptively ordinary until one stepped close and saw the tiny, intricate gears etched into its surface, each representing one of the people Elias had led into his once solitary life. Above the ring, where in another cathedral there might have been a dome painted with scenes of divine judgment, the ceiling simply wasn't, if one stood in the right spot. Instead, the eye saw a sky that was not quite the city's. Stars brighter, constellations subtly off, as if borrowing from the pocket mansion's artificial firmament and the demon realm's starless abyss at once. An opening into the spirit realm that let watchers from beyond look in, and those within feel, for once, seen by something larger than law that did not immediately demand conformity. Along the sides, between the main pillars, were the alcoves Miko had insisted on, some wide enough for small groups to cluster, others barely more than niches where a person could lean their back against cool stone and watch the proceedings without being watched. One, half hidden behind a curtain of translucent, nacreous beads, led via a short, spiraling stair to a door that, if opened by someone who knew the trick, connected directly to the mansion's kitchen. Miko declared this the emergency snack passage. At the far end of the nave, not opposite the entrance, but slightly offset, because Azolda refused to have anything in perfect symmetrical opposition to their circle, was a low platform with no altar, just a broad table and benches, the closest thing the cathedral had to a conventional sacred spot, intended not for sacrifice but for shared meals after ceremonies, a deliberate subversion of the temple's focus on offerings up rather than out. The spirit veil work Alara and Elias had done manifested in subtle ways. Occasionally, if one stood very still in the twilight of a side chapel, One could sense, not see, not quite, faint presences standing just behind one's shoulder, the emotional echo of those who had loved in defiance of norms in previous generations, drawn by the novelty of a place where such defiance was not immediately condemned. Vespera reported, the first time she stepped fully into the yoked space of the central ring in her full demoness height, that she felt neither burned by the mortal world's light nor pulled by the abyss, but something in between, a comfortable tension that made her feathers, that is, the fine hairs along her wings, stand on end. "You did it," she murmured to Elias, eyes wide, horns brushing the unfathomable sky above. "You built a room where I can stand as I am without flinching." It was, in the end, more than just a venue. It was, as Alara put it in an ecstatic paper she wrote and then did not publish yet, a liminal edifice, a negotiated space between realms and narratives, embodying in its very geometry the possibility of multi-node relational structures within a monogamy-dominant culture. To Miko, it was a very pretty, very sneaky building with excellent acoustics for gossip and 3 ways out if a fight breaks out. To Serafina, it was the only holy place I've ever trusted to have a decent line of sight. To Isolde, standing in the middle of the ring on a day when the sun and whatever passed for stars above the cathedral aligned just so, bathing her in a wash of colored light that made her look, briefly, like the patron saint of stubborn princesses, it was the first room in this kingdom that feels like it was built for all of me, not just the parts that fit on a coin. To Vespera, who had once skulked in caves and council chambers, always either too much or not enough, it was shelter, writ in stone. And to Elias, who had started this story as a man who preferred the quiet safety of his attic, who had flinched from attention and avoided crowded rooms because he could feel too keenly the warped beams in other people's hearts, the Cathedral of Unity was something more frightening and more beautiful than any spell he'd ever cast. It was his public admission that he was no longer just a watcher on the edge of things, no longer just the panicked alchemist who shouted, "Ballroom Blitz," without thinking of the consequences. He had, with their help, become someone who stepped into the center, who let his love for 5 infuriating, extraordinary people pour through his magic until it solidified into arches and thresholds that would outlast them all. On the eve of their private vow ceremony, the one that would, under this impossible roof, bind them in ways no registrar could file, he walked the cathedral alone one last time, running his fingers along the stones, feeling the thrum of its dual existence, the way it slipped in and out of the spirit realm like a fish in shallow water. He thought of the scared, introverted version of himself who had once hidden in a cramped attic, too cowed by guild politics and social expectations to imagine demanding anything from the world, let alone a rewrite of its relational script, and he smiled, a little sadly, and very proudly. "You did good," he murmured to the empty air, and whether he meant the building or himself, even he wasn't entirely sure. The cathedral's lights flickered in acknowledgement, and somewhere, in that vast, unseen city of stories beyond the veil, a new tower, with 6 intertwined figures at its base, rose slowly, its foundations anchored not in law but in love, its spire pointing not toward a jealous god but toward a future where men like Elias did not have to choose between their hearts and their courage because they had learned, finally, that the truest way to protect those they loved was to build, with them, a space where all of them could be fully, gloriously, together. The wedding day arrived not with the quiet dawn Elias might once have prayed for, but with the kind of bright, impossible morning that felt designed to mock any attempt at understatement. The real sun over the city blazed in a clean blue sky, bells from the great temple rang with anxious enthusiasm, the prelate having decided that if he could not stop this union he could at least drown it in sound, and down at the edge of the walls, where the forgotten shrine had become the Cathedral of Unity, a very different, not quite sun rose in the patch of spirit sky above the central ring, casting layered colors across stone that had never existed in quite that shape before. By mid-morning, the path leading to the cathedral was a broad, buzzing ribbon of humanity, nobles in ridiculous hats, merchants in their good coats, soldiers in half-polished armor tugged from hurried duty, Curious townsfolk who had elbowed their way past city watch cordons on the logic that if their tax coins were going to subsidize a scandalous royal wedding they were damn well going to see it. Temple acolytes sent, purely as observers, and very obviously on gossip collection duty, a cluster of junior mages from Elias's old guild arguing quietly about whether the building's external dimensions quite matched the diagrams they'd stolen, and, threading through all of it like dark silk, a small handful of beings who did not belong entirely to the mortal plane, shadow-thin figures at the edge of vision, drawn by the breach between worlds and the promise of a vow unlike any they'd witnessed before. Half the assembled guests, it quickly became apparent, were terrified of Vespera. The other half were confused by the physics of the building, with some overlap between the two groups for those poor souls who happened to notice both at once. Even before the ceremony began in earnest, whispers ran like electric current through the pews as people craned their necks to catch sight of the demoness moving through the half-shadowed side aisle, horns catching the stained glass light in unnerving glints, wings folded tight but still unmistakably present, escorted by two of Serafina's most stoic lieutenants and carrying, absurdly and adorably, a parasol just in case some stray, unfiltered beam of mortal sun found its way in. Children in the back rows pointed and tugged at their parents' sleeves. Is that the demon lord? Is she going to eat the cake? While their elders hissed at them to hush and tried to decide whether it was more sacrilegious to stare or to pretend they hadn't seen her. The building itself wasn't helping the more sensitive guests. People who'd grown up in rectangular rooms with doors that opened onto logically adjacent hallways kept walking through one of the cathedral's side arches expecting to find the courtyard and instead stumbling into a twilight alcove where their own grandmother's wedding song seemed to hang faintly in the air. Or they'd glance up at the ceiling and for a moment see, not the familiar constellations, but a pattern of stars that tugged at some half-remembered childhood story about lovers who defied the gods and were turned into asterisms as punishment, only for the image to flick back to normal when they rubbed their eyes. "It's just an optical enchantment," one of the guild mages muttered to his companion, sounding as if he was trying to convince himself. Clever, of course, yes, but nothing to. Wait, did that pillar just breathe? Meanwhile, Elias stood in the central ring of the cathedral, on the pale, luminous marble he had carved himself, shaking, but not, for once, from fear. It was simply that there was too much in his chest and nowhere left to hide it. The old attic walls he'd once used to keep his feelings neatly contained having long since been demolished. And now, with the entire city's eyes and, he suspected, more than a few spirits on him, with the colors from the stained glass windows pooling on his simple but well-fitted coat like spilled blessings, with the 6 standing stones around him humming softly in response to his presence, he was acutely aware that he had never, in any of his former lives as recluse, reluctant tutor, or panicked ballroom marshmallower, stood so fully in the center of the story. His hands, which had once trembled only when handling volatile reagents or when Elias the empathy architect brushed too close to someone's raw grief, now shook because 5 different flavors of love were walking toward him down 5 separate aisles, and he could feel, through the subtle web of magic binding him to this place, every footstep like a heartbeat. The aisles themselves were, of course, not standard. In designing the cathedral, he had, with Isolde's insistence and Alara's gleeful calculated heresy, rejected the single central approach of traditional temples, the long, solitary walk of bride toward groom as everyone else watched, and instead carved 5 paths into the nave, each starting at a different entrance. One directly opposite him, one from each of the angled side doors, and one from a small, discreet door near the back that, in its previous life as an unremarkable servant's entrance, had not expected to become a portal for a demon lord in formal attire. From the perspective of any given guest sitting in a particular section of pews, it looked as though there were only 1, or at most 2, aisles. Clever sight lines and mild glamour ensured that no one's brain had to reconcile all 5 simultaneously unless they chose to. But from where Elias stood in the ring, the cathedral's warping of space allowed him to see them all, fanning out like the spokes of a wheel, curving inward, destined to merge in the center where he waited. A hush fell, some of it reverent, some of it morbidly curious, some of it the strained quiet of people trying to figure out which of their preconceptions was about to be upended first. As the first note of music floated up from the small ensemble tucked into a side gallery, Isolde had refused the full, brassy fanfares the court musicians had proposed, vetoing anything that sounded like a victory march or a coronation, and instead, after a long evening of arguing around the living room hearth, they had settled on a piece that began with a simple, lilting motif on harp and flute, the kind of tune one might hum while walking alone down a street, then wove in more voices as it went, layer upon layer, until it was less a march and more a conversation. On the far side of the nave, opposite Elias, a door swung open to reveal Isolde, and for all that he'd seen her in gowns worth small fortunes and in plain dresses stained with ink and stew, nothing quite prepared him for this sight. She wore a dress in that same midnight blue she'd once worn to the ball where he'd turned the floor into marshmallow, but cut differently now, chosen by her and not by court seamstresses. A fitted bodice that left her arms free, sleeves ending in little points on the backs of her hands, a skirt that flowed when she walked but did not trail excessively, no train for gossips to count steps by. The fabric caught the complex light of the cathedral, shifting from deep indigo to almost black to a strange, twilight violet as she moved, the same kind of not quite color that filled the pocket garden's sky at artificial dusk. Her hair was half up, half down, braided away from her face and then allowed to fall in a cascade that looked artful but had been, Elias knew, the result of Miko and Alara and Vespera all arguing over parchment sketches in the kitchen until Serafina had finally intervened with a practical, she needs to be able to fight in it. She held no bouquet. She'd sniffed that she refused to walk into her own wedding carrying something someone could accidentally set on fire. But at her hip, in a nod to both tradition and defiance, she wore a slim ceremonial dagger with the royal crest on one side of the hilt and a tiny, etched marshmallow on the other, courtesy of Elias's perverse sense of humor. As she began her slow walk down her aisle, the music picked up a second line, plucked strings, steady and measured, and from the door to Elias's left came Serafina. The knight had, with great reluctance and much grumbling, consented to wear what the court tailors insisted on calling formal attire, and what she privately termed a death trap of silk, but she had negotiated it into something that was very clearly still armor in essence. A long, deep green tunic dress split at the sides to reveal reinforced leggings, over which she wore a polished cuirass etched with discreet floral motifs that only came into focus when the light hit them just so, like ivy growing on steel. Her hair, usually bound in the most utilitarian braid possible, was today braided with a few thin silver threads that caught the light as she moved, and her sword, though piece-bound with a white ribbon, hung at her side. As she walked, she did not soften her stride into anything like a courtly glide. Her steps were those of someone who had marched into battle at dawn and might do so again at dusk, but there was, to Elias's eyes, a gentler set to her jaw, a flicker of something like wonder in the way she kept glancing up, as if she still couldn't quite believe she was willingly processing down an aisle toward anything that wasn't an enemy. The music added a third voice, a clarinet weaving quick, agile runs through the steadier themes, and from the right-hand entrance emerged Alara, cursing under her breath even as she tried to walk with dignity. The scholar had compromised between her instinct to show up to her own wedding in ink-stained robes and the societal expectation of bridal splendor, by commissioning a dress in soft, cream-colored linen overlaid with delicate, embroidered constellations in silver thread, the pattern lifted directly from one of the oldest star charts Elias had once pulled from the night archives for her. She'd insisted on pockets, of course, and even now one could just see the outline of a notebook tucked at her hip, a comforting weight. Her hair, normally a wild nest with a pencil stuck through it somewhere, had been tamed into loose curls pinned back with simple, glass bead combs that glowed faintly with enchanted light, and she wore, on a silver chain at her throat, a small vial of stardust Elias had once made as a joke and that she now refused to take off. She nearly tripped on the first step, eyes having snagged on an interesting arch detail, but Serafina, from her own aisle, shot her such a warning look that she straightened and, with an almost comical attempt at regal composure, focused on the path ahead, shoulders back, chin up, cheeks already flushing with the knowledge that half the audience was whispering, is that the woman who wrote the treatise on demon-human cohabitation. In that dress. The fourth line of the music came in as a bright, dancing fiddle, and from a smaller side door, one that servants had once used to sneak in and out unseen, burst Miko, because of course they did. They had, after an extended argument about gendered clothing that had made at least 2 tailors cry, ended up in an outfit that defied categorization. Fitted black trousers, boots polished but still clearly designed for climbing, a long, sleeveless coat in riotous reds and golds that flared when they spun, embroidered with stolen motifs from half a dozen noble crests, only those of people who most annoyed them, and beneath it a sheer white shirt open at the throat, a few straps there that could have been fashion or utility. Their hair had been wrestled into some semblance of intentional asymmetry, a few bright beads threaded through, and they wore at their wrists the simple leather bands each of the others had given them as tokens. Serafina's plain but solid, Alara's with tiny runes on the inside, Isolde's with an understated royal seal, Vespera's warm to the touch with a faint, abyssal glow. They did not so much walk as saunter, shoulders loose, offering the occasional wink to someone in the crowd who was clearly scandalized to see a known thief striding down a quasi-sacred aisle like they owned it. Halfway down, they caught Elias's eye and, instead of sobering, grinned wider, mouthing, "You look like you're about to bolt," which, perversely, steadied him. The fifth line of the music came last, deep and resonant, carried on a low string instrument and a single, strange, minor key flute that no one in the mortal realm recognized. The small door near the back, half concealed behind a curtain of carved stone that looked like intertwined roots, parted, and out stepped Vespera. For the sake of the more fragile mortals present, she had chosen her, human-sized, form for the approach, shrinking herself down to a more manageable height, but she made no attempt to hide what she was. Her horns, though reduced in scale, still arched proudly back from her brow, polished to a dark gleam. Her skin was its natural rich wine red, set off by a dress that had required several emergency consultations between Elias, Isolde, and a very nervous tailor. Deep charcoal gray shot through with threads of ember orange that flickered faintly when she moved, cut to accommodate the sweeping furled curves of her wings, which served as a living cape. The skirt was long but slit to allow her tail-free movement, the barbed tip flicking like a metronome in time with the music. Around her neck she wore no jewels, just a simple silver circlet Elias had hammered himself, etched with symbols from both mortal and demon script that, roughly translated, meant shelter and home, words that made her throat tighten every time she touched it. As she began her walk, the air around her shimmered very slightly, the cathedral's spirit ward annotations accommodating her presence. Several guests near the back made the sign against evil automatically, only to falter when she, nerves making her more polite than she strictly needed to be, offered them a small, uncertain smile instead of a snarl. From where Elias stood, all 5 aisles were visible now, 5 lines of color and movement converging. Midnight blue and emerald steel and star-stitched cream and riotous red gold and shadowed ember gray. Each woman carrying her own history, her own defiance, her own particular way of loving him and each other down a path that curved and twisted just enough that, no matter where one sat in the pews, one could not quite see how they all ended up in the same place without walking that geometry oneself. If he unfocused his physical eyes a little and let his empathic sense take over, he saw more. The faint ghost images of their younger selves walking beside them. Isolde in simpler gowns, leaning over balconies longing for a world beyond. Serafina in training leathers, swinging 2 heavy practice swords until her arms shook. Alara as a thin, bespectacled apprentice with ink on her face and no notion that anyone would ever ask her to wear anything but robes. Miko as a scrappy rooftop rat, pockets full of apples, eyes full of empty horizons. Vespera in abyssal hallways, shoulders hunched under the weight of titles she'd never quite fit. All of them, in their own ways, stepping out of cages and into this impossible convergence. He realized, dimly, that his hands were still shaking. He looked down at them, at the small, ink-stained scars on his fingers, at the faint track of an old burn from an experiment gone wrong. at the callus where a quill had once permanently rested, and then lifted his gaze again, meeting each woman's eyes in turn as they drew close to the central ring. Isolde, first to reach the threshold of the ring from her side, held his gaze with something fierce and proud. There was fear there, yes, of the council, of the weight of what they were doing, of the knowledge that this ceremony was as much a political statement as a personal one. But under it, braided through, was joy, the rare, unguarded kind he had only ever seen in her when she read a law she'd helped write that made life measurably, concretely better for someone who would never know her name, or when she stood on the Pocket Mansion's balcony at fake dusk and watched the city lights wink on one by one. Serafina stepped onto her segment of the ring like a soldier stepping into formation. Precise, steady, but when she turned to face him there was a softness at the corners of her mouth, a tension in her jaw that had nothing to do with battle readiness and everything to do with the terrifying vulnerability of choosing, out loud, something for herself rather than for the crown. Alara, reaching her spot, had tears in her eyes already, not because she was sad but because this was, for her, an experiment long hypothesized and unexpectedly realized, and the overload of data, sensory, emotional, anecdotal, was almost too much for her scientist's heart. Miko bounced the last 2 steps, then forced themselves to stand still, shoulders squared, eyes bright and suspiciously moist. They'd spent the last week making relentlessly inappropriate jokes about snagging the big fish, and unionizing lovers, but now that the moment was here, the facade of pure mischief cracked enough to let genuine awe through. Vespera came last, her smaller form stepping with careful grace over the edge of the ring where mortal stone shaded into that faintly luminous material they had coaxed from the boundary between worlds. As her bare foot, she'd refused shoes as useless affectations touched the inner circle, the faint glow in the marble flared a little, acknowledging the joining of abyssal and earthly essence, and she sucked in a breath, eyes widening as she felt the cathedral's magic close around her, not like a trap, but like arms. The music crescendoed, then held, the final note hanging in the air as the 5 aisles finally, mathematically, emotionally, merged into one contiguous circle with Elias at its center, the 6 of them forming a closed loop around the ring's heart. Somewhere in the pews, someone sniffled. Somewhere else, someone whispered, "This isn't how it's supposed to look," and another voice replied, softly but with something like longing, "Maybe it should be." The formal officiant, a slightly bewildered but game senior scribe, not the prelate, who had politely declined on the grounds that my presence would complicate matters, and possibly because he feared another surprise visit from Vespera, cleared his throat and began to recite the short, legally prescribed part of the ceremony that would, in the eyes of the law, marry Elias and Isolde and enroll the other 4 as cohort guardians under the charter. The words were dry and bloodless, full of phrases like, "hereby bound in primary consortship," and "attached to the royal household in perpetuity under emergency provisions," and Elias barely heard them over the roar of his own pulse, which only truly settled when the scribe reached the line they had insisted on adding, the one Alara had fought 3 days over, and recognizing that in times of great change, the crown may be best preserved not by singular bonds alone, but by a cohort of those who have proven themselves steadfast in love and in battle, the undersigned do affirm the unity of this household as essential to the welfare of the realm. Essential to the welfare of the realm, Elias thought, dizzy, what a strange, bureaucratic way to say, the world is safer when you are all together. When the scribe finished and stepped back, legalities satisfied, it was their turn. The private, public, impossible vows they had spent nights drafting by candlelight around their living room table, each of them scribbling and crossing out and arguing over verbs. There was no script for this, no template Alara could crib from ancient rites, so they had made one up. A call and response of sorts, each of them speaking in turn, voices overlapping in places, the cathedral's unusual acoustics carrying each word clearly to the furthest pew and, if Vespera was to be believed, a little way into the spirit realm beyond. Elias of the Attic, Isolde began, her voice strong and certain, the title she'd chosen for him a deliberate acknowledgement that he was not just the king's new son-in-law or the court alchemist but the stubborn, Chaotic man who had once opened his creaking door to a princess in a fake mustache, you have stood between me and danger with marshmallows and madness, with questions and quiet truths. You have refused to let me accept the narrow life I was given. Today, in front of these witnesses and those we cannot see, I take you not only as consort according to the laws of this realm, but as partner according to the laws of my own heart. I promise to wield my power with you, not over you, to let you argue with me in council and in kitchens, to shelter your work and your worries as you have sheltered mine, to walk with you not as an ornament at your side, but as an equal at your shoulder. For as long as this crisis persists, here she smiled, a flash of teeth that said she fully intended that crisis to be an evergreen excuse, and beyond. Elias, Serafina said next, voice rougher, unused to the cadences of ceremony not drilled into her by drill sergeants, I have called you reckless more times than I can count. I have been right more often than not. But I have also watched you stand your ground when everyone else flinched, watched you use your mind and magic to protect this realm in ways no sword ever could. You are, infuriatingly, worth guarding. Today, I swear not just as knight to crown, but as myself to you, I will keep standing between you and whatever sharp thing thinks to claim you, even if that sharp thing is your own fear. I will drag you out of your lab when you forget to eat, tell you when your plans are suicide, trust you when my training says I shouldn't, and accept that sometimes the best shield is a man with a parasol and too much empathy. My blade is yours, as long as you do not use it to cut yourself down. Alara took a breath, fingers twitching as if reaching for a quill before she stilled them. Elias, she said, eyes shining, you have been the variable that turned my tidy equations into living systems. You have challenged my assumptions, opened archives, made me tea when I was too deep in footnotes to remember I have a body. Today, I commit myself to this experiment we are running together, not as an observer, but as a participant. I promise to keep asking questions when answers ossify into dogma, to share my knowledge freely with you and to listen when you point out my blind spots, to catalog our failures honestly and our joys with as much rigor as I bring to my research, to defend, with all the weight of my scholarship, the legitimacy of what we are building here, even when colleagues scoff. I will be your co-author in whatever strange paper on love and law we end up writing with our lives. Miko, who had insisted on going forth because going first is for people who like responsibility and going last is for people who like drama, and I like neither, obviously, grinned through tears and said, Elias, you ridiculous, wonderful man, you gave me a key to a door and told me I didn't have to steal it. You let me stay when everything in me said, run. You turned my favorite getaway, your attic, into a home that keeps getting bigger no matter how much we fill it with trouble. Today, I promise you this, I will keep your secrets when they need keeping and expose them when they're eating you alive. I will drag you onto rooftops when you forget there's a world above the page and into bed when you forget there's one beyond the lab. I will steal from anyone who tries to take you from us, time, attention, dignity, whatever, and, if you ever start thinking you don't deserve this absurd, glorious mess we've made, I will personally break into your self-doubt and rearrange the furniture. Laughter rippled through the hall at that, even from some of the stiffer nobles, the cathedral's walls hummed in pleased agreement. Finally, Vespera, whose demonish throat had never spoken vows quite like these, stepped closer, the air cooling slightly as her magic gathered. Elias, she said, and her voice held both abyssal resonance and the softer cadence she'd learned in late-night conversations over tea, you covered my eyes when your son tried to burn them. You opened your attic to me when my own realm opened a portal under my feet. You have called me not monster, not tool, but guest, then friend, then, something more. No one has ever done that without asking for my terror in return. Today, I swear, by my horn, my wing, and the gloom I once ruled, that I will not let you face the shadows alone, those outside or those that curl inside your own thoughts. I will stand in front of your fears and snarl at them until they remember that you are mine and ours, not theirs to devour. I will share my darkness with you, not to drag you down, but to give you cover when the world's light is too harsh. And if anyone, mortal or otherwise, seeks to unmake what we are weaving here, I will show them why being too nice got me exiled and why that was the worst mistake the convocation ever made. When it was his turn, Elias found, to his mild surprise, that his voice was steady. The shaking had moved entirely from his hands to the stones beneath his feet, which vibrated now with the resonance of 6 hearts and who knew how many watching souls. Isolde, he said first, because it felt right to address the woman the law called his primary consort before anyone else. You dragged me out of my attic and into a world that had more colors than dust and ink. You have been my fiercest critic and my fiercest ally. I love your elegance, yes, but more, I love the way you wield it like a weapon against those who would keep the world small. I promise to keep challenging you when you are tempted to compromise too much for the sake of appeasing cowards, and to yield when my stubbornness blinds me to practicalities you understand better. I will share with you not just my clever ideas, but my fears and my failures, and I will never again let you stand alone on any balcony thinking the city below is out of reach. Serafina, he continued, turning to her, you have called me an idiot so many times I've lost track, and you have been right at least half of them. You have also stood between me and danger I didn't even see coming, argued with me until my half-baked plans became survivable, and trusted me with the princess you swore to protect, which is perhaps the greatest compliment anyone has ever paid me. I love your strength, but also your surprising gentleness with those you deem yours. I promise to respect your instincts even when they contradict my theories, to never deploy your training as a blunt instrument in arguments, and to remember that you, too, get to be protected sometimes, not just the protector. Alara, he said, meeting her keen gaze, you have turned my attic into a library and my half-finished diagrams into collaborative projects. You have made me feel, for perhaps the first time, that my curiosity is not a burden but a bridge. I love your intellect, but more, I love the way your mind refuses to sit still in the face of mystery. I promise to keep feeding you puzzles and to let you drag me, periodically, out of comfortable ignorance and into new, terrifying understandings. I will not let others dismiss you as just a scholar, when you are, in truth, one of the architects of this new world we are trying to build. Miko, he said, voice hitching a little now, because saying this in front of so many people felt like the sort of vulnerability he would once have fled. You have embodied for me a kind of freedom I thought I'd forfeited when I chose study over wandering. You have taught me that staying can be a choice, not a defeat. I love your wildness, yes, but also the quiet ways you show you care, returning lost things, sitting by my door when I work too late, pretending not to stare when I fall asleep at my desk. I promise to never try to cage you, not with guilt or obligation or even my own longing. I will always leave at least one window open and one rope ladder rolled and ready, and I trust that if you climb out, you will also climb back. Vespera, he finished, turning last to the demoness whose tail tightened ever so slightly around his ankle, you have shown me that there are shadows that do not devour but shelter. You have taught me that being too nice in a cruel system is a radical act. I love your sweetness, yes, but also your stubborn refusal to abandon your compassion even when it cost you everything familiar. I promise to make this realm, as far as I am able, kinder to you than yours was, to stand between you and those who would treat you as symbol or threat rather than person, and to occasionally let you scorch those who truly, deeply deserve it. He drew a breath. To all of you, together, I vow this. I will not let the laws of this land or the ghosts of my own fear shrink the shape of my love for you. I will keep building houses, cathedrals, loopholes, whatever we need, until there is room for all of us to exist without apology. I will fail, sometimes. I will need reminding, often. But I will not run. Not anymore. As the last word left his mouth, the Cathedral of Unity answered. The 6 standing stones around them flared with soft light, each in its own hue, the colors rising up like smoke and then weaving together above their heads into a braided corona. The stars in the spirit sky overhead shifted, momentarily realigning into a pattern that no astronomer in the city would recognize but that, somewhere in the archives of the gods, would be filed under anomaly. 6-point covenant. The faint presences in the side chapels pressed closer, murmurs of approval rustling through unseen ranks. In the physical world, in the back pew, a woman who had come to sneer at the spectacle found herself crying instead. A young guard who'd grown up on stories of knights and damsels squeezed her companion's hand and whispered, half in wonder, half in fear, "Do you think we could? Someday?" And her companion, eyes fixed on the 6 figures in the ring, whispered back, "Maybe." Outside, in the city, the bells kept ringing, not quite sure whether they were announcing a wedding, a constitutional crisis, or something else entirely. Inside, in the heart of a building that existed in defiance of both gravity and doctrine, a once scared introvert who had hidden in an attic rather than attend a guild mixer stood shaking, not from fear, but from the magnitude of what he had just dared with 5 extraordinary women who had, each in their own way, refused to let him retreat, and watched as 5 separate aisles, 5 separate lives, 5 separate loves, merged into one path beneath his feet. Together, they stepped forward, crossing that last, small distance until they stood so close their shoulders touched, their hands finding one another's in a chain that circled the ring, and somewhere, deep in the foundations of the cathedral and the world beyond, something in the old architecture of love cracked, not with a shattering that brought the roof down, but with the sound of an ancient door, long stuck, finally beginning to open. For a moment after the 5 aisles braided into one and the music fell to a shimmering hush, Elias could only stand in the center of the cathedral of unity and breathe, surrounded by the women who had somehow, impossibly, agreed to tie their lives to his. The legalities had already been spoken in the dry language of charters and councils. The scribe had stepped back, the audience's murmur had swelled and ebbed like a nervous tide, and now there was only the circle, the 6 of them in the ring of faintly glowing stone, and the expectant thrum of magic in the air, the cathedral's living architecture pressing gently against his skin as if to say, "Well." And he understood, with a sudden, terrifying clarity, that whatever vows he spoke now would not just be pretty phrases to soothe hearts or impress onlookers, but structural elements, beams in the invisible house of their future. He was an empathy architect, after all, and he had built this place so that words could take root. He swallowed, feeling the tremor in his hands ease as the purpose behind them solidified, then turned first, because the order he chose would matter in ways only the 6 of them and perhaps the watching spirits would ever fully grasp. To Serafina, who stood to his left, shoulders squared, fingers flexing unconsciously near the hilt of her peace-bound sword, eyes steady but with that tightness at the corners that meant she was braced for an impact she couldn't see. "Serafina," he said, letting her name ring clear in the vaulted space, and the cathedral's nearest pillar hummed in recognition of the syllables. "All your life you have been the wall. They forged you to stand, to hold, to fight, to never, ever let your guard down, not for yourself, not even in sleep. I have watched you stand when your knees were shaking, watched you scan every room for exits before you sat, watched you trade your own soft hours for the safety of others. Today, in front of all these witnesses and whatever gods and demons are eavesdropping, I make you a promise I know no one else has thought to offer you. I promise you rest." A murmur rippled through the crowd at that unexpected word, even Serafina's brows jerked up. He pressed on, heart steady now that he had found the spine of what he needed to say. "I promise that this home we have built, the attic, the mansion, this cathedral, will be a place where your sword is not always required, where you can set down your armor without fear that someone will pounce the moment you do. I promise to stand watch when you sleep, to be the one who checks the locks and wards and alley shadows so you can, sometimes, close your eyes and know that if danger comes, it will hit me first. I promise to remind you, over and over if necessary, that being strong does not mean being unceasing, that you are allowed to be tired, that you are allowed to be held. I promise that there will be nights when I put a mug of something warm in your hand, put your feet up on the table despite your protests about discipline, and refuse to discuss tactics until you have laughed at least once." As he spoke, the standing stone behind Serafina, plain, etched like a shield, brightened from within, its deep green hue warming, and a faint, soothing vibration spread outward across the floor, pooling for an instant around her boots like invisible water. Her posture, always so tightly controlled, softened by a hair's breadth, and her hand, which had been hovering protectively near him, dropped instead to her own thigh as if accepting, just this once, that someone else might take first watch. The cathedral, reacting to the specific shape of his vow, quietly rewrote a line of its own magic. From that day on, any time Serafina crossed that ring bone-tired and still keyed for danger, the stones underfoot would bleed off some of that tension, carrying it into the shadow foundations, while the lamps above would dim just a little, creating an unconscious invitation to sit, to breathe, to let the weight slide off her shoulders, a subtle enchantment of rest, anchored not in sleep spells or compulsion, but in the promise he had just made. He turned then to Alara, who had one hand twisted in the fabric of her skirt, eyes huge behind her spectacles, as if she'd just discovered she was the subject of a dissertation she hadn't consented to. He smiled, a small, crooked thing that belonged more to the attic than to any cathedral, and said, Alara, your mind has always been a compass that spins toward the unknown. You chase anomalies through footnotes the way Miko chases opportunities along rooftops. In a world that tries very hard to convince its daughters to be satisfied with answers given, you have never stopped asking questions. Sometimes you apologize for it. She opened her mouth to protest, then closed it again, remembering all the sorries she'd muttered when ranting about misfiled scrolls, as if your curiosity is an indulgence. It isn't. It's a gift. Today I promise you discovery. The word seemed to catch in the cathedral's ribs, ringing like a plucked string. I promise that life with me will never be intellectually stagnant, that I will keep bringing you problems that make your eyes light up at 3 in the morning, that I will traipse willingly into archives and ruins and experimental rituals if that's what it takes to see that, oh, on your face again and again. I promise to listen when you tell me my theories are half-baked and to be honest when I think your research is stealing too much of you from the world that needs your voice. I promise to share with you not just the safe, publishable observations, but the messy, personal data of our own hearts and households, to let you study us and yourself without turning that gaze into a knife. I promise that as long as I have breath and magic, there will always be something new for us to marvel at together. Whether it's a newly charted constellation or the way Miko manages to fall asleep in 3 entirely different positions on the same sofa. The standing stone behind her, covered in tiny carved script, flared a soft, starry white, and a shimmer passed through the air above their heads like pages turning. From then on, anyone who stepped into the cathedral with a question burning in their chest would feel it as a physical nudge toward pursuit. A little unhardened corner of the enchantment that made it harder to settle for ignorance. Meanwhile, for Alara, the ring itself became a kind of wellspring. Every time she crossed it, even years later, she would feel her mental fatigue ease, her sense of wonder rekindled, as if the building were whispering back her own promise. Discovery is not selfish when shared. To Miko he turned next, and here he had to swallow once, because the word he'd chosen for them sat at the intersection of everything they joked about and everything they never quite dared to say. They stood opposite him in their riotous coat and scuffed boots, trying hard to live up to their own myth of unflappability and failing, one foot tapping out an anxious rhythm on the ring's edge. Miko, Elias said, savoring the way the name tasted in this space, light and sharp and unexpectedly dear, you have been running since before you knew there was any alternative. Every rooftop, every stolen apple, every sleep in a new bolt hole was a promise you made to yourself that no one would ever be able to pin you down long enough to hurt you. When you moved into my attic, you did it like a thief casing a mark, always with one eye on the window. I have watched you, over these months, choose to stay when every instinct screamed, go, and it has been one of the bravest things I've ever seen. Their jaw clenched, eyes suddenly bright. He pushed on, softly, today, I promise you a home. A soft, surprised sound rippled through the crowd at that, as if the word itself were scandalous in this context, but the magic in the floor surged like a heartbeat. Not a cage, he continued quickly, because he saw the flicker of panic in their eyes and the way their shoulders tensed. Not a gilded prison, a place that stays yours even when you leave it, that you can come back to without having to pick a lock. I promise that this house, this cathedral, this ridiculous cohort we've assembled, will never demand that you trade your freedom for belonging. You will always have an escape route." He shot a brief, conspiratorial glance at the unmarked side door they'd designed together and actually saw their mouth twitch, "and the choice to use it, but you will also always have a key. I promise to never treat your comings and goings as betrayals, to greet your returns with joy rather than resentful tallying, and to keep at least one light on in a window you can see from the nearest roof so you know, wherever you are, that there is a place in this world that is unequivocally, unapologetically yours." The stone bearing Miko's sigils, those cunningly carved compartments and wry-angled faces, glowed a warm, foxfire orange, and a wave of comforting solidity rolled outward, sinking into the cathedral's thresholds. From that day forward, any runaway, any wanderer, any person whose life had taught them that doors were always exits but never invitations, would find, on stepping into the cathedral, that their pulse slowed, their shoulders dropped, and for just a heartbeat they could imagine not running, not because their freedom was curtailed, but because at last there was somewhere they could run to, not just from. When he turned to Isolde, the hall held its breath in a different way. For all the radical nature of what they were doing, the old scripts of monarchy still ran deep in people's bones, and many were listening now not just as voyeurs of scandal but as subjects wondering what kind of ruler, what kind of wife, their princess would be when formally bound. Elias met her gaze, steady, regal, but with that shard of vulnerable honesty he'd come to recognize flickering just behind her eyes, and said, "Isolde." Her name felt like an invocation. "You were born into a story written long before you, a fairy tale that told you what a princess should be and should want. Elegance, grace, alliances, a nice, simple love that never threatened the structure of anything. You have spent years busting holes in that script, yet still, sometimes, I see you fall silent, swallowing truths because they would upset the careful balance in a room, lying by omission because no one has ever given you permission to be fully, inconveniently honest. Today, I promise you truth." The word rang in the rafters like a bell. A few older nobles flinched, as if they'd been caught in one of their own half-truths. "I promise that with me, you will never have to flatter when you want to argue, never have to pretend to be smaller or softer or more satisfied than you are," Elias went on. "I will not ask you to hide parts of yourself to keep my ego intact or to soothe my fears. I promise to tell you when I am afraid, when I am angry, when I disagree, not to wound you, but because you deserve something more solid than the polite evasions people have fed you your whole life. I promise to hold your secrets when they are yours to keep, but to challenge you when you try to keep secrets that are only there because someone, somewhere, told you the truth would be too much. I will be your mirror, not your mask. And when the world lies about you," he allowed himself one brief glance toward the section of the gallery where a few hostile faces lurked, "I will stand up and say, plainly, you were wrong. This is who she is." Isolde's throat worked. The stone behind her, crowned with carved vines, flared a fierce, clear blue-white, and a ripple went through the cathedral that made every whisper die on lips, replacing it, however fleetingly, with an awareness of their own dishonesty. From then on, within those walls at least, lies would sit a little more heavily, evasions itch a little more. People would find themselves, to their own startled dismay, blurting out things they hadn't meant to admit, but only if those truths would ultimately set free rather than harm. The enchantment keyed specifically to the kind of truth Elias had pledged, the kind that liberated, not punished. Last, he faced Vespera, and though he had already woven many promises into previous words, this one, distilled into its core, felt like the keystone in an arch that spanned two realms. She watched him with those fathomless, twilight eyes, tail wrapped tight around his ankle as if anchoring herself, wings held very still so as not to brush any of the more fragile humans nearby, shoulders set in that posture of a general on parade and an exile at court. "Vespera," he said, letting the cathedral's peculiar acoustics carry the demonish lilt of her name, "you were made into a monster by people who thought that was all you could or should be, and when you failed to be monstrous enough, they cast you out. You have been too much and not enough for so long that I think, sometimes, you still look at yourself and see only what they told you you were. An error, an anomaly, a dangerous softness. Today, I promise you acceptance. The word settled over the ring like a cloak. I promise to take you exactly as you are, horns and wings and hiccups and gentle hands, he went on, voice steady. I will not ask you to shrink to fit other people's comfort, nor will I push you to swell into the shape of their fears. If you want to stand tall and terrifying and scorch the ground in defense of us, I will stand at your side and hand you more fuel. If you want to curl up small in the gloom with a book and a cat and not speak to anyone for 3 days, I will make sure no one bothers you. I promise that in this house, in this cathedral, in this life, you will never have to earn your right to exist by performing usefulness or menace. You belong because you are you. Full stop. When you doubt that, and you will, I will remind you, as many times as it takes, that being too nice for Helen, too strange for heaven only proves that both have bad taste. Laughter, startled and genuine, broke out at that last line, even from a few wide-eyed priests. Vespera barked a startled laugh herself, eyes suddenly wet. The stone behind her, with its vein of glassy black, glowed with a deep, warm crimson that was nothing like blood and everything like embers in a welcoming hearth, and the magic of the cathedral drank in the promise of acceptance like rain after drought. From that day forward, anyone who entered burdened with the belief that they were fundamentally wrong, too loud, too quiet, too queer, too broken, too anything, would feel, if only faintly, a loosening of that strangling narrative, as if the walls themselves whispered, "Here, you don't have to be anything but what you are." As the last of his vows settled into stone and air and bone, there was a pause, a breath collectively held. Then the latent enchantments woven into the cathedral's design and into the 6 of them by months of shared magic and stubborn love reached a tipping point and surged, not as a violent burst, but as a rising, encompassing hum that made the very mortar shiver. The standing stones, now all alight with their respective hues, sent thin filaments of energy inward, threads of green and silver and orange and blue and ember red and the subtle, deer-etched gray of Elias's own pillar, weaving together in midair above their heads into a lattice that looked, for a moment, like the ghost of a many-faceted gem. The luminous ring underfoot flared, light racing along the engraved words of their shared vow, and the boundary between the physical cathedral and its reflection in the spirit city beyond thinned just enough that the watching presences, ancestors, half-remembered household spirits, even one very confused minor water god from the old shrine, felt, for the first time, something like envy and then, rapidly, joy. The vibration resolved into a note. No, not a note, a chord, complex and shifting, built from rest and discovery and home and truth and acceptance, from all the smaller promises braided into those, from laughter and bread and marshmallows and nights spent arguing about sewage reform. It rang out through stone and bone and ether, inaudible to ears but unmistakable to hearts, and as it did, something in the deep foundation of the cathedral clicked into place, like the last tumbler in a lock falling into alignment. The vows had become not just personal commitments but active magic, a permanent enchantment keyed not to control or constraint but to happiness. Not the shallow, grinning kind that denied pain, but the sturdy, underlying sort that made it harder for despair to take up permanent residence. From that day on, within those walls, arguments would still flare, tears would still fall, grief would still find them. No spell could or should bar those. But beneath it all, like a quietly thrumming engine, the enchantment of happiness would keep tugging people back toward connection, making reconciliations easier, laughter more likely, small delights more vivid. Couples who came there to wed would find that their first big fight ended, inexplicably, with both of them blurting the truth a little earlier than they might have elsewhere. Lonely souls would step through the doors and, for reasons they couldn't articulate, feel their chests lighten. Even the prelate, visiting once in secret, would sit in the back pew and find, to his startled annoyance, that his habitual doorness loosened enough for him to chuckle at a toddler's antics. For the 6 at the center of it, Elias and Serafina and Alara and Miko and Isolde and Vespera, the enchantment manifested as a constant, gentle counterpoint to their own internal storms. When Serafina woke at midnight convinced she had failed them by not anticipating some minor mishap, the cathedral would hum the memory of his promise of rest in her bones until she let herself sleep. When Alara hit a wall in her research and spiraled into feeling useless, the ring would flicker with her vow of discovery and draw her back into curiosity. When Miko's feet itched and the urge to flee rose like a tide, the invisible tether of home would pull not to bind but to remind. There is somewhere to return. When Isolde found herself standing before a council full of half-truths, the echo of truth in the stone would steel her spine. When Vespera's old shame whispered that she was an intrusion, the acceptance etched into every arch would answer with an unshakable no. And for Elias, who had once tried to stabilize his magic by denying the complexity of his heart, the cathedral's resonance offered, at last, a different kind of stability. One built not on suppression but on expression, on the knowledge that his promises had been heard and held by more than just the 5 women in front of him. They were now etched into the very fabric of a place that would outlast them all, sending its quiet, stubborn song of happiness out into a world that badly needed new tunes. There was a beat of perfect, trembling stillness in the cathedral after Elias's last vow sank into stone and soul, a suspended moment in which 6 hearts and an entire building waited to see whether the world would accept what they had just dared or try to spit it out. And then the officiant, poor man, still clutching his legal scroll like a lifeline, cleared his throat and, with the careful neutrality of someone who had not been trained for this exact configuration, said, "By the authority vested in me under the household cohort charter and the laws of this realm, and under the eyes of any powers present seen or unseen, I suppose I may now invite you to seal your vows as you deem appropriate," which was the closest he could bring himself to. "You may now kiss." When there were 5 brides and a cathedral humming like a wineglass about to crack, and the crowd tittered, some with amusement, some with scandalized glee, some with nerves, Elias, who had imagined this moment in a dozen different ways, none of them quite covering the reality of doing this in front of half the city and a portion of the spirit world, let his breath out in a laugh that felt oddly free, then turned first, because tradition demanded at least a nod in its direction and because her eyes were already blazing with a ridiculous mix of challenge and tenderness, to Isolde. She stepped into him without hesitation, one hand coming up to curl in the lapel of his coat, and for a second all the color and sound and watching eyes fell away as his lips met hers, warm, sure, tasting of stolen kitchen grapes, and 1,000 arguments survived. Her kiss, not the demure brush court tutors had drilled into her but something fiercer, a claiming and a letting go all at once, and when they parted, the cheer that went up from the crowd had as much to do with the princess of the realm finally doing something purely, gloriously selfish in public as it did with bridal spectacle. Before that sound had fully died, Serafina tugged at his sleeve with an impatient little jerk, muttering, "My turn, before I lose my nerve," and when he faced her she did not lean down so much as meet him halfway, one hand braced at his nape in a grip that was at once protective and possessive. Her kiss was brief and firm, the way she did everything. No flourish, no hesitation, just a solid, steady press that tasted faintly of steel and mint, and the relief of finally allowing herself to want something without couching it in tactical terms. Under the hoots and gasps from the soldiers, section, "That's our captain." Someone crowed. There was a deeper, more shocked murmur from the old guard, quickly drowned out by Miko's delighted wolf whistle. Alara, cheeks already pink, pushed her spectacles up reflexively as he turned to her, then realized, with a little huff of laughter, that they were enchanted not to slip today and she had no more excuses. "Empirical data collection," she muttered, half to herself, and reached up to hook her fingers in his collar, drawing him down. Her kiss was softer, exploratory, a question mark turned slowly into an exclamation, the press of her mouth tasting of tea and ink and the dizzy joy of a hypothesis confirmed in the most unacademic way possible, and somewhere in the back queues a young scholar watching them dropped his pen and thought, with a lurch he would later translate into a career change, that perhaps there were more interesting ways to study human behavior than footnotes. Miko did not wait to be turned to. They slipped between him and Alara with the unerring timing of a thief exploiting a gap in a guard's patrol, cupped his jaw in work-toughened hands, and kissed him with a grin already in it, laughing against his lips as if the whole absurd situation were a joke only they understood and were thrilled to be in on. It was a bright, sparking kiss, tasting of stolen sugar plums and night air and the dizzy exhilaration of realizing that for once they were not going to bolt afterward, and when they pulled back they murmured, just loud enough for him and the enchantment-laden stones to hear, "Guess we really did break the root, huh?" Which would have made no sense to anyone else but hit him with a shock of déjà vu. Last came Vespera, and here the cathedral itself seemed to hold its breath. She stepped closer with a care born of long practice at not overwhelming fragile mortals, tilting her head so her horns did not catch on the unseen threads of magic overhead, eyes flicking once to his for permission. Still, after all they'd been through, half expecting to be told no at the last second simply because she existed. Then, when he smiled and leaned in, meeting her mouth with all the unspoken reassurance in his body, she closed the distance, her kiss slow and reverent and deeper than the others, tasting of embers and starless nights and sugared curses. The cathedral's twilight nooks brightened a fraction as her lips touched his, as if the space itself recognized that one of its founding architects was finally, fully, letting herself be held in the light, and somewhere up in the rafters, a flock of spirit birds that had been roosting invisibly since dawn burst into startled, joyful flight that only a few magically sensitive guests could see. It would have been enough, that cascade of kisses, to send shockwaves through the city's gossip for decades, but the universe, or at least its more mischievous divine corner, apparently had one last flourish prepared. As they broke apart from Vespera, hands still linked in a daisy chain around the ring, a familiar, hated yet weirdly missed chime sounded just behind Elias's eyes, a crystalline ding that had not intruded on his consciousness since before he'd built the pocket mansion, and in front of him, hanging incongruously in midair above the luminous marble, a translucent pane of light flickered into existence, lines of text resolving in neat, utterly anachronistic letters that made no sense to anyone else but him. Ding. Main quest complete, it read first in cheerful gold, and his stomach dropped and heart leapt simultaneously as years of half-ignored, half-resented status prompts flashed through his memory. The first time it had appeared over his chamber pot when he was 13, announcing, "Welcome, chosen architect," while he'd been too busy retching from nerves before his guild entrance exam to do more than blink and think hallucination. The quietly smug, side quest. Help the lonely princess escape her tower, except that had flickered at the edge of his vision. The night he'd first heard of Isolde's balcony watching, the snarky achievement unlocked, ballroom blitz that had flashed when the marshmallow finally receded from the great hall, the increasingly rare, increasingly optional objectives that had trailed him like a cosmic to-do list until he'd started ignoring them on principle, determined to make his choices his own, not ticking boxes for some unseen game master. And now, here it was again, overlaying his own cathedral as if the goddess herself had decided to annotate his life one more time. He blinked, heart pounding, wondering for a vertiginous second if he was the only one seeing it, then caught the way Ilara's eyes widened, pupils dilating slightly not in response to him but to something hanging just in front of his nose. Miko's head tilted, as if tracking an invisible butterfly. Vespera's nostrils flared, catching the faint, ozone scent of divinity. Isolde and Serafina, less magically attuned to this particular weirdness, only frowned at his sudden distraction. "Elias," Isolde murmured under her breath, the crowd's roar a distant thing around them. "Are you all right?" "The interface," he whispered back, absurdity hitting him like a gentle slap. "It's back." Before she could ask, "What interface?" the pane of light blinked and updated, as if huffing at being ignored. "Congratulations, player," it proclaimed in a font that managed to be both solemn and unbearably perky, "you have achieved the true harem ending." There was, mercifully, no accompanying fanfare, just a cascade of tiny, iridescent particles that drifted down like glittering dust, visible only to those linked into the cathedral's magic. When one landed on Elias's hand it sank in with a warm tingle, making his skin glow faintly for a heartbeat. Under that line, more text appeared, accompanied by a faint, amused voice in the back of his mind that he had long suspected belonged to the goddess of bombs. a minor deity in the official pantheon, patron of contracts and friendships and, apparently, overcomplicated narrative structures. Conditions met. All romantic targets pursued to completion. Hidden condition cleared. All members of cohort love each other in at least one axis, romantic, platonic, comradely, and have freely chosen this configuration. No heroine abandoned. No route locked behind tragic sacrifice. Player growth achieved. From avoidant introvert, rank F, to vulnerable architect, rank S. Rewarding title. The text flickered, then resolved into, the architect of love. Elias, who had spent most of his life scoffing at the system's gamified language or cursing it under his breath, let out a hysterical, incredulous snort that made Miko's head whip around. What? They hissed. What did it say? You look like someone just told you your hair has stats. It says, he whispered back, because if ever there was a moment to share the absurdity, it was his own wedding, that I've achieved the true harem ending, and that my new title is, he coughed, half-choked on the words, the architect of love. There was a beat of stunned silence in the ring, then Miko barked a laugh loud enough that several rows of guests turned, scandalized and delighted. Alara's hands flew to her mouth, eyes dancing behind her glasses, the phrase ticking off a dozen theoretical checkboxes in her head. Of course the system would frame it that way. What else was a multinodal, consent-based polyamorous structure but the true root? In some cosmic dating sim, Serafina pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering, of course, as if a piece of a puzzle she hadn't known she was working on had just snapped into place. Isolde's lips quirked despite herself. It's apt, she said dryly. You have been building relational infrastructure this whole time. Leave it to a goddess to summarize that with maximum embarrassment. Vespera, who understood divine meddling perhaps better than any of them, tilted her head as if listening, then said, softly, she's pleased. Whoever she is, she thought you'd pick one and break the rest. You surprised her. On the translucent pane, new text scrolled, as if confirming Vespera's intuition. System note. You were not supposed to be able to do this. Most chosen fail at all routes open, long before this point. Well done. It was entertaining. There was a sense, underneath the flippant words, of genuine respect, even relief, Elias felt, startlingly, as if the goddess were letting out a breath she'd been holding since the first time she'd pinged him with a quest to assist Lonely Princess optional, but recommended for narrative cohesion. Reward. Title, Architect of Love, applied. Passive effects unlocked. Plus infinity to household stability, emotional, minor buff to conflict de-escalation in a 50-meter radius. Unique skill. Shared save point. Once per major arc. Rewind relational damage to last mutually happy state, at cost of temporary exhaustion. Interface usage. No longer required. The last line blinked, then faded as if wiped by an invisible hand. Note from admin. You no longer need me. This is your story now. Try not to let them burn down the world unless you mean to. Less than 3. The little heart at the end was almost too much. Elias laughed, a helpless, joyful sound that seemed to unlock something in his chest. She's logging off, he said, and the others, those who could see the pain, those who could at least feel the goddess's amused withdrawal, nodded or, in Miko's case, wiped at suddenly wet eyes and muttered, about damn time. I was starting to feel like an NPC being given fetch quests. As the interface dissolved into a shimmer of light that rained down over the ring, visible now even to the ordinary guests as a soft, auroral glow, the cathedral's enchantment seized on that divine sign-off like a conductor picking up a new theme. The filaments of energy above their heads brightened, twining with the last of the system's glitter, and a wave of warm, fizzy sensation washed out through the building, over the pews and up into the rafters and through the slightly frayed veil into the spirit city beyond. Outside, the bells of the great temple, which had been tolling stolidly, suddenly shifted, mid-peal, into a more lilting pattern, as if the hands pulling the ropes had found a new rhythm. In the pocket garden attached to the mansion, flowers Elias had long ago, as a joke, charmed to hum snatches of popular ballads when watered. For ambiance, Miko had said, and blackmail material if anyone sings off-key. Burst into full-throated, gloriously terrible song as the blessing hit them, their petal mouths opening and closing in passionate, if tuneless, harmony. The garlands of enchanted blossoms twined around the cathedral's columns joined in, their leaves rustling in something that was definitely trying to be a love anthem and mostly succeeding at being endearingly off-key, warbling, lo-o-ove, lo-o-ove, oh no, wrong no-o-ote, which made half the guests laugh and the other half cross themselves, because if even the flowers were singing, surely this was either a miracle or the end times. The crowd, already teetering on the edge of catharsis after the vows and the kisses and the demoness not eating anyone, finally tipped. Cheers rolled through the nave, ragged at first, then coalescing into a roar that shook dust from the highest beams, not just for the spectacle of 5 brides and 1 groom, not just for the gossip value, but for something they didn't yet have words for. The sense that a door had opened, that possibilities they hadn't dared imagine might, just might, be permitted in the afterglow of this madness. In the front row, the king, who had been gripping the arms of his chair so tightly his knuckles were white, let go and actually whooped, startling himself. The queen laughed, tears on her cheeks, and clapped until her palms hurt, the tension of months of whispered debate and private arguments unwinding with each shout. The prelate, hidden under his hood in the back, felt the warmth of the goddess's retreating interface brush against his soul and, to his own astonishment, found himself smiling, not the tight, pained grimace he reserved for royal requests, but a genuine, if wobbly, smile at the sight of his princess and her impossible cohort standing in the middle of a building that by all rights should not exist, lit from within by something he had to admit looked an awful lot like grace. As the cheers washed over them and the flowers wailed valiantly on, Miko threw their head back and yelled, "We did it. We broke the system and it gave us loot." Earning an embarrassed splutter from Elias and a fond smack to the back of the head from Serafina, who muttered, "Have some dignity," even as her own mouth was curved up in a smile so rare it made one of her lieutenants in the crowd elbow his neighbor and say, "She can do that." Alara, ever the observer, looked up at the now interface-free space above the ring and whispered, mostly to herself, "True harem ending. Fascinating. Implies there were false ones," mentally sketching a framework for a future lecture she would absolutely never give in the presence of the council. Vespera, tail unwinding slightly from Elias's ankle now that the divine scrutiny had faded, exhaled a long, slow breath that smelled faintly of brimstone and jasmine, the knots in her shoulders finally beginning to unkink. Isolde, surrounded by sound and color and the eyes of her people, glanced at Elias's profile, at the genuine, unguarded grin spreading across his face as he watched the flowers butcher a melody and the nobles try to decide whether to clap in time, and felt something in her own chest loosen, the last, stubborn shard of fear that this might still be snatched away, that some last-minute edict or divine intervention would pull the rug out from under them. It hadn't. The goddess had popped up in all her ridiculous, gaming console glory, given them a thumbs up in the form of a title so on the nose it would make for a lifetime of teasing, and then bowed out. The law had bent, however reluctantly. The people were applauding. The building was singing. They were, against all odds, married. Elias, sensing her gaze, turned back to them, to all of them, and in that moment his empathy architect sense, no longer picking up the frantic, jagged static of impending collapse, settled into a warm, complex hum. 6 internal houses, each with its own odd angles and stubborn beams, linked now by solid, lovingly built bridges. He saw in a flash of wordless knowing the resting place of his new title, Architect of Love, not as some glowing badge hovering over his head as the system had displayed it, but as a quiet line etched into the foundations of the cathedral, into the invisible underpinnings of their home, into the nascent myths that would one day be told about this day. He thought of the boy he had been, half sick with anxiety before his first guild exam, blinking at a translucent prompt only he could see and thinking he'd gone mad. Of the young man who had hid in an attic rather than risk parties. Of the recluse who had built a pocket dimension just so he could have a bit more space away from the world. And then he looked at the man he was now, standing in front of an entire nation, hand in hand with 5 people he adored, having just told a goddess to shove her script and written his own. And he smiled, really smiled, not the crooked, defensive grin he'd used to deflect praise, but something open and bright and, yes, a little terrified still, because life did not stop being scary when you found your people, it just became a fear you were willing to walk toward instead of away from. The cathedral, sensing the moment, dialed its enchantments back to a steady, contented hum, no longer needing to flare to keep the building from glitching. The spirit city beyond the veil adjusted, making space in its skyline for a new tower with 6 intertwined figures at its base and a plaque that read, in the goddess's flowing script, Architect of Love, first of his line. And down below, in the very mortal, very messy world, children in the back pew began to bicker about whether the demon lady or the thief or the scholar or the knight or the princess was prettiest, and whether they could all have weddings like this someday, and whether the flowers would sing better by then. So, Miko said, leaning into Elias's side with the ease of someone who had finally, blessedly, accepted that their place there was not contingent on how entertaining they were in any given moment. What now, Architect of Love? He huffed a laugh, squeezing their hand, squeezing Isolde's, feeling Vespera's tail tighten again and Alara's fingers brush his wrist and Serafina's solid presence at his shoulder. Now, he said, looking around at his impossible family, at the space he had built and the world that would try, in 100 ways, to fit it back into familiar lines, we live. We make breakfast and argue about whose turn it is to do dishes. We fix more broken laws. We stop more portals. We write terrible papers and better songs. We let the flowers practice. He grinned, a spark of his old, reckless experimental glee firing in his eyes. See what happens when you cast ballroom blitz in a cathedral designed to handle it. Don't you dare, Serafina groaned, but Miko whooped, Alara's quill hand twitched, Vespera's eyes gleamed, and Isolde laughed, the sound ringing against the enchanted stone like the purest, most defiant acceptance of the life they were choosing. And as the crowd's cheers rose again, mingling with the off-key warbling of enchanted blossoms and the distant, fond chuckle of a goddess uninstalling her own interface, Elias, titles and quests and expectations swirling around him like so much confetti, took a deep breath, felt the weight of love on his shoulders like a cloak he'd finally learned to wear, and stepped forward into the rest of his story, no longer as a scared boy answering to a system, but as a man who had, in the strangest way possible, become exactly what that final pop-up declared, an architect of love in a world that was, at last, just beginning to realize how many rooms that house could hold. In the first weeks after that disastrous, game-changing night when Serafina had followed whispers and guard reports up the treacherous stairs to Elias's attic and found her princess perched on a work table like an overexcited owl, arguing with a half-mad alchemist while a thief laughed from the rafters, her duty expanded in ways no training manual had ever anticipated. She now guarded not only Isolde in the gilded corridors of the castle, where every threat wore velvet and spoke in coded phrases, but also Isolde in this ramshackle area, where threats came in the form of half-stable contraptions, volatile vials, and the fact that the heir to the realm was apparently determined to learn how to disassemble crossbows from a person who hadn't filed a safety inspection in his life. It was taxing, infuriating, and, though she would sooner have swallowed her own gauntlet than admit it, exhilarating, because for the first time in years she was dealing with danger that wasn't entirely predictable, and with allies who didn't slot neatly into the rigid hierarchies she'd built in her head. But with this new duty came something she hadn't accounted for, armor withdrawal. Serafina had been wearing steel of one sort or another since she was old enough to lift a wooden practice sword. Plate and chain were as much a part of her as her own skin, the weight of the breastplate a familiar pressure, the bite of the straps a constant reminder of who she was and what she was for. In uniform, encased in metal, she understood her place in the world. Point me at the threat and I will hold. Without it, she felt wrong, as if she'd left the door to her own body hanging open. In the castle, this had never really been an issue. Even off duty, she tended to keep at least some protection on. Mail under a surcoat, a bracer, boots laced to her knees, because nobles respected the image of the always-ready knight, and because she slept light with a knife under her pillow and her cuirass on a stand within arm's reach. But the attic changed the equation. Climbing Elias's treacherous, half-rotted stairs in full armor was a test of balance and willpower. The first time she'd marched up in full plate to confront Isolde, the boards had protested so loudly that Elias had yelped and lunged to prop up a beam with his own body, muttering something about load-bearing stupidity, and after that he had taken her aside. Well, as aside as one could in a room with no real corners, and, in the reasonable tone that made her want to stab things, had suggested, for purely structural reasons and not at all because I don't appreciate the constant clang, perhaps, when you visit, you could lighten the load a bit. My lease does not cover death by night. She had bristled reflexively, insisting that she could move silently in armor if she wished and, indeed, when she concentrated, she could, but she had also felt the way the floor flexed under her weight and, grudgingly, had begun making compromises, leaving the heaviest greaves on the hook outside the door, trading plate gauntlets for leather gloves, eventually, on nights when they weren't traversing the city at odd hours tracking rumors or escorting Isolde home from the North Market, removing the breastplate itself and climbing into the attic in a thick padded gambeson and sturdy trousers instead. To anyone else, she still looked intimidatingly martial. To Serafina, stripped of that carapace of steel, she felt naked. The first time she went up bare-armed, forearms only encased in light bracers instead of solid vambraces, her skin crawled. Every draft in the attic felt like a dagger, every casual gesture from Miko like the prelude to an attack. She sat stiffly on the edge of Elias's workbench, pretending to listen to Alara explain some obscure correlation between dungeon emergence patterns and lunar phases, and found she could not follow a word, because the entire time a part of her brain was shrieking, exposed, exposed, exposed. Elias, half leaning against a shelf, ostensibly absorbed in a notebook full of equations, saw it, his empathy architect's eye, which could not help but read the way bodies held themselves as blueprints of the heart, traced the way her shoulders hunched minutely inward instead of their usual proud set, the way her fingers flexed and then stilled on the hilt of a sword that was, for once, peace-bound and more ceremonial than practical. He had seen soldiers uneasy out of uniform before. His brief, disastrous stint consulting for the City Watch had taught him that some people fused so deeply with their gear that asking them to remove it might as well be asking them to shed their names. But with Serafina, who had always projected such unshakable calm in steel, the contrast was jarring. He didn't say anything that night. He knew better than to draw attention to a knight's vulnerability in front of a princess, a thief, and a demoness with a taste for drama. But over the next few weeks he watched, quietly, as patterns emerged. On nights when they gathered in the attic in relative safety, no rumors of unrest, no portals flaring on the horizon, Isolde would sometimes suggest, with the naive assumption of someone for whom comfort had always been provided, Serafina, you could at least take off the mail. This is supposed to be restful, and the knight would grimace but obey, sitting rigidly in her shirt sleeves on a crate while everyone else sprawled on cushions or in hammocks. Her eyes would flit constantly to the corner where her armor sat in a neat, terrifyingly efficient pile, like a shed skin she desperately wanted to climb back into. When Miko, in one particularly incautious mood, tossed her a blanket and said, "Come on, Sarah, live a little, try being cozy, I swear it won't kill you," the look she shot them could have melted steel. That night, long after Isolde had been coaxed back to the castle and Miko and Alara had drifted off to their own corners, Elias came back up the attic stairs and found Serafina still there, in the dim light of a single candle, sitting on the floor with her armor laid out before her piece by piece, running a cloth over each plate with meticulous care. She was in a simple linen shift now, bare-armed and bare-footed, the vulnerable line of her throat stark without a gorget, her hair down in a heavy braid. For a second he thought she hadn't heard him. Her gaze was fixed on the curve of her breastplate, fingers tracing the dents and scratches with a tenderness he'd only ever seen her show Isolde. "You know," he said softly, leaning against the doorframe so as not to loom, "most people polish their armor in the barracks, not in other people's attics at midnight." She didn't start, which meant she'd heard him coming ages ago. Most people don't have a princess who keeps climbing into such attics, she replied dryly, not looking up. The candlelight threw strange shadows across her face, making her look older and younger at once. If something comes for her here and I'm not ready, her jaw worked. I don't want to be half-dressed when it happens. You sleep in that, too? He asked, nodding toward the cuirass. She hesitated, then shrugged one shoulder, which he, with his attuned senses, read as yes, at least sometimes. He moved closer, stepping carefully between stacks of books, and crouched opposite her, the battered breastplate between them like some holy relic. Up close, he could see the careful repairs, the layered patina of years of use. He could also see the impression of its weight in the set of her shoulders, in the faint bruises at her collarbones where straps had dug in. You know, he said, for someone who yells at me about self-preservation, you're not very kind to your own bones. She scowled, the expression more reflex than conviction. I don't need kindness. I need readiness. The two were not mutually exclusive, he said, then, because he'd learned that with Serafina logic often worked better than sentiment, added, you're no good to Isolde dead on your feet. Sleep in full plate long enough and your joints will start complaining. You'll be slower on stairs, slower on the draw. That's not readiness. That's stubbornness in a bad wig. A surprised huff of air escaped her, half laugh, half snort. Bad wig. Terrible, he said firmly. It fools no one. He reached out, waited until she gave a minute nod of permission, then tapped a knuckle against the steel. This tells everyone exactly what you are. It's useful, but you don't have to wear it to bed to be who you are. Her fingers tightened on the polishing cloth. You don't understand, she said quietly, and there was rawness there he hadn't heard before. Without it, I feel wrong. As if I've set down my duty along with the weight. I take it off and I can feel every inch of skin like a target. In the barracks, at least, the walls know me. Here, her gaze flicked around the attic, at the sagging beams, at the stacks of books, at the coils of wire and glass and string. Here, everything is fragile, including me. He didn't argue that she was one of the least fragile people he knew, she wouldn't have believed him. Instead, a different thought took root, half practical, half outrageous. If the problem was not merely habit but the sensation of exposure, could he cheat? He was, after all, an alchemist, an enchanter, a man who had bent the rules of space to make an attic bigger on the inside. Surely he could bend the rules of protection to make rest feel less like dereliction. What if, he said slowly, feeling the idea solidify with each word, you had armor you could sleep in? She shot him a look that suggested she suspected mockery. I just told you. Not that, he said quickly, gesturing at the cuirass. Not steel. Something lighter, softer, but warded as thoroughly as plate. Protective spells woven into cloth instead of riveted into metal. The sensation of being held, not constrained. Her skepticism flared brighter than any torch. Magic clothes. Yes, he said, raising a hand as if before a particularly unforgiving exam board. Before you scoff, consider. We already enchant tabards for fire resistance, cloaks for warmth. The Royal Mage Corps spends half its time sewing runes into your banners so they don't catch the first time someone coughs on them. Why not extend that to garments meant for rest? Armor you can wear to bed that won't crush you if you roll over. She opened her mouth, probably to say armor is armor, then closed it again, staring at the breastplate, at her own bare forearms, at him. Even if that were possible, she said, slower now, it would feel wrong. Armor is rigid, it clanks, it reminds you that you are, at any moment, to be ready. Silk, she spat the word like something frivolous, is for courtiers. For people who don't have to be ready. Then we'll make silk that is ready, he said, a little spark of challenge igniting, because if anyone deserved to have the line between comfort and safety blurred in their favor, it was this woman who'd forgotten how to take off her mail without flinching. We'll make something that says, you are protected, even while you rest. Not because you're expecting attack, but because you deserve to let your muscles unlock without courting fate. Call it. The ridiculousness of the phrase popped into his head before he could filter it. Pajama armor. She stared at him. Then, to his eternal astonishment, she snorted, a sound that turned, against her will, into a brief, choked laugh. Pajama armor, she repeated, as if tasting an unfamiliar foreign dish. That is the stupidest phrase I have ever heard. You say that, he replied, seizing on the opening, but you remember it. Which means, by the rules of naming magic, it's already half bound to the idea. Those are not the rules of, Alara would have objected, but Serafina just shook her head. You can't just invent a new kind of armor because I'm bad at being off duty. Watch me, he said, then gentled his tone. Let me try. Worst case, you end up with a very expensive nightshirt and more evidence that I'm an idiot. Best case, he looked at her, really looked. Best case, you sleep easier. And Isolde gets a knight who isn't grinding her teeth to dust in the corner. The mention of Isolde gave her the out she needed to accept without it feeling like a personal indulgence. She rolled her shoulders, considering. You'll need measurements, she said at last, practical as ever. And I'm not wearing anything that can snag. Relief and excitement flared through him in equal measure. I'll make it as smooth as possible, he promised, already mentally inventorying his stores. The bolt of deep blue silk a grateful diplomat had once given him that he'd never found a use for. The spools of fine silver thread he used to lay runic circuits, the vials of ground ward stone dust that could be diluted and painted into cloth. And I'll show you the enchantment pattern before I bind it, so you can point out any vulnerabilities. She grunted, which he took as a yes. Over the next week, whenever he wasn't being dragged into council sessions or emergency consultations about minor magical mishaps, Elias threw himself into the project with the obsessive focus that had once gone into redesigning sewage flows and dungeon seals. He commandeered a corner of the attic, spreading the silk out on a clean table, its dark surface gleaming in the candlelight like a still pool. He measured Serafina 3 times, grumbling apologies when he had to wrap the tape around her ribs, acutely aware of the trust implicit in letting anyone close to her without armor on, and drafted a pattern that balanced ease of movement with coverage. Loose trousers that wouldn't twist in sleep, a long-sleeved tunic cut to fall just below the hip, a high collar that would, psychologically if not physically, mimic the feeling of a gorget without the choke. Into the fabric, he stitched, with painstaking care, protective runes in silver thread, sigils for warding against blades at the seams, for fire resistance around the hem, for impact dispersion across the chest and back. He wove in, almost invisibly, bands of his own empathy architecture, tiny glyphs that keyed the enchantment to Serafina's particular emotional signature so that the cloth would stiffen like mail if her heart rate spiked in fear or adrenaline, then soften again when she calmed. He painted diluted ward stone slurry into the lining in patterns that, to an untrained eye, looked like whimsical swirls but in fact formed a net of sympathetic magic that would, in the event of a sudden blow, shunt a portion of the force into the cathedral's foundations via the pocket dimension's existing structure. He even, at Miko's impish suggestion, stitched a tiny emblem on the inside of the collar where no one but the wearer would ever see it, a stylized pillow with crossed swords over it. So she remembers, Miko said, surprisingly earnest beneath the grin, that rest is a battle she's actually allowed to win. Naming the set, Pajama Armor, in his head as he worked made the whole thing feel less like a hubristic attempt to reinvent centuries of martial tradition and more like what it was, an act of care disguised as a joke. When he finally finished, the last knot tied, the last rune sealed with a breath and a spark of power, he held the folded garments in his hands and felt, distinctly, that strange, quiet click that meant a spell had anchored itself not just to an object but to an intention. The next time Serafina came up to the attic looking less like a warrior and more like a frayed bowstring, Isolde was deep in debates with the council about the charter. Miko had picked a particularly ill-timed fight with a captain, and there had been an incident with a minor demon in the fish market that morning. He intercepted her before she could make it all the way to the workbench, stepping between her and the clutter. Before you sit down and start scowling at my beakers, he said, hard hammering absurdly, I have something for you. Her eyes narrowed instinctively. Gifts were things nobles gave with strings attached, and she didn't quite trust kindness unmoored from contract. If it's another potion, she said, I'm not drinking it unless Alara has peer-reviewed it. No potions, he said. Just this. He held out the bundle of dark cloth. She took it reluctantly, fingers brushing the silk. Her brows shot up at the feel of it, softer, smoother than anything she normally wore. This is, she began, then trailed off as the enchantment, keyed to her, sparked faintly at the contact, humming along her skin. What did you do? Try it on and find out, he said, then, seeing genuine apprehension flicker across her face at the idea of changing in a space she associated with constant vigilance, added quickly, the little storage alcove over there has a lock, and I've double warded it, even Miko can't pick it. I'll stay out here and argue with Alara about cataloging until you emerge or shout that I'm an idiot. She hesitated, then gave a curt nod and disappeared behind the curtain, the click of the latch sounding louder than it should have. On the other side of the thin wall, there was the rustle of cloth, a muffled oath as she likely tried to force her head through the wrong opening, then a long, strange silence. Elias found himself holding his breath, as if the success of the entire endeavor hinged not on the strength of the wards he'd woven but on whether Serafina, who'd faced down worse things than he could name, would be willing to admit that something soft could make her feel safer. When she stepped out, the attic seemed, for a moment, to rearrange itself around the site. The dark blue silk he'd chosen, edged in subtle threads of silver, fit her better than he'd dared hope. The tunic skimming her torso, loose enough not to constrict, sleeves snug at the forearms for practicality, the trousers straight and simple, falling over bare feet that looked oddly smaller without heavy boots. The high collar framed her jaw, echoing the line of a gorget, and the cloth, though clearly comfortable, hung with a certain weight, as if shadow mail lay just beneath the surface. Her hair was still in its severe braid, her expression as fierce as ever, but without the gleam of metal. She looked startlingly human, like a woman who might, in another life, have spent evenings by a hearth instead of on a battlement. Well, he asked softly, how does it feel? She flexed her shoulders, rolled her neck experimentally. Light, she said, with a hint of accusation, as if he'd cheated. She lifted an arm, bent it, punched once into the air, testing. Too light. It's not going to stop a blade. Try, he said. Before she could take that as an invitation to stab him, he snagged a spare practice dagger from the wall, nicked his thumb to key its edge to the enchantment, then tossed it to her hilt first. Easy, he warned. Not full force. Miko will complain if we put a hole in the floor. She gave him a look that suggested she'd been about to say she had no intention of stabbing the floor, then shrugged and reversed the grip, laying the flat of the blade lightly against her forearm and applying slowly increasing pressure. At first nothing happened, just silk against skin. Then, as the spell registered the intent and the rising pulse in her veins, the fabric under the dagger's edge stiffened, the underlying runic lattice activating with a faint shimmer. By the time she was pressing hard enough that, on bare skin, she would have drawn blood, the blade simply slid, redirected along the line of the hidden wards. Her eyes widened, a rare flash of pure, uncalculated surprise. Again, she said, more urgently now, and tried at a different angle, then a sharper one. Each time, the cloth and the magic beneath responded, flexing or firming as needed, dispersing the force along invisible channels into the floor, which thrummed approvingly beneath both their feet. It's keyed to your reactions, Elias explained, barely containing his glee. It reads intent and threat level instead of constant rigidity. You get protection when you need it, not a permanent brace that exhausts you. She paused, dagger lifted, and, on a hunch, he flicked his fingers in a minor spell that sent a spark zipping toward her shoulder. A child's trick, the sort Miko delighted in. The spark hit the silk and popped harmlessly, the ward there absorbing and grounding the minor magic. Serafina blinked, then huffed. Miko is never going to manage to prank me again, are they? Consider it a bonus feature, he said. She lowered the blade, staring down at herself. It feels. She groped for the word, unused to naming sensations that weren't pain or readiness. It feels like wearing a promise. His breath caught at that, because that had been exactly his intention, and hearing it echoed back validated more than just his design. A promise, he said, that you can let go a little, without dereliction. She shifted her weight, tilting her head, listening inward the way good fighters did to check their balance. My skin doesn't feel like it's glowing like a target, she admitted slowly. I can't hear my heart in my ears as loudly. She glared at him, as if this were somehow his fault. I might actually fall asleep in this, whether I want or not. You can take it off any time, he said quickly. Burn it, if it feels wrong. But if it helps, even a little, he trailed off, because her expression had softened into something he almost never saw directed at him, unarmored gratitude. I'm not burning it, she said gruffly. You put too much work into the stitches. She plucked at a sleeve. And if Isolde sees me sleeping in silk, she'll declare it a personal victory and I'll never hear the end of it. I'll have to tell her it's enchanted iron in disguise. Tell her it's pajama armor, he suggested, unable to resist, and this time her laugh came more easily. That night, for the first time in a very long time, Serafina did not sleep in her plate. She took the enchanted garments back to her tiny room off the barracks, hung her cuirass and pauldrons neatly on their stand like old, faithful comrades, and, after an absurdly long moment of standing in the middle of the floor in her shift, looking between the familiar gleam of steel and the unfamiliar gleam of silk, she chose the latter, pulling the tunic over her head and shivering as the enchantment settled over her skin like a second, softer layer of resolve. She lay down on her narrow bed, one hand on the hilt of the knife under her pillow out of sheer habit. As she stared at the ceiling, the usual parade of worries, Isolde's daredevil tendencies, the gossip in the barracks about the princesses' harem, the possibilities of portals and riots and quietly disgruntled nobles, tried to march through her mind, but each time one reached the point where, before, it would have tipped her fully into wakefulness, the subtle hum of the wards in the fabric would rise, almost imperceptibly, and the thought would soften, not vanish, but retreat to a manageable distance. Her body, long used to the weight of steel, registered the resistance in the cloth at her chest and shoulders and decided, reluctantly, that she was not as exposed as her naked arms claimed. The spell keyed to her pulse noticed the way her heart slowed fractionally every time she exhaled and, in response, dampened the constant trickle of adrenaline she'd convinced herself was normal. She slept. She dreamt, for once, not of walls and siege engines, but of walking through the attic barefoot, the floorboards not creaking, a mug of something warm in her hand, Elias at his workbench scribbling uselessly in his notebook because he kept glancing up to check that she was still there, still breathing. In the morning, she woke before dawn as always, but instead of the familiar ache where the cuirass straps dug in, there was only a lingering warmth in her shoulders and a faint indentation on her cheek from the pillow. She lay there for a moment, disoriented, then remembered and sat up sharply, half expecting to feel guilty. The guilt didn't come. She reached for her armor stand, fingers brushing the cool metal, and found, to her own surprise, that the old need to climb immediately back into it had dulled. She still donned it, of course. Duty didn't vanish with comfortable clothing, but she did so now with the knowledge that, when she returned that night, there would be something waiting that allowed her to set it down without feeling as if she were setting down herself. In the attic, when she next appeared on a relatively quiet evening wearing not clanking plate but the deep blue silk, Miko Wolf whistled and declared, "Behold, the Night of Nights." Earning themselves a clip round the ear, Isolde clapped her hands in delight and immediately tried to poke the fabric, only to yelp when the ward rebuffed her overly curious finger. Alara circled her with the analytical air of someone examining a rare specimen, muttering about the efficiency of rune placement. Vespera, eyes narrowing with appreciation, asked in a low voice whether Elias could be convinced to make a fireproof version for demons who wanted to stop singeing their own wing membranes in bed. Through it all, Serafina rolled her eyes and pretended to hate every second, but Elias, watching from his cluttered corner, saw the small, crucial difference. The way she sat, not bolt upright on the edge of a crate, but leaning back against a stack of cushions Miko had shoved at her, ankles crossed, one hand wrapped around a mug of tea Isolde had made badly but earnestly. The way her hand did not hover near her sword hilt the entire time, but occasionally gestured emphatically as she argued with Alara about training budgets. The way, when a stray spark from one of Vespera's bored finger flames jumped in her direction, she didn't flinch. Not because she trusted the demoness that implicitly, though she did, more than she admitted, but because some deep part of her finally believed she was protected enough to blink. It was a small thing, in the grand arc of invasions and reforms and divine interfaces, just silk and silver and a handful of runes. But in that early, precarious period when their little attic family was still more fragile experiment than established fact, the pajama armor became, quietly, a turning point between Elias and Serafina. A private, nightly reminder that he saw not just the night, but the tired woman inside the steel, that he was willing to spend hours of his life to make it easier, safer, for her to lay that steel down, that he respected her need for readiness enough to meet it halfway. Later, years down the line, when he stood in the Cathedral of Unity and promised her rest in front of gods and men, the magic in the floor would recognize the pattern. It would remember the feel of silk brushed with ward stone, the echo of her first night's easier breathing, the weight of his hands smoothing out imaginary wrinkles in a garment that was, really, just another piece of architecture. His architecture, built not of stone this time, but of fabric and trust, strong enough to hold a warrior long enough for her to finally sleep. When Serafina actually tried the pajama armor on for the first time, it was not in the easy, bantering way she later pretended it had been, but in a cramped little storage alcove off Elias's attic with the door double warded and bolted, her heart beating unreasonably fast for someone who had charged a troll nest at dawn without flinching. She stood there in her linen shift, bare-armed and barefoot on cold floorboards, staring at the folded dark blue silk in her hands like it was a piece of enemy sorcery, not something painstakingly stitched by an overcautious alchemist she'd spent weeks calling wizard, in the tone one reserved for unstable siege engines, and for a long moment she simply couldn't make herself move, caught between the pull of habit. Get back into steel, you fool, what if something happens? And the memory of his face earlier when he'd thrust the bundle at her, almost shy, saying, "Let me try," with that mix of too sharp intelligence and ridiculous earnestness that made it very hard to dismiss him as just another cloistered mage playing with forces he didn't understand. Slowly, as if handling a relic, she unfolded the tunic, the silk sliding over her calloused fingers with a sensation so alien to her usual textures of leather and metal that she almost dropped it, then, jaw set, pulled it over her head before she could talk herself out of it. The first thing she registered was the temperature. The fabric hugged her shoulders and chest with a cool kiss that warmed almost instantly, the enchantments keyed to her body recognizing their subject and blooming faintly. Tiny, nearly imperceptible points of magic like pins of light ran along the seams and settled, and it was as if 1,000 tiny hands had gently lifted the weight she always carried there, redistributing it. She let the hem fall, fingers automatically seeking the side seams the way they would seek straps, and felt instead a smooth, uninterrupted line. She tugged at the collar, expecting it to scratch, to choke, but it rested against her throat like a soft hand. When she pulled on the trousers, half braced for them to catch her bind, they slid up easy, the cloth giving where it should and holding where it needed to, the runes at her knees flaring once as they attuned to joints that had spent years absorbing impacts meant for others. She stood there, staring at herself in the dark, warped bit of mirror Elias had propped in the corner, and for the first time in years saw her own shoulders without the familiar bulk of pauldrons. Instead of steel, there was blue, deep as the night she'd sworn her oaths under, edged with faint silver, the lines of her muscles still visible but no longer under assault from biting leather. Instinctively, her hands rose to her clavicles, to the ridges where straps usually dug in. She had, up until that moment, treated the faint grooves and lingering bruises there as just part of the job, the way one accepted blisters and scars, another notch in the ledger of service. Now, Fingers meeting unbroken skin under soft cloth, she realized with a jolt that he had seen them. Elias had noticed. He'd seen the way she rolled her shoulders at the end of long days, the way her hand crept up to rub at the same sore spots while she thought no one was looking, the way she hesitated, just for a breath, before she put the armor back on after particularly long patrols. No one else had. Isolde, perhaps, in some corner of her mind, but the princess's concern had always been for the whole of her safety, not the specific ache of one tendon or strap. Commanders, comrades, even lovers she'd had briefly in her youth had all taken the armor as a given, as much a part of her silhouette as her jaw. Wizards, in her experience, had been worse. They saw soldiers as delivery systems for their spells, bodies that could stand between them and consequences. Elias had not just seen the armor, he had seen the skin under it. The realization hit her harder than any blow she'd taken on the sparring field. Her throat tightened unexpectedly, a hot pressure building behind her eyes that she tried, desperately, to blink away. Tears were for funerals and private nights after failures, not for standing in someone else's borrowed light wearing silk. But the thing about magic keyed to emotion is that it responds before the brain can shove feelings back in their box. As her breath hitched, the runes along the tunic's sides flared, recognizing distress and deepening the subtle hug of the cloth, a soft, firm squeeze around her ribs that felt absurdly like an embrace, like the kind of encompassing hold she had spent years denying herself because relaxing when someone else's arms were around you was, in her world, an unacceptable risk. The contrast between that gentle, magically mediated comfort and the constant, grinding bite of her usual gear, broke something. One tear slid hot down her cheek, then another, leaving tiny dark spots on the blue silk before the fabric wicked them away. She clapped a hand over her mouth, appalled at herself, but the sound that escaped was not a sob of pain or anger, the kind she knew how to process. It was a small, incredulous noise, half laugh, half sob, that could only be called joy, though she would have balked at the word. Joy, because for the first time since she'd been big enough to hold a shield, someone had looked at her daily, mundane hurt. Not battlefield wounds or grand sacrifices, but the slow erosion of comfort by duty, and decided it mattered enough to fix. Not with a lecture, not with an order, but with something she could put on and feel the difference in every breath. Armor had always been her gift to others, she'd never thought to expect anyone to armor her in return. That was caretaker behavior. Not in the officious, patronizing way some nobles took care of their retainers by giving them coin and expecting gratitude, but in the quiet, domestic way she'd seen once, long ago, between a blacksmith and his wife in the village where she'd first trained. The way the woman had, without comment, loosened the man's belt and rubbed salve into his shoulders at the end of each day, easing the strain of his work. The way he, in turn, had risen early to stir the porridge so she could sleep a little longer. Care is noticing, then acting. Until now, she'd never associated that with mages. Wizards, in her mind, were people who hurled power from a distance and then retreated back to their towers, leaving squires to clean up. Elias, idiot that he was, had instead used his arcane brilliance to make her pajamas. She pressed the heel of her hand hard against her eye until the tears stopped, took a few steadying breaths, then schooled her face back into something resembling neutrality. She was still flushed, still a little raw, but she could at least step back out there without bursting into tears if Miko made a joke. When she emerged, the banter, the tests with the dagger, the way she laughed and called the whole thing stupid, all of that was true, but under it ran the deeper, new current. This was the moment the axis of her view tilted, when, wizard, in her mental lexicon shifted from hazard to be monitored, to person who has, bafflingly, decided to look after me in ways I didn't know I needed. She did not thank him, not then. The words lodged in her throat as gratitude always did when it threatened to expose too much. Instead, that night and the next, as she slid between sheets that no longer had to accommodate clanking metal, feeling the pajama armor's wards breathe with her, she turned the feeling over in her mind like a new coin, heavy and bright, and thought, with equal parts suspicion and reluctant trust, he paid attention. He saw my pain. He did something about it. The realization sat with her through shifts and drills, through council meetings where Elias stood fidgeting at the back while Isolde and Alara sparred verbally with ancient men, through quiet, late-night walks when the city was asleep and the only sounds were her boots and his muttered complaints about archaic plumbing statutes. By the end of a week of wearing the enchanted set whenever she could justify it, telling herself, for duty's sake, that it was important to test the durability of the spell, she found that the jagged edge of her suspicion had dulled into something else, an itch to reciprocate. Knights repaid debt through service, through loyalty, through taking arrows meant for others. She already did that. This felt like a different kind of debt. She wanted, awkwardly, clumsily, to do something kind for him, something domestic and quiet that said I see you saw me. The problem was that her repertoire of kind domestic gestures was limited. She knew how to mend a strap, how to oil a blade, how to bully a squire into proper posture. The only other class of caretaking she'd ever really seen was food. People cooked for those they cared about. Isolde had tried, disastrously, once, when they were 13 and determined to prove they could live on their own. They'd both nearly poisoned themselves with undercooked eggs and burned bread. Serafina had not revisited the experiment since. There had always been castle cooks, barrack stews, street vendors. But now, with the pajama armor's silk brushing softly against her ankles as she paced the edge of her narrow barracks room, she found herself thinking, I could try. For him. The thought made her feel ridiculous. She pushed it away. It came back, stronger, every time she saw him wince when he thought no one was looking, rubbing the bridge of his nose over a stack of half-finished schematics. Every time he fell asleep in his chair in the attic, quill still in hand, because he'd stayed up late tweaking someone else's comfort spell. After 3 nights of this internal tug of war, she snapped. Fine, she muttered to herself, glaring at the ceiling. A meal. Just one. If he dies, I'll take responsibility. She picked a night when Isolde was safely ensconced in her rooms, under the watchful eyes of 2 competent guards and a stack of paperwork thick enough to keep her indoors until dawn, and stalked down to the castle kitchens with the purposeful tread that made most servants flatten themselves against walls. The night staff, used to her raiding the cupboards for cold meat between shifts, blinked when she announced, I'll be cooking tonight, in the same tone she used to declare a training inspection. The head cook, a stout woman with arms like hams and the expression of someone who'd grown up fearing knights and had since learned better, opened her mouth to protest. With all due respect, Captain, the last time Her Highness tried that we were cleaning burned sugar off the ceiling for a week. But Serafina fixed her with the look she normally reserved for green recruits and added, no one dies and I clean any mess, and, grudgingly, the cook relented, shooing her staff to the periphery with muttered instructions to keep an eye on the pantry knives. Serafina approached the task like a battle plan. She selected ingredients with the same ruthless efficiency she used to choose weapons. Meat sturdy, reliable, root vegetables, hard to ruin. She thought, mistakenly, bread dough, already rising. How hard could it be to bake? And a handful of herbs she vaguely recognized from barrack stews. She glared at the cook until she produced a battered recipe book, flipped through it with the intensity of someone reading a deployment order, and settled on a simple stew. How difficult could it be? Brown the meat, add the vegetables, pour in broth, simmer. Straightforward. The trouble began immediately. Accustomed to teaching squires with volume and certainty, not finesse, Serafina turned the fire under the heavy pot a bit too high. The oil she'd been told to heat began to smoke, and when she dumped the chunks of meat in all at once, they hissed and spat angrily, a fine spray of hot fat dappling her forearms. She gritted her teeth, thankful for once for the pajama armor's subtle warding even here, and shoved the meat around with a spoon, brow furrowing as some pieces blackened at the edges while others clung stubbornly pale. It's browning, she muttered. That counts. She chopped the vegetables with better success. Her knife skills were impeccable, if not entirely in line with culinary best practices. The resulting carrot and potato chunks were a tad uniform, more like training dummies than rustic fare, and, following the sparse directions, added them to the pot along with a slosh of broth. Where the book said, "Season to taste," she scowled. Taste was not a measurement. She eyed the salt jar, thought of barrack stews so bland even the greediest recruit had complained, and added a generous handful. Then another, because Miko was always pilfering the salt cellar and perhaps the castle overcompensated. Herbs. She tossed them in whole, stems and all, because leaves were small and annoying and she refused to spend half an hour plucking. The bread she approached with misplaced confidence. The dough was already risen, elastic under her hands as she punched it down with perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm, rolled it into a loaf that was more baton than boule, and slid it into a waiting oven with the air of someone launching a siege weapon. While everything cooked, she stood sentinel, arms crossed, eyeing the pot as if it might attempt an escape. The stew, for a while, seemed fine. It bubbled gently, filling the kitchen with a smell that, if not immediately mouth-watering, at least did not scream disaster. Emboldened, she allowed herself a moment to imagine Elias's face when she presented him with a steaming bowl. Surprised, perhaps, then pleased. He'd eat in that distracted way he had, then look up mid-bite, realization dawning that she had done this for him. The thought made her stomach flutter uneasily. She scowled at the pot as if it were to blame. Then the bottom scorched. It started as a faint catch in the back of her throat. She frowned, stirred more vigorously, scraping along the bottom where the spoon met a rough patch that gave with a sickening lurch, releasing a puff of dark steam that smelled distinctly of burned fond, which is delicious in careful moderation and less so when it constitutes an entire layer. "It's fine," she told herself doggedly. Adds character. She turned down the heat belatedly and turned her attention to the bread, which, when she opened the oven, greeted her with an enthusiastic blast of heat and the sight of a loaf whose top was approaching charcoal. She yanked it out, dumped it on the counter, and glared. It's rustic, she decided, because one could, in fact, batter someone with it if needed. After an hour of this culinary war, she had a pot of over-salted, faintly burned stew in which vegetables floated in suspicious uniformity and meat ranged from gray to nearly black, and a loaf so hard it rang when she knocked it with her knuckles. Objectively, it looked dreadful. Subjectively, if she squinted and lied, it was food, and she had made it. For him, that, she decided, mattered more than whether it tasted like boot leather soaked in brine. She ladled some into a covered dish, wrapped the bread in a cloth to hide its crimes, and, under the wary gazes of the kitchen staff, one of whom quietly slipped a small jar of pickles into her basket, perhaps on the theory that acid could rescue anything, marched out, up the servants' stairs, and out into the night toward Elias's attic. When she pushed open the attic door with her hip, balancing the tray, Elias looked up from his workbench, blinking owlishly behind his spectacles. It was late. Ink smudged his fingers, and the circles under his eyes were darker than usual. "Serafina," he said, surprise cutting through his fatigue. "Is something wrong?" "No," she said too quickly, then, realizing that made it sound like this was some sort of reprieve before an ambush, added gruffly, "I brought food." Miko, lounging in a hammock, immediately sat up. "You cooked?" they asked, eyes wide with the reckless bravery of someone who had not yet smelled the stew. "Do you need a taster?" "I volunteer as tribute." "Sit," Serafina barked, so sharply they dropped back into the hammock. She set the tray down on the cleared corner of the workbench Elias hastily made for her, avoiding looking anyone directly in the eye. "It's nothing," she muttered. "Just, you forget to eat. Alara complains. Azolda worries. I got tired of hearing about it." Elias glanced from her stiff shoulders to the dishes, then back, and something soft and dangerous flickered across his face. Recognition of the vulnerability this represented from someone who'd once told him, flatly, that feelings were for when the city was not on fire. "You cooked," he repeated, voice gentler. "For me. Don't make it sound sentimental," she snarled automatically, which only made Miko smirk wider. "Eat, before it congeals." He lifted the lid. The smell that wafted up hit him like a physical force. Salt, burnt bits, a hint of herbaceous chaos. The stew's surface glistened ominously, fat and broth separating in a way that suggested they had not become close friends. The bread, when he picked it up, had the density of a small meteorite. For a split second, some primitive self-preservation instinct whispered that he could feign a sudden emergency in the lab, that he could claim an allergy, that he could quietly, gently suggest they tinker with the recipe together next time. Then he looked at her. At the way her arms were folded a little too tight, as if holding herself together, at the way she was watching him from the corner of her eye, not quite daring to meet his gaze, as if bracing for derision, at the way the pajama armor's collar peeked out under her usual surcoat where she'd clearly thrown steel on over silk to come here, unwilling to part with the new comfort even for this errand. He thought of her, crying in that little storage alcove where she thought no one could see, of the bruises on her shoulders from years of unseen weight, of the fact that for her, cooking was not some idle pastime but a mortifying venture into unfamiliar terrain undertaken solely because she had recognized his neglect of his own body and, in her own clumsy way, wanted to tend it. He picked up the spoon. "Smells good," he lied, because for once, a tiny, harmless untruth felt less like a betrayal and more like an ingredient in kindness, and took a bite. It was bad. The salt hit first, a briny slap that made his eyes water, then the burned undernote, char curling at the edges of each piece of meat. The vegetables were both overcooked on the outside and oddly firm in the middle, like they'd passed through several contradictory states on their way to the pot. His palate, accustomed to Elias-crafted delicacies like whatever's left in the pantry potluck, and bread with something vaguely spreadable, reeled. His rational brain, traitor that it was, began cataloging fixes: dilution, acid, perhaps some starch to absorb the excess seasoning. He swallowed. Across the table, Serafina's eyes were fixed on him now, every muscle in her body coiled, the same way she watched an enemy line when waiting to see if they'd break. If he winced, if he hesitated, she would see it. And it would confirm every one of her fears about trying to cross into a domain that was not hers. "Well," she demanded, a little too forcefully. "It's stew," he said, then, as she bristled, added with a small, genuine smile, "It tastes like someone cared enough to make sure I didn't fall over in a pile of my own parchment tonight." It was, weirdly, true. Beneath the assault on his taste buds, he could taste the intention, the heavy hand with salt from a lifetime of eating under-seasoned barracks fare, the overcooking from a soldier's terror of underdone meat making comrades sick, the uniform chopping from habits drilled into her muscles. He took another spoonful, because she was still watching, disbelief warring with hope in her eyes, and then another. Each bite was a small battle. He made tiny adjustments, eating more bread than stew, chasing each mouthful with water when she wasn't looking, but he did not stop until the bowl was, if not quite empty, at least convincingly scraped. "You ate it all," she said slowly, as if that were more startling than any magic he'd ever worked. "Of course," he said. "You stood in a kitchen for me. Faced down pots instead of pikes. I'd be an idiot to waste that." Miko, who had been watching this with open fascination, blurted, "You are an idiot, but a sweet one," then ducked as Serafina's hand shot out in a half-hearted swat. There was a suspicious sheen in the knight's eyes now, the same one he'd glimpsed in the mirror's warping surface when she'd first donned the silk. "It was terrible," she said, half question, half statement, because if he lied too much, she would not believe any of it. He hesitated, then opted for that line between truth and kindness he was still learning to walk. "It was enthusiastic," he said wryly. "Your salt deployment strategy could use refining." A choked laugh escaped her, startled and grateful, the tension in her shoulders easing another notch. "Next time," he added, because saying there would be a next time mattered more than any critique, "we'll cook together. I'll enchant the pot so it doesn't char your heroically chopped vegetables. You can glare at it until it behaves." "Next time," she repeated, rolling the phrase around in her mouth as if it were another new taste, then shrugged, trying to hide the way the corner of her mouth wanted to lift. "If there is a next time. If you haven't died of salt poisoning by morning." "If I die," he said, Deadpan, I will haunt your cookware. Miko snorted. Vespera, lounging in a shadowed corner pretending not to have been listening, rumbled, I like him alive. He makes good shields. Alara, who had popped her head in halfway through and wisely decided to keep quiet to avoid skewing the delicate emotional experiment, scribbled in her notebook, early instance of reciprocal caretaking between Elias and Serafina. Note: ingestion of suboptimal nutritive matter correlated with significant increase in mutual trust. Serafina looked at Elias one last time, really looked, at the way he'd squared his shoulders to eat her disastrous offering without flinching, at the way he'd chosen honest but gentle words over false praise, at the way he'd already begun sketching, in the air with his free hand, improvements they could make together, and something inside her shifted permanently. Wizards, she thought with a wry twist of humor, are not supposed to do this. They are supposed to demand, to take, to use. This one makes pajamas and eats terrible stew. This one remembers my bruises and doesn't mock my attempts at salving his. This one cares. It was, perhaps, the first time she allowed herself to slot him into a category her mind had previously reserved only for comrades in arms and, long before that, for the mother she barely remembered, caretaker. Not in a way that diminished his strangeness or his power. If anything, the combination made it more dangerous to her carefully fortified heart, but in a way that anchored him, in her inner architecture, in a new place. Not just asset, not just hazard, not just attic wizard, but someone she could, unthinkably, one day hand her armor to and trust that he would not only polish it, but make sure she wasn't being crushed by its weight. Years later, when she stood in a cathedral half in this world and half in another, listening to him vow her rest in front of gods and men, that night in the kitchen and the attic would flash through her mind. Silk against bruised skin, the taste of over-salted stew on his tongue, his ridiculous determination to absorb her clumsy attempt at care without complaint. And she would think, with a small, private smile only he would see, that long before titles like Architect of Love, and enchanted cathedrals and cohort charters, it had started, for her, with pajama armor and a terrible meal. Two small, flawed acts of noticing that had turned a wizard into a caretaker and a knight into someone who, for once, allowed herself to be cared for. The routine started almost by accident, on a Tuesday that had already chewed Serafina up and spat her out twice before noon. The city watch had bungled an arrest in the lower market, requiring her to march down in full armor and untangle a knot of bruised egos and overturned produce. The Council of Wardens had convened an emergency meeting about the propriety of demon occupancy within royal-adjacent spaces, that had left her grinding her teeth through 3 hours of thinly veiled insults at Vespera and, by extension, at Isolda's judgment, and just as she'd thought she might finally be allowed to collapse for an hour on the narrow bed in her barracks room, a squire had appeared with the wide-eyed news that the princess had gone out, again, which of course meant the attic. By the time she climbed the stairs 2 at a time, panting slightly, hand on the banister she trusted less than her own reflexes, she was braced for chaos. Isolda hanging from a rope, Miko trying to pick Vespera's pockets while Vespera pretended not to notice, Elias about to blow a hole in the roof with some ill-advised experiment, but when she pushed open the door, armor clanking, she found only Elias, alone, sitting at his workbench under the low eaves, a single lamp pooling light over a spread of parchment. The attic, for once, was quiet. He looked up as she entered, eyes flicking instinctively to her hands, her stance, checking for blood, for panic, and when he saw neither, just the exhausted pinch between her brows, he relaxed minutely, giving her a small nod that said both hello and nothing is on fire, probably. There at court, he said, by way of explanation, jerking his chin toward the castle. Isolda is terrorizing the council. Alara is terrorizing the archivists. Miko is terrorizing a dice game. Vespera is terrorizing my concept of normal tea consumption. You're early. I needed, she began, then faltered, because she didn't have a word that didn't sound weak for what she needed. Not sleep exactly, not food, not even company in the shouting, joking, story-swapping way the others provided. Just, not to be on. Always, always, in armor and duty, she was on. Shoulders squared, gaze scanning, body ready to spring. The pajama armor had helped at night, in her own room, but here, in this in-between time after her shift and before whatever fresh madness Isolde would drag her into tomorrow, she felt the edges of herself fraying. Elias, perhaps aided by his cursed gift for reading people, saw the incomplete thought in her tightened jaw and filled in the rest. You needed not to talk to anyone, he said mildly, turning back to his parchment as if granting an indulgence so ordinary it needed no fanfare. You can sit. I'm working on something that will probably fail 3 times before behaving. I won't ask you about your day if you won't ask me why there's a chicken on the window ledge. Serafina, who had not yet noticed the plump hen roosting improbably on the sill courtesy of Miko's earlier, unrelated antics, blinked. Then, before she could calculate the political or emotional ramifications of accepting, heard herself say, "Deal." She stepped fully into the room, the weight of her cuirass dragging at her shoulders now that the adrenaline that had fueled her climb had ebbed, and for a heartbeat she hesitated, habit screaming that she should keep the armor on because what if? Then her gaze fell on the peg by the door where Elias had, with a small, respectful nod that first night, put up a proper stand for her gear, as if saying this has a place here, not merely tolerated but expected. She exhaled, unbuckled the breastplate, and set it there, the clunk of metal on wood sounding both sacrilegious and right. The air on her shirt-covered skin felt cold for a moment, then strangely light. She crossed the few steps to the chair opposite Elias's workbench, lowered herself into it more gingerly than she would ever have admitted, and sat, hands resting on her thighs, staring at nothing in particular while he bent over his diagrams again with that furrow of concentration that made his eyebrows draw together. Minutes passed. The chicken clucked softly to itself. Somewhere below, a cart rattled over cobblestones. Serafina's mind, which had been a hive of buzzing grievances and half-finished tactical scenarios, gradually began to quiet in the presence of another person who, blessedly, did not feel the need to fill the air with words. Elias occasionally scribbled something, muttered under his breath, "No, that coefficient is going to destabilize the entire array, you idiot," scratched his cheek with the end of his quill, sighed. He did not look at her, did not fidget on her account, did not treat her presence as a problem to be solved or a guest to be entertained. He simply shared space. For an introvert like Elias, this was, in fact, the highest form of hospitality he could extend, making room in his mental and physical territory for another without feeling the need to perform. For a soldier like Serafina, who had spent her life occupying space only as function, plugging holes in defenses, filling out formations, standing at attention as part of someone else's tableau, being allowed to exist in a room, quietly, without her utility constantly probed, was an entirely different kind of relief. Half an hour later, her shoulders had dropped a fraction, the tension in her jaw had eased. She found that she was staring, not uncomfortably, at the way his hands moved when he thought. Long fingers ink-stained, tapping an unconscious rhythm against the table, steady even when his ideas weren't. He, for his part, was acutely aware of her presence, not in the anxious, self-conscious way he felt in court, but as a grounded weight on the other side of the workbench, a solid, reassuring point in his periphery that paradoxically made it easier to sink into his own thoughts. The part of his brain that always scanned for external threats could rest, however slightly, when it knew there was a professional guardian 2 arms lengths away. That first Tuesday they didn't speak more than 10 words after that initial exchange. When the clock on the wall chimed the hour with a dull, off-key bong, a salvaged bell Miko had liberated from a derelict warehouse, Serafina stirred, rose, buckled her breastplate back on with the practiced efficiency of someone ready to be summoned at any moment, and paused at the door. "Thank you," she said gruffly, almost inaudible under the creak of the stairs. Elias, still half lost in a tangle of sigils, looked up, blinked, and, without making a fuss, said, "Same time next week." The words came out before he could second-guess them, his own wish wrapped in casualness. She hesitated, then nodded once. If the city isn't on fire. If it is, we'll reschedule, he said, and she snorted, the closest thing to laughter he'd given him all day. The following Tuesday, after another long shift, she found herself standing in front of his door at almost exactly the same time, hand raised to knock, heart doing an odd little flutter she blamed on the stairs. Inside, she could hear the faint scratch of quill on parchment, the murmur of a man arguing with himself about vectors. She knocked once, a sharp rap that was more habit than courtesy, and when he called, "It's open," she went in, the scene almost a mirror of the previous week, him at the bench, the attic quiet, a second chair already pulled out. The sight of that chair, placed deliberately rather than haphazardly left from someone else's use, hit her harder than she'd expected. It meant he'd anticipated her. He'd kept the time in his head and made space for her. Without comment, she took off her armor again, hung it on the peg, and sat. He slid a mug across the table without looking up. Tea, still too weak, but she was slowly training him, and they fell into silence with surprising ease. Thus began their Tuesdays. Sometimes Serafina arrived angry, jaw clenched from a day of dealing with obtuse superiors or noble brats who thought the princess's night was a decorative accessory. On those evenings her foot would tap a muted staccato on the floorboards for the first 10 minutes, and Elias would respond by lighting one more candle and deliberately sighing loud enough to make her aware of the noise she was making, not in chastisement but as a nudge. She'd catch herself, huff, and then the shared quiet would resettle. Sometimes she came bone-tired, movements slow, eyes shadowed, on nights after training new recruits in the rain, or after escorting Isolde through 3 separate, urgent, audiences that had turned out to be minor lords angling for gossip. Those evenings she'd barely speak at the door, simply unbuckle, sit, and, within minutes, her chin would droop toward her chest, lashes fluttering as sleep tried to claim her. The pajama armor's subtle enchantments would read her exhaustion, and the chair under her would, suspiciously, feel more like a cushioned couch. When her head finally tipped sideways, landing against the wall or, once memorably, against the edge of his workbench, Elias would quietly nudge his papers aside, slide a folded blanket between her temple and the hard surface, and go back to his scribbling, the warmth of her snoring presence oddly comforting. Once, on a particularly grim Tuesday after a riot at the grain warehouses, she arrived with dried blood in the cracks of her knuckles and a haunted look in her eyes. She didn't even bother with the armor, just sat, fingers twisting together, gaze fixed on some point in the middle distance. For almost an hour she didn't move, and neither did he. He pretended to work but mostly watched the minute shifts in her posture, the way her breathing hitched whenever a carriage rumbled by in the street below. Eventually she exhaled, a long, shaky thing, and without looking at him, said, "We held the line." It was half report, half confession. "Good," he said quietly. "You always do." And that was all. No probing for details, no pat reassurances, just an acknowledgement that landed somewhere deep in her chest and, improbably, eased it. Some Tuesdays Elias was the frayed one, stumbling in late with soot on his sleeves from a lab accident or ink smeared across his cheek from falling asleep on a draft. On those nights it was Serafina who arrived first, claimed her chair, and then, when he finally dragged himself up the stairs, simply tilted her head toward the other seat in a silent command, "Sit." He would obey, more out of bone-deep weariness than nightly training, and for once let his quill lie idle while he stared at nothing, the two of them mirroring each other's slack shoulders. The first time he did that, truly did nothing in her presence, he felt a prickling discomfort. Shouldn't he be entertaining her, making tea, explaining his latest project? But then he glanced at her and saw only relief in her expression that he wasn't fussing, and realized, with a slow, spreading warmth, that this was the gift they were trading, permission to just be. Parallel play, some tutor had once called it when explaining to him why children built towers side by side instead of together. At the time he'd shrugged, uninterested in the social development of noisy creatures who never let him read in peace. Now, in the attic's dim light, with a knight quietly oiling the joints of her gauntlets on one side of the table and an alchemist quietly sketching protection arrays on the other, It felt like a revelation. That he could share space and time with someone, each absorbed in their own task, and that this quiet proximity, could be the highest form of intimacy for people who found words costly. The others noticed, of course. Isolde, curious and incapable of letting a pattern go unexamined for long, tried, one Tuesday, to insinuate herself into the routine. She arrived with Serafina, breezed into the attic with a stack of petitions in her arms and the determination to multitask diplomacy and whatever this is. For the first 10 minutes she sat on a crate between them, valiantly attempting to work in silence, but Isolde had never been comfortable with unstructured quiet. Her mind raced, her leg bounced, her fingers tapped the edges of her parchment. "It's very still," she whispered eventually, as if they were in a library. "Yes," Elias and Serafina said in unison, then blinked at each other. "How do you stand it?" Isolde hissed. "It's like waiting for a siege." "It's like not being under siege," Serafina corrected. "Stay or don't, Highness, but don't fidget." Isolde lasted another 3 minutes before she exploded into a low-voiced rant about a particular lord's obstinacy, at which point Elias, with as much gentleness as he could muster, said, "This is Tuesday," and something in his tone made her pause. She studied them for a long moment. His relaxed shoulders, Serafina's uncharacteristically unguarded posture, the way their breathing seemed to have synced. And then, with a rueful half-smile, she gathered her papers. "Very well," she said. "I'll go terrorize the council in your absence. Enjoy your nothing." After that, she referred to their ritual, half-jokingly, as the nothing, but never again tried to intrude. Miko, naturally, tested the boundaries aggressively at first. They would swing down from the rafters on those evenings with some outrageous story or ill-gotten baked good, chattering away, only to bounce verbally off the impenetrable wall of their combined disinterest. The first time both Elias and Serafina responded to one of Miko's jokes with the same flat, unimpressed stare, a silent, synchronized, "No," that would have done any drill sergeant proud. The thief put a hand to their heart in mock affront. "I see how it is," they declared. "Tuesdays are for introvert club. I wasn't invited." "You talk too much," Serafina said bluntly. Elias, in a rare moment of verbal mischief, added, "Come back when you've leveled up your silent sitting skill." Miko gasped theatrically, betrayed. "By my own pajama smith and my favorite brick wall." But, to their credit, adjusted. After that, they treated Tuesdays as sacred ground, limiting their intrusions to the occasional wordless delivery of a pastry left on the workbench before they vanished again, or a single upside-down wave from the rafters before they swung out the window. Alara, ever the analyst, dubbed it companionable solitude in her notes and, though she couldn't quite manage to stop herself from muttering at a particularly infuriating passage in an old text, did sometimes slip in quietly, curl up with a book in a corner, and add her own layer of focused silence to the room's hum. Vespera, on the rare Tuesdays when the sunlight had been too much and she needed the attic's comforting gloom more than usual, would fold herself onto the floor near Elias's chair, wings wrapped around her knees like a cloak, and simply exist, occasionally inhaling deeply as if drawing strength from the overlapping calm. Over time, the house itself began to recognize the pattern, the pocket dimensions magic, always responsive to the emotional architecture of its residents, learned that on Tuesdays, at that hour, the primary desired function of the attic was stillness. The floorboards refrained from creaking as loudly, the ropes holding up Miko's hammock swayed less, even the enchanted tea kettle seemed to mutter at a lower volume when its water boiled. On more than one occasion, when Elias was tempted to break the silence, to ask Serafina about a bruise, to share some minor triumph in his latest design, to fill the air with words simply because he feared she might expect them, the house itself seemed to nudge him back into quiet, the lamp flame flickering in a way that said, "This is enough." In those shared, wordless hours, small, almost invisible things accumulated that would later prove to be the foundation of their most complex moments. The way Serafina learned to read his exhaustion not by the droop of his eyelids but by the particular angle at which he held his quill. The way Elias came to recognize, from the subtle tightening of her jaw when she took off a gauntlet, whether the day's trouble had been political, physical, or emotional. He noticed, for example, that on weeks when Isolde had thrown herself particularly hard into a reform battle and been rebuffed, Serafina's breathing on Tuesday nights was shallower, as if she were holding her own response in check to avoid adding to the princess's burden. On those evenings he would, without comment, light an extra candle and slide the tea closer to her elbow, knowing that the act of being seen in her restraint was sometimes enough to let her finally unclench. She, in turn, began to recognize the subtle signs that his own anxieties were creeping up. The way his empathy architect sense made him twitch when too many people had brushed too close that day, or the way his magic fluttered oddly when he was overstimulated. On those Tuesdays, she would make a point of being even less demanding, limiting her movements, her presence paradoxically serving as a shield against further social intrusion. It was on one such evening, months into the routine, that a minor crisis revealed just how strong their silent bond had become. A messenger from the castle, new and overeager, burst into the attic unannounced, panting, eyes wild, sword still at his hip, shouting, "Sir Elias! Captain Serafina, the princess, she's," and before he could finish, Serafina was on her feet, hand on her hilt, ready to run. Elias's heart leapt into his throat, every nerve screaming catastrophe. Then, as if the Tuesday air itself took offense at the interruption, the house's wards pulsed, a calm, steadying wave rolling out from the walls. Serafina's grip on her sword loosened by a fractional degree, enough for her to ask, in a voice that did not betray the spike of panic, "The princess is what?" The messenger, now confronted with two very intense pairs of eyes and no space for melodrama in the strange, still room, stuttered, "She's refused to leave the council chamber until they address her proposal, and the king wonders if you might persuade her to take a break for food. Not assassinated, not kidnapped, just being herself." Serafina's shoulders dropped a full inch. Elias exhaled slowly, feeling the electric jolt of fear drain away. They exchanged a glance, one of those quick, full conversations that happen without words. "You go, I'll back you. Of course. She's relentless, we're proud of her, we're tired." Then, with the quiet efficiency that had become their hallmark, they rose, donned what protection they needed, and headed down together, the Tuesday stillness between them carrying forward into the noise of yet another argument chamber, allowing them to coordinate, to flank, to support Isolde's stubbornness without getting swept into its chaos. Later, when people marveled at how seamlessly the knight and the alchemist worked in concert on battlefields and in council rooms, how without speaking they seemed to know when to trade places, when to press, when to fall back, they would assume it was the result of drills or some arcane bond. In truth, it had been built over countless evenings of doing nothing more than breathing the same air in comfortable silence. That parallel play, as some mental health pamphlet from Alara's library would have put it, became, quietly, the bedrock of their relationship. Long before vows of rest and dramatic cathedral promises, before titles like protector and cohort guardian, there were Tuesdays in the attic when a knight took off her armor, an introvert lowered his walls, and they sat side by side, each wrapped in their own thoughts but anchored by the other's presence, learning in minute increments that safety could exist not just at the tip of a sword or the edge of a spell, but in the unremarkable miracle of having someone next to you who did not demand you be anything other than exactly what you were in that moment. The challenge came on a bright, brittle morning a few months into the new routine, when the barracks gossip about the captain's pajama wizard had ripened from whispered amusement into something sharper in the hearts of those who felt left behind by changing tides. Serafina had just finished putting a squad of new recruits through their paces in the training yard. Sweat gleaming on her forehead, armor clanking in a way that made even seasoned veterans straighten up. When Sir Aldrich, a broad-shouldered knight with a jaw like a brick and a mind only slightly more flexible, strode across the packed dirt with all the self-righteousness of a man convinced he was about to save his order from corruption, he had watched, with mounting indignation, as Serafina's patterns shifted over recent months, as she left the barracks regularly for the attic, as she accepted silk from a mage, as she laughed in private with Elias in ways Aldrich's rigid world had not prepared him to process, and in the simple, profoundly unimaginative narrative he carried, there was only one explanation for such deviation from proper knightly stoicism: sorcery. Wizards bewitched, women succumbed, knights rescued. It was, he told himself, his duty to intervene. So now he marched into the yard where off-duty soldiers leaned on pikes to watch Serafina correct a recruit's stance and called, loud enough to still half a dozen conversations, "Captain Serafina of the Royal Guard, I demand an accounting." Serafina, whose back was to him, did not immediately turn. She finished adjusting the recruit's grip, murmured, "Again, and if you let your wrist sag like that in front of Miko, they'll steal your sword out of sheer offense," then pivoted, one eyebrow arched. "Sir Aldrich," she said, voice flat. "If this is about the training rota, take it up with the quartermaster. This is about your honor," he boomed, and several watching soldiers winced, because anyone who'd known Serafina more than a week knew that impugning her honor in public was a good way to discover new uses for a practice field. "And the honor of our order. You spend too much time in that mage's attic. You have taken to wearing his silk contraptions. You have begun yielding to his whims in ways unbecoming a captain." His gaze flicked pointedly to the edge of dark blue peeking from under her armor where the pajama set's collar was visible, because she'd thrown plate over it this morning rather than strip and redress between duties in her Tuesday. "Whispers say he has wormed his way into your mind. Some say love potions." A ripple of uneasy laughter ran through the watching ring. Miko, who had been lounging on the fence, actually choked. "Love potions," they muttered to Alara. "If Elias had those, I'd be a much happier thief." Alara shushed them, eyes narrowing analytically. Gossip was data. Serafina went very, very still. "You accuse me," she said quietly, "of being under enchantment." "I accuse him," Aldrich corrected, jabbing a gauntleted finger toward the doorway where Elias, having heard the raised voices through the open window of his attic, now stood halfway down the external staircase, ink still staining his fingers, expression caught between confusion and dread, of exerting unnatural influence over you, a ranking officer. "And I invoke the code of purity to challenge him to a duel for the right to sever that influence and restore your judgment." Around them, the barracks yard muttered. The code of purity was an old, dusty section of knightly law rarely invoked these days except by traditionalists or hotheads. It allowed any knight to challenge corrupting forces attached to their fellows to single combat, provided non-lethal methods were used and the corrupting force accepted. Most often, it had been used in past decades to clear out unsavory gambling dens or duel unscrupulous mercenaries who had wormed into vulnerable comrades' circles. No one had considered it in the context of an alchemist whose primary crimes were marshmallow-based crowd control and making customized pajamas. That code, Alara hissed under her breath to Isolde, who'd just arrived with Vespera and nearly barreled into the scene, was written when half the gods in our pantheon were still answering prayers in person. It assumed demons actively seducing knights away from their vows, not men who spend Tuesdays failing to water their plants, Miko supplied. Vespera, eyes narrowing at the tone of accusation pointed at her friend, rumbled, "I am offended I was not even considered as possible corrupter," but there was heat under the joke. Serafina's hand had dropped automatically to her sword hilt the moment Aldrich pointed at Elias. Now she took a step forward, placing herself between the knight and the alchemist in a single, unthinking movement that spoke of months of reflex honed by Tuesdays and pajama armor and poorly seasoned kindness. "Elias is not a combatant," she said, loud enough for the watching knights to hear. "He is under my protection. If you have a quarrel, you have it with me." Aldrich flushed, because part of him had hoped to goad her into exactly that, but the code wasn't that easily twisted. Everyone here knew Serafina could knock him flat in 3 moves. Challenging her would win him no points. Exposing and humiliating the wizard, who'd turned their captain, soft, however, that felt, to his limited imagination, like a righteous act. "You cannot hide behind him," he said stubbornly, mangling his own logic. "He is the source. If he is truly harmless, he should have no objection to proving it in the yard. Unless, his mouth curled, he fears that without you to shield him, his hold on you will break. Elias flinched as if the words were a physical blow. His first instinct, honed by years of avoidance, was to retreat, to protest that he was an academic, to let Serafina and Isolde wield their rank and their swords to squash this nonsense. Serafina's muscles bunched, ready to do just that. Her sword sang halfway out of its sheath, eyes blazing, and if he'd said nothing, she would have stepped fully into the challenge and ended this in a very loud, very clear message that no one, code or no code, threatened her, wizard. But beneath Elias's panic, something else gnawed. The memory of Tuesday nights when she took off her armor in his attic and trusted him to simply be there. The image of her, tears he wasn't supposed to have seen glinting in her eyes as she'd touched the pajama armor's collar. The way she always stepped in front of him when danger so much as sniffed at the horizon. He had promised her rest. He had told her, in the cathedral and before, that he didn't want to spend his life huddling behind her shield. If he let her fight this battle for him, if he accepted the narrative that he was something to be protected but not accountable, he'd be reinforcing exactly the dynamic Aldrich accused them of. Sorcerer and thrall, not partners. His heart hammered, mouth dry, but some stubborn thread of pride and love twined with his fear. Serafina, he said, louder than he'd intended, stepping out from behind her shoulder, surprising them both. Let him say his piece. And let me answer it. She turned her head sharply. Elias, this is idiotic, she hissed. He's invoking a combat code. You don't fight. You don't even hold a sword properly. I have other tools, he said, forcing a shaky smile. And other codes. Besides, if I hide behind you every time someone decides I've bewitched you, they'll never stop saying it. He met her eyes, and in that long look she saw not just fear but resolve, the same quiet steel that had made him stand his ground when assassins and portals and councils had pushed. It was, in its own way, knightly. Slowly, reluctantly, she eased her grip on her sword. If he hurts you, she said in a voice that vibrated with barely leashed violence, I will bury him under the barracks. Noted, Elias said, then turned to Aldrich, swallowing. I accept your challenge, he said, the word tasting ridiculous on his tongue. Under the stipulations of the code, non-lethal, first incapacitation or concession, witnesses present. Aldrich grinned, ugly and satisfied. This, he thought, would be easy. The scrawny alchemist was brave enough to stand up, perhaps, but bravery without skill was just a more admirable way to get yourself flattened. The yard quickly morphed into an impromptu arena. Someone rang the training bell to call more witnesses, because if there was one thing the guard loved as much as discipline, it was drama. Isolde took a place at the edge of the circle, eyes like chips of flint. Alara drifted to her side, already muttering about data points on non-martial conflict resolution. Miko climbed a fence post, produced a pouch of coins from somewhere, and began taking bets. Odds on our beloved architect of pajamas not dying horribly are 3-1. Who's in? And Vespera, who found mortal bravado alternately amusing and distressing, leaned against a post in the shade, wings half furled, tail twitching with the effort of not simply walking into the circle and solving the problem with a single, well-applied gout of demon fire. A junior scribe from the castle, pressed into service as official arbiter, scampered up, panting, clutching a copy of the Code of Purity and trying very hard to look like he knew what he was doing. Right, he wheezed, ahem. By the old statutes, under witness of the assembled guard and any higher powers observing, Sir Aldrich challenges Master Elias, alchemist and advisor, on grounds of suspected undue magical influence over Captain Serafina. Terms: non-lethal combat, no permanent maiming, first to be incapacitated or yield is considered vanquished and must renounce their claim. Are both parties agreed? Agreed, Aldrich said, loosening his shoulders, hand resting on his practice blade. He'd had the decency to leave his war sword in the rack. Agreed, Elias croaked, hands empty, stomach a tight knot. He'd thought, for a panicked moment, about asking Miko to slip him a dagger or Lara to prime him with some offensive spell, but it was pointless. He was not, and would never be, a swordsman. Trying to play Aldrich's game would be suicide. He had to play his own. He thought of the spells in his repertoire, the ones he'd developed for council chambers and classrooms, for calming skittish apprentices and shielding children from sudden magical flares. Sanctuary. A spell designed to create a bubble of perfect safety, a quiet, sound-dampened, magic-buffered space where nothing could get in to harm the occupant. Or, if framed differently in his slightly unhinged mind, where the occupant couldn't get out to harm anyone else. He'd always cast it as a dome before, flared over bystanders in a crisis. But his magic had grown with him. His understanding of structures, both physical and emotional, had deepened. He could reshape it, make it less a dome and more a box. A very soft, very boring box. Ready, the scribe called, voice cracking. Aldrich drew his wooden practice weapon, a solid, slightly weighted staff sword used for drills, and set his feet with the confidence of someone used to victory in this yard. He smirked at Elias. You can yield now, mage, if you'd prefer not to embarrass yourself. Elias, who had never in his life felt less like a hero and more like a man about to attempt something both ridiculous and necessary, shook his head. No, thank you, he said, and flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar tingle of magic gather. Begin, the scribe squeaked, leaping back. Aldrich did exactly what Elias had expected of him. He came straight in, heavy and fast, using his size and the reach of the practice sword to close the distance before Elias could complete any complex incantation. It was, against any ordinary opponent, a winning strategy. Elias didn't need complex. He needed precise. As Aldrich's boots thundered toward him, Elias drew in a breath, sketched a short, sharp pattern in the air with both hands. 4 quick lines, corners connected, and spoke a single word that, until now, he'd only ever used in the soft tones of reassurance: sanctuary. The effect was instantaneous and, to the watching crowd, deeply disorienting. 1 second Aldrich was 3 paces away, sword raised in a ready overhead guard, mouth opening on some triumphant quip. The next he vanished, replaced by an opaque, shimmering cube of pale light about 2 arm spans to a side, humming softly. The air rippled where it had appeared, then stilled. For half a heartbeat there was stunned silence. Then the yard erupted. Where'd he go? Someone shouted. Did Elias vaporize him? Another hissed. Miko burst into delighted cackles. He put him in a box, they crowed. He boxed him. I knew he had it in him. Serafina, who had instinctively half-stepped forward when Aldrich charged and now stood watching the cube with her hand still clenched on air where her sword hilt would have been unsheathed, narrowed her eyes. Is he alive in there? She demanded under her breath. Elias, heart still pounding, nodded, panting slightly. Casting sanctuary at full strength on a moving target had taken more out of him than he'd anticipated, but the structure held, its edges firm in his mind. Perfectly, he said. Just contained. Contained how? Vespera asked, tilting her head. In pillows, Elias admitted. Inside the cube, Aldrich experienced a very confusing few moments. One instant he was bearing down on the unarmed mage, already half savoring the feeling of his practice sword smacking into Elias's ribs non-lethally, of course, but hard enough to bruise, and the next his momentum carried him through something that felt like a soap bubble made of cold honey. There was a brief, soundless pop, a sensation of falling sideways, and then he landed face first in something soft that woofed under his weight and sprang back. He spat feathers. Blinking, he pushed himself up and found himself in a small, square room whose walls shimmered faintly with iridescent light. Every surface, floor, walls, even the low, domed ceiling, was covered in pillows. Pillows of every size, color, and degree of fluffiness, some embroidered with soothing patterns, others plain, all distressingly comfortable. His sword jerkingly encountered no resistance, passing through the air until it thunked against a wall that gave like packed cotton. What in the 9 hells? He roared, or tried to. The sound fell flat, swallowed by the air as if he'd shouted into a thick blanket. He couldn't hear himself properly. He swung again, harder this time, but the warded pillows absorbed the impact, their enchantment designed to dampen not only physical blows but also, annoyingly, his own aggression. He tried to listen for the crowd outside, for Serafina's voice, but there was only a faint, white noise hum. Not silence, exactly, but the absence of anything distinct. Soundproof. Comprehension dawned. The mage had trapped him. In a box. A soft, cozy, utterly infuriating box. Aldrich did what any self-respecting, outraged knight would do. He threw a tantrum. He flailed. He bellowed. He tried to bite the pillows, they tasted faintly of lavender. He hurled himself at the walls in shoulder checks that would have broken bones against stone but here just bounced him back, leaving him breathless and embarrassed. Each time he lunged, the enchantment, reading his escalating heartbeat, responded by subtly increasing the relaxing properties of the environment. The hum deepened, the air warmed a fraction, a faint, nagging scent of home-cooked stew and freshly oiled leather. Memories of comfort from his own barracks days, drifted in. His thoughts, fueled by fury, kept circling the same track. Unworthy mage, corrupting influence, everyone must think me a fool. Until, without fresh input, without the reinforcement of an audience, the loop began to falter. Outside, the cube sat serenely amid the dust of the training yard, Aldrich's form completely obscured. Elias stood a careful distance away, hands still raised in the last posture of the spell, sweat beating at his temples, doing delicate mental math about mana reserves and structural integrity. Sanctuary, as he'd originally designed it, was meant as a quick, temporary refuge. Throw it up around a crying child during a magical mishap, drop it when the danger passed, not as a dueling tactic. Sustaining it at this size, wrapped tightly around a thrashing adult, was like holding a muscle clenched for too long. He felt the strain in his forearms, in the back of his skull. Miko, peering at the cube with their head cocked, said, "How long do you think before he gives up?" "That depends on how offended he is by Goose Down," Vespera murmured. Alara, scribbling furiously, murmured, "This is a fascinating application of sanctuary magic, offensive defense. We could write an entire chapter on non-lethal conflict resolution." "Focus," Isolde snapped, though her lips twitched. She looked at Elias, taking in the tightness around his eyes. "Can you hold it long enough?" he said through gritted teeth, which was half boast, half prayer. Inside the cube, the pillows continued their quiet, traitorous work. After 10 minutes of fruitless raging, Aldrich's swings slowed, his breath came in ragged gasps, the edges of his initial righteous fury frayed by sheer physical fatigue and the unnerving absence of anyone to perform for. He tried, for variety, to sit absolutely still and glower, but the moment he stopped moving, the hummed white noise shifted, settling into a rhythm oddly matched to his breathing, lulling, like the distant murmur of a river. He realized, with growing horror, that he was comfortable. This was not how duels were supposed to go. You were supposed to cross blades, feel the satisfying jolt of contact, hear the clang, the grunt, the gasp of the crowd. You were not supposed to be alone in a padded cube with your own thoughts, which were, frankly, poor company. He punched a pillow. It poofed. A feather landed on his nose. He sneezed. Time, in the box, became slippery. Without light changes or clear sounds, Aldrich's sense of minutes stretched and compressed. At first, he tried to count. He got to 300 before losing track, distracted by the way one particular pillow seemed to nestle perfectly against the small of his back when he leaned against it. The more he sat, the heavier his limbs felt, the more yawns snuck up on him. "No," he told his own body sternly, "we do not nap in dishonor." His body, being a treacherous thing that had spent a lifetime taking orders but also enduring barracks benches and hard ground, responded, "Actually, this is the nicest place we've ever sat, please shut up." The enchantment, tuned by Elias to nudge occupants toward calm, did not force sleep. That would have crossed a line into mind control he refused to approach, but it did everything short of that. It kept the air rich in oxygen, but not too stimulating. It softened the harsh edges of his internal monologue. It reminded, in subtle, sensory ways, of safety. Half an hour later, Aldrich's head tipped sideways onto a cushion, his eyelids drooped, and, with a final, half-hearted mutter about wizards and their damned comfort spells, he fell asleep, snoring softly into a goose feather bolster. Outside, the murmuring crowd had shifted from alarmed speculation to tentative amusement as the cube held steady and no one emerged shouting. At the 20-minute mark, Miko started a betting pool on how long it would take for Aldrich to crack. At the 40-minute mark, the junior scribe, consulting the code with increasing anxiety, whispered to Isolde, "There's no clause for this. It just says, incapacitated. Does boredom count?" "He's not bored," Elias said, jaw tight, sweat trickling down his neck. "He's relaxed, which, for Aldrich, is incapacitating," Miko put in. Serafina, arms crossed, eyes never leaving the cube, said, "If he's asleep, he can't swing a sword. That's incapacitation." The scribe, who had never expected to arbitrate the legality of enforced napping, weighed his options. He could declare the duel inconclusive, demand they lower the spell and resume, but the thought of Aldrich, likely emerging in an even fouler temper, charging again at a clearly drained Elias filled him with dread. He could declare a forfeit on a technicality, but that felt unfair when the mage had, in fact, spectacularly neutralized his opponent without a single drop of blood. He cleared his throat. "By the authority of the code," he announced, voice gaining confidence as he went, "I deem that Sir Aldrich, being unable to pursue combat, is incapacitated. Therefore, Master Elias wins, and the claim of undue influence is dismissed." A cheer went up, ragged at first, then gathering strength as the watching knights processed what they'd just seen. Not a craven mage hiding behind a knight, but a lanky, ink-stained man who, when pushed, had taken an ancient, violence-coded ritual and turned it sideways into a demonstration of wit and non-lethal force that left his opponent unhurt and humiliated mostly by his own bluster. Elias, hearing the word, "wins," let out a shaky breath and gently released the sanctuary, unraveling the spell with the same care he'd used to cast it. The cube flickered, then dissolved into motes of light that rained down, revealing Aldrich sprawled on his side in a nest of pillows that evaporated as the magic dispersed, leaving him blinking up at a ring of faces, feather still stuck in his hair. There was a heartbeat of stunned silence. Then someone in the back, possibly Miko, voice pitched higher than usual to avoid identification, called, "Sleep well, Sir Naptime." And the yard exploded in laughter. Aldrich scrambled to his feet, face flaming crimson, drawing breath to protest, to bluster, to reclaim some shard of dignity, but the laughter, though unkind, had shifted something. It was hard to claim moral high ground when you'd just been seen drooling on a cushion. His gaze flicked to Serafina, looking for support, vindication. She met it levelly, no malice in her eyes, only a cool, clear message. He fought his own battle. He won. Stand down. He swallowed whatever retort had been forming, muttered something that could have been, "Well played," or, "Damn mages," and stomped off, boots kicking up small puffs of dust, his claim of bewitchment effectively neutralized by the sheer ridiculousness of his defeat. The rumor that Elias had enchanted Serafina did not disappear overnight. Gossip was a hydra, after all, but it changed flavor. Instead of tales of sinister mind control, the barracks now buzzed with stories of the time the alchemist put Sir Aldrich in a pillow box, told and retold with increasing embellishment. Some said the box had been full of kittens, others that it had played lullabies, a few suggested Aldrich had emerged confessing his childhood fear of geese. Through it all, the underlying narrative shifted subtly. Elias was not a shadowy puppeteer, but a different kind of fighter, one whose battlefield was architecture and whose weapons were spells that turned the very concept of combat inside out. That afternoon, after the crowd had dispersed and the adrenaline crash had left Elias leaning against his workbench with trembling hands, Serafina found him alone in the attic, staring at his fingers as if surprised they still obeyed him. "You're an idiot," she said, which, in her lexicon, now translated roughly to "I was terrified for you." He looked up, managing a crooked smile. "It worked," he said, voice hoarse. "Barely," she shot back, stepping closer. "You could have let me handle it. That's my job, and it's my job," he said quietly, meeting her gaze, "not to make your job keeping me alive harder by refusing to stand up for myself. I can't swing a sword, but I can build cages of pillows." A snort escaped her, unwillingly. "That was the most ridiculous duel I've ever seen," she admitted. Then, more softly, "I was proud and furious. Don't do it again without warning me. No more impromptu boxing of nights," he promised, holding up one hand as if swearing an oath. Then, because honesty had become their strange shared creed, added, "unless absolutely necessary." She rolled her eyes. "Architects," she muttered, but there was a warmth under the exasperation now, a new layer to the way she saw him. Not just as the caretaker who made her pajama armor and ate her terrible stew. Not just as the quiet presence on Tuesdays, but as someone who, when pushed, would insist on fighting for himself. Not with her methods, but with his own, trusting that she would be there not to shield him from every blow, but to catch him if he fell. Later, when the goddess's interface would pop up in the cathedral and call him architect of love, when people would write songs about the marshmallow ballroom and the demoness's parasol, this absurd little incident would be a footnote, a joke told over beer in taverns and muttered with a grin in the barracks. "Remember when Elias dueled Sir Aldrich with pillows?" But in the quiet architecture of their relationship, it was a load-bearing moment. The day a rival knight's crude accusation forced Elias and Serafina to renegotiate, in public, the terms of who protected whom, and Elias, heart-pounding and magic-shaking, chose to step forward rather than retreat, to use a spell meant for sanctuary as a weapon against aggression, to show her, and everyone else, that while he would always value her shield, he had, in his own, very him way, learned how to pick up one of his own. The town declared Elias the winner by sedation, though that wonderfully ridiculous term took a few very loud, very bewildered heartbeats to crystallize in the training yard after the sanctuary cube dissolved and spat Sir Aldrich back into the world. One moment the barracks were buzzing with half-appalled, half-awed speculation about whether the alchemist had vaporized a fellow knight in front of everyone. The next they were staring at the spectacle of Aldrich sprawled in the dirt on his side in a fading drift of spectral feathers, hair mussed, eyelid creased where it had been mashed into a pillow, a small damp patch on his cheek that nobody was quite rude enough to point out, blinking up at the ring of faces like a man waking from an overlong nap in the wrong life. For a second he seemed genuinely disoriented, brow furrowing, lips forming some inarticulate noise that might have been, "Where? Or, how?" And then his gaze found Elias, still pale, still breathing hard, staff hand shaking slightly from mana strain, and remembered came crashing back. The charge, the shimmer, the betrayal of gravity, the suffocating softness of the box. Color flooded his face, flooding up under his beard into his hairline, and he surged to his feet in a clumsy lurch that did not help his dignity, bits of phantom down drifting off him like accusations. The yard fell into the kind of hush that precedes either a brawl or a joke, every eye flicking between Aldrich and Elias, between the heavy wooden practice sword clenched in Aldrich's fist and the empty, ink-stained hands of the mage who had just, by all visible measures, broken centuries of dueling expectation. The junior scribe, still clutching the dog-eared copy of the Code of Purity, looked like he might faint. His job had never involved interpreting clauses in light of taumaturgically induced compulsory naps. By the Aldrich began, breath hitching not from exertion but from the weight of the snickers already building at the edges of the crowd, and then Miko, whose survival instincts occasionally took strange forms and who could not, under any circumstances, resist an opening, cupped their hands around their mouth and yelled, in a tone of delighted wickedness that carried to the far wall, "He won by sedation." The word landed like a thrown apple, a beat of stunned silence, then a few choked laughs, then an outright roar as the soldiers around the ring seized on it, repeating it with growing glee. Sedation. Someone on the far side crowed. A tactical lullaby. Another hooted. Put the brute to bed. The scribe, who had been on the verge of defaulting to bland legalese, blinked, then, with the air of a man choosing the only path that might let him keep some semblance of authority over this circus, flipped frantically through the code until he found the line that defined incapacitation. Unable to continue combat for reasons of injury, restraint, or other effective removal from the field. The text was old, the ink faded, the language frustratingly nonspecific, in other words, perfect for creative interpretation. He licked his lips, then raised his voice, striving for the gravitas of centuries of tradition and mostly achieving, earnest young man in over his head. By the statutes of the Code of Purity, he called out, Sir Aldrich, having been rendered unable to pursue combat by magical sedation, the word tasted strange but oddly satisfying on his tongue, is considered incapacitated. Therefore, Master Elias is the victor of this duel, and the accusation of undue enchantment upon Captain Serafina is dismissed. He hesitated, then, because Miko's phrase was still buzzing in his ears and because future bards needed material, added, a little louder, victory by sedation duly noted. The yard erupted again, this time not in the cruel laughter that sometimes followed a comrade's humiliation, but in something wilder and more relieved. The tension that had coiled in every muscle when Aldrich first pointed at Elias, the collective knowledge that if this went wrong they'd be cleaning blood off the dust, unwound in a rush of noise. Some knights clapped, some whistled, a few booed half-heartedly out of loyalty to tradition, but even they couldn't quite keep the corners of their mouths from twitching. Sedation, a recruit near the back repeated to his friend, wide-eyed, as if tasting the word, I thought duels were all clang and glory. So did Aldrich, his friend snickered. Turns out naps trump swings. Aldrich himself stood rigid, jaw clenched, chest heaving, humiliation rolling off him in hot, jagged waves that even those without Elias's empathy architect sense could feel. His knuckles were white around the practiced sword, and for a second Serafina's hand, which had dropped to her side when the cube first appeared, twitched toward her hilt again, ready to intervene if wounded pride turned stupid. Elias, every nerve jangling from overuse of sanctuary, watched too, a sick knot in his stomach. He had not wanted to break Aldrich, only to not be broken by him. He could feel the house's magic, the same subtle web that connected him to the attic, now tugged faintly toward this new spell, waiting for his cue, ready to reinforce a shield if another blow came. But Aldrich, for all his bluster, was still a knight, he knew, on some bone-deep level, when he had lost, and the laughter, the scribe's pronouncement, the knowledge that if he pushed further he would not just be dueling a mage but defying the code itself, all conspired to drag his sword arm back from fresh folly. He shot Elias one last, scorching look, a mix of resentment, confusion, and a grudging, furious respect he would never admit aloud, then turned on his heel and stalked away, shoulders stiff, phantom feathers still clinging absurdly to the hem of his tunic. Sir Naptime retires from the field. Someone crowed, earning themselves a barked, shut it, from a sergeant and a smothered chuckle from half the yard. The official challenge was over. The verdict was clear. They had, by unanimous social decree, just witnessed the first documented duel won not by blood, not by brute force, but by putting a man to sleep in a box of enchanted pillows. And right in the center of that absurd, wonderful moment stood Elias, staff still in hand, knees trembling, heart beating against his ribs like a startled rabbit, looking for all the world like he might either throw up or bolt. He wasn't used to this many eyes, this much attention, this roar of approval that had nothing to do with his carefully formatted reports or his ability to fix someone's misaligned rune. His empathy architect sense, involuntarily half open from the intensity of casting, was flooded with the emotional crosscurrents. Amusement, yes, and schadenfreude, but also something startlingly like awe from some of the younger knights, relief from the older ones who had quietly dreaded the possibility of bloodshed, a flicker of renewed respect from a few who had written him off as just an attic wizard. It was too much. He might have fled, mumbled some excuse about needing to lie down, crashed back up the attic stairs and into the familiar chaos of his workbench, if not for the anchor at his side. Serafina had been a taut wire through the entire encounter, every fiber of her ready to spring the moment things went sideways. When Aldrich charged, she'd actually taken a half step forward, momentum only checked by Elias's hand and his stupid brave words about fighting his own battles. She had stood on a knife edge between duty and trust, stomach knotted, watching him do something no tutor had ever trained her to expect from a noncombatant. Stand his ground not with a drawn weapon but with a spell that turned aggression into enforced harmlessness. Now, with Aldrich retreating and the yard shaking with laughter, with the scribes, victory by sedation, still hanging in the air like a joke and a benediction, that wire inside her finally snapped, not in panic, for once, but in something rarer. She laughed. It was not the dry, almost soundless huff of amusement she sometimes gave when Miko said something particularly outrageous. It was not the quick, incredulous snort Elias had coaxed from her with the phrase, "pajama armor." It was a full, unguarded laugh that burst out of her like a bark and then rolled into something deeper, warmer, infectious. Her head tipped back, eyes crinkling at the corners, mouth open in a grin that was almost feral in its delight, and sound spilled into the yard, rich and rusty, as if the muscles needed to produce it were out of practice but determined. The effect on the onlookers was instantaneous. For years, most of the guard had known Serafina as a carved thing. Granite jaw, titanium posture, voice honed for commands and reprimands. They had speculated in private whether she was physically capable of laughing at all, or whether that capacity had been drilled out of her in the academy. Younger recruits had heard rumors of a time, long ago, when she herself had been a squire, when she'd laughed more easily, when she and a few other half-grown knights had shared jokes in the yard, but such stories were treated like tales of dragons, interesting, probably exaggerated, not obviously relevant to the woman who now ran them all ragged. To see her now, in the middle of the training circle, armor scuffed, hair escaping its braid, howling with genuine mirth at the sight of a fellow knight shamed not by wounds but by unwanted sleep, was like watching the statue in the center of the temple suddenly get up and join a tavern brawl. Jaw after jaw dropped. One of her lieutenants actually fumbled his helmet, the strap slipping through suddenly nerveless fingers to send it clattering on the stones. A pair of new recruits looked at each other, eyes wide, as if to confirm they weren't hallucinating. Even Miko, who took great pride in being unshockable, stopped mid-comment, eyes going soft and wide in a way that suggested they might, if threatened, admit to being touched. Elias, caught only a foot away from her in the rip-tide of her laughter, felt his own panic stutter. His heart, still racing from the duel, tripped over itself at the sound. His empathy architect sense, which had been drinking in the crowd's feelings like a man at a fire hose, narrowed suddenly, focused on the architecture of the woman at his side. He saw, in that moment, the way her internal corridors, long held rigid and narrow by discipline, flared open in a sudden flare of release. He felt the sharp, bright edges of pride, fear, affection, and bone-deep relief twisting together in her, the knowledge that she had almost drawn steel and that instead, he had reached for softness and it had worked. It hit him then, not in the abstract, not as some philosophical concept, but as a visceral truth, that he had done something she respected in her own language of strength. The idea was almost as dizzying as the mana drain. Serafina's laugh tapered off into chuckles, then into a lingering, incredulous smile that she did not, for once, bother to kill the moment she realized people were watching. Something impulsive and reckless tugged at her then, the same impulse that, years ago as a green squire, had made her climb the barracks roof to shout victory chants after her first successful patrol. Before her disciplined mind could stomp it down, she reached out, grabbed Elias's hand where it hung limply at his side, and yanked it upward. Startled, he stumbled forward half a step, nearly dropping his staff, and suddenly found his wrist in an iron grip, his arm thrust high above his head like the winners she used to see in formal tourneys, knights raising each other's hands amid applause. The yard, noticing this gesture almost as much as it had her laughter, went still again, the absurdity of the juxtaposition. This lanky, flustered alchemist, hair coming loose from his tie, face flushed, arm held aloft by the most formidable sword in the city, somehow only made the moment more electric. "Look," Serafina barked, her voice cutting cleanly through the remaining chuckles and shushing them by sheer force of command. Look at him. Dozens of eyes obeyed. Elias wanted, very badly, to be anywhere else, to evaporate into mist, to duck behind his own hand, to retreat into his attic, but Serafina's grip was unyielding, and the hum of his magic under his skin had shifted from shrill fear to something that felt disturbingly like affirmation. This man, she said, each word crisp, riding the edge between jest and oath, just accepted a challenge under our code and faced down a charging knight without so much as a knife. He did not match him blow for blow. He did not try to swing a sword he doesn't know how to use. He did not hide behind me. He took the aggression aimed at him and smothered it in feathers. A ripple of laughter at that, but quieter now, more thoughtful. He won without a single bruise being traded, she continued, eyes sweeping the ring, catching the gazes of captains and squires and sergeants alike. He kept the rules and bent them at the same time, and he did it not with a bigger stick than Aldrich's but with softness. She squeezed his hand at that word, as if anchoring it physically to him, and if you think that's weakness, you haven't been paying attention to anything I've tried to beat into your skulls for the last 10 years. A few of the older knights shifted uncomfortably, but none dared interrupt. Strength, she said, and now there was iron under her amusement, the same tone she used instructing recruits on holding a shield line, is not just the swing of your arm. It's the choices you make when someone swings at you. Any brute can hit back harder. It takes more guts than most of you have shown this month to stand there, look an enemy in the eye, and say, no. I refuse to play by your script. I will win, and nobody is going to the infirmary afterward. She turned her head, just slightly, looking up at Elias, and for a heartbeat the whole yard might as well not have existed. Her gaze was fierce and fond and frustratingly unambiguous, and he felt the full weight of her words settle over him like a mantle he did not feel worthy of but could not, in this moment, shrug off. So hear me, she said, turning back to the watching ring, raising their joined hands a fraction higher. This is the strongest man I know. The words hit the yard like a hammer on softened metal, reshaping something intangible. There was a collective intake of breath, a few murmured, "What?" A couple of scandalized laughs from the old guard who still equated strength with the circumference of a bicep, but also a spark, bright and startled, in the eyes of more than one younger soldier as they recalibrated their mental picture of what strongest could mean. Elias himself felt like someone had knocked the breath out of him in a very different way. His empathy architect sense, still humming, saw the reverberation of her declaration through the emotional architectures around them. For some, it slid off, rejected as hyperbole or jest. For others, it lodged, a seed of new possibility. For Serafina, it settled into her own internal map as a fixed point, a truth she had spoken publicly and thus would not easily be able to take back even if later embarrassment nipped at her heels. Because, she added, and here the corner of her mouth quirked, acknowledging the absurdity even as she leaned into it, he conquered aggression with softness. The phrasing, so at odds with the usual barracks bravado about meeting steel with steel, hung shimmering in the air. Then, in the silence before the yard decided how to file it, Miko whooped, breaking the spell. "You hear that?" they yelled, hopping up onto the fence, face split in a grin. "Strongest man she knows. We're never letting him lift anything heavier than a pillow again." Laughter broke out, but it was different now, looser, less sharp. A few knights actually clapped, not just for the joke but for the man whose arms Serafina still held aloft. Someone in the back shouted, teasing but not unkind, "Master Elias, will you box my mother-in-law next?" And the ripple of amusement that followed was warm rather than cruel. Elias, whose social anxiety had spent most of the duel and its aftermath predicting humiliation, frantically searching for exits, and cataloging every possible misstep, realized slowly that this roar, this teasing, this applause, was not the nightmare his stomach had conjured. He was not being laughed at as a fool but cheered for as something different. The idea snuck past his defenses and made his eyes sting. He cleared his throat, lowering his chin slightly in an attempt to hide the flush climbing his neck, and managed to croak, loud enough to be heard. For the record, I never want to be responsible for Aldrich napping again, which drew another wave of laughter, this time including Aldrich himself, who had paused on the edge of the yard to listen and now shook his head, a reluctant grin tugging at his mouth despite the lingering sting of pride. Serafina squeezed Elias's hand once, a brief, grounding pressure, then let it go, allowing his arm to fall back to his side. He flexed his fingers automatically, the ghost of her grip lingering in his skin. "You're an idiot," she murmured just for him, the words familiar but now laced with a warmth that made them feel more like an endearment than an insult. "An idiot I'm glad didn't get his head split open." "Likewise," he said faintly. "I'm glad I didn't get my head split open too." She snorted, the last remnants of her earlier laughter echoing in it, and turned to bark orders at the gathered knights about clearing the yard, returning to drills, and absolutely no one attempting to replicate sedation duels, without her explicit supervision. The soldiers scattered, some still chuckling, some already weaving the morning's events into new barracks myth. Within hours, victory by sedation would be all over the town, shouted in jest during training matches when someone hesitated too long, muttered appreciatively by older guards who valued cunning over bruises, hastily scribbled as a marginal note by Alara in her increasingly chaotic, observational study of emergent social norms around non-lethal magic. By the week's end, a baker would have renamed his honey-glazed buns sedation rolls, as a joke, and months later, in the Cathedral of Unity, when a particularly heated council debate threatened to turn into a shouting match, Isolde would lean over to Elias and whisper, "Can you sanctuary the entire room in pillows, or would that be abusing your dueling precedent?" And he would, for once, only half panic at the idea. But in that immediate, sun-washed moment in the yard, with chalk dust still hanging in the air and the imprint of his sanctuary still tingling in his bones, all of that was future ripples. What mattered was this: that Serafina, the woman who had once declared that if something came for him it would have to go through her first, had just, in front of everyone, flipped the script and declared that what made him formidable was not how well he hid behind her, but how gently and stubbornly he refused to turn people into enemies. That she had laughed with him, not at him, and in doing so had let her subordinates see that their terrifying captain was capable of joy that wasn't just victory's grim satisfaction. That when she called him, "the strongest man I know," and praised him for conquering aggression with softness, some new foundation stone had settled quietly into the shared architecture of their relationship. A mutual recognition that his particular brand of strength, soft, domestic, non-lethal, wrapped in feathered boxes and pajama silk and Tuesday silences, was not a lesser thing to be indulged in private, but something worthy of being raised high in the center of the yard, hand clasped in hers, while the town learned a new word for winning. That night, the castle felt oddly softer around the edges, as if the mortar between its stones had absorbed some of the laughter from the yard and was still humming with it. Gossip about victory by sedation had already woven itself into the barracks air like smoke. Miko had composed at least 3 atrocious limericks before dinner. Alara had annotated the code of purity with a neat marginal note cf. Elias versus Aldrich, precedent, non-lethal magical incapacitation equals valid victory, and even the kitchen staff had started referring to the post-drill nap time as Elias hour, with smirks. But by the time the torches in the corridors burned low and the clatter of dishes in the great hall faded to a distant clink, the manic energy of the afternoon had ebbed, leaving behind a quieter, more private kind of charged stillness. Elias, thoroughly wrung out by the duel, the applause, and Serafina's very public declaration that he was the strongest man she knew, had fled at the earliest socially acceptable moment to his refuge atop the wobbling stairs, his legs still feeling like overcooked noodles and his magic thrumming low and warm in his veins like a well-banked fire. The attic greeted him with its usual chaotic comfort: books in tottering stacks, brass contraptions perched in precarious configurations, the faint, familiar scent of ink, herbs, and whatever dubious snack Miko had last smuggled up here. But tonight there was something else in the air too, something that made the dust motes dance differently in the lamplight, the weight of what had changed in the yard, of words spoken aloud that could not easily be unsaid. He collapsed into his chair, staff propped against the workbench, and for a long moment he simply sat, elbows on his knees, head in his hands, replaying the day in mortifying, awe-tinged detail. Aldrich's charge, the panicked flare of sanctuary, the ridiculous, wonderful cube full of pillows, the roar of laughter, Serafina's laugh like a cracked bell ringing true for the first time in years, her hand clamping around his and yanking it skyward, the words "This is the strongest man I know" searing themselves into him like a brand and a benediction in equal measure. Every time he recalled the way her eyes had burned when she'd said, he conquered aggression with softness, his chest did a strange, painful little twist that had nothing to do with Mana Drain and everything to do with the way his feelings kept sneaking right past the defenses he'd spent a lifetime building for them. Miko had, of course, arrived at the attic before he did, bursting in like a human exclamation point, throwing themselves onto the nearest hammock and immediately launching into a minute-by-minute reenactment of the duel with sound effects, and then he's all sanctuary. And Aldrich is like, where'd the ground go? And then, poof, pillow jail. Alara trailed in behind them with 3 notebooks and a piece of chalk half tucked behind her ear, already muttering about the sociocultural implications of redefining martial prowess through comfort magic, and Vespera slunk up the stairs in time to add, in an impressed rumble, "You made a man sleep without blood or bargains. The convocation would have exiled you for insubordination alone," which Elias chose to take as a compliment. Serafina had arrived last, armor shedding dust, face composed in the closed, unreadable lines of her officer mask again, though the faint redness around her eyes and the way her jaw unclenched when she crossed the attic threshold told Elias, whose empathy architect sense was still on a hair trigger, that the afternoon had rattled her as much as it had him. They had talked. Or rather, the others had talked. Elias had done a lot of listening, flushed and protesting weakly every time Miko referred to him as Captain Pillow, or Alara tried to rate the strategic brilliance of his decision to employ sedation as a dueling tactic, while Vespera watched him with that unsettlingly fond, predator's gaze that said she was already mentally incorporating this new facet of him into whatever quiet shrine she kept for her shelter. Serafina, predictably, had scolded him. "You could have miscast, you idiot. If that barrier had failed halfway through Aldrich's charge, I'd be scraping you off the yard." But there had been no venom in it, only the brittle aftershock of fear transmuted into irritation. Eventually, as the lamps guttered lower and fatigue gnawed at the edges of even Miko's boundless energy, one by one they had drifted away. Alara, muttering about needing to cross-reference new duel outcomes with old Miko, vaulting out the window with a cheerful, "I'm off to inform absolutely everyone that Serafina said Elias is the strongest man she knows." Vespera, with a long, feline stretch and a promise to practice non-lethal intimidation against morality committees, later, until only Serafina remained, leaning against a beam with her arms folded, gaze fixed somewhere in the middle distance, jaw working as if she were chewing over something tough and uncooperative. Elias had gone back to pretending to tinker with a diagram, telling himself that the scratching of his quill on parchment was very absorbing, that he was not acutely aware of her presence like an extra weight on his shoulder, that the quiet between them was the usual, comfortable Tuesday silence and not a taut line vibrating with unspoken thanks and maybe a hint of terror. At some point he had realized it was, in fact, Tuesday. Not that the day of the week meant much in a life structured more by crises than calendars, but still, there was something fitting about the fact that this confrontation of sorts was happening on Introvert Club night. "You're still shaking," she said eventually, voice low enough that it didn't startle him as badly as it might have. He looked down and realized, with a mortified jolt, that she was right. His hands, though mostly steady now, still had a fine tremor running through them, as if some part of him hadn't yet been convinced that no one was about to hit him. He flexed his fingers, set the quill aside, and attempted to shrug. "Adrenaline," he said. "Mana. The sheer horror of being called the strongest man, in front of 24 people who can all bench press me." She snorted, a small puff of leftover laughter. "You handled it," she said, and there was a weight to the words that went beyond the duel. He fumbled for something self-deprecating. "Barely. If Aldrich had snored any louder I'd have lost concentration, but the look she shot him made the joke wither on his tongue. "Stop," she said. "For once, stop trying to talk yourself smaller." The attic floor seemed suddenly very interesting. Okay, he managed, because his brain, when directly confronted with sincere praise, tended to reboot. Silence settled again, thicker this time, less like absence and more like the dense air that precedes a storm. Serafina shifted her weight, leather creaking, then pushed away from the beam and crossed the short distance between them in 3 sure strides, stopping just on the other side of the workbench. Up close, without her helmet, without the barrage of watching eyes, she looked different, not softer. Exactly. Her features were still all sharp planes and decisive lines, her brows still drew down in that familiar concentration frown, but less like a statue and more like a person who didn't know where to put her hands. "Elias," she said, and his name in her mouth still did strange things to his insides, about earlier. "In the yard." She broke off, grimaced, glanced away. The words seemed to stick, like armor straps caught on a buckle. He, who had spent years hiding his own vulnerabilities behind polite vagueness and avoidance, recognized the struggle too well to prod it. Instead he offered her an out disguised as a deflection. "If this is about Miko's new nickname for me," he said lightly, trying for a smile, "I would like to officially petition for sedation specialist over Captain Pillow." It sounds more dignified. To his mild relief and secret delight, that pulled a short laugh out of her, the sound shaking her shoulders. "They're incorrigible," she muttered. "But no, it's not about that." She inhaled, squared her shoulders in that way she did before charging into a breach, and forced the next words out. "You scared me, and you also impressed me. And I hate both those things when applied to wizards." He blinked. "I'm sorry. And you're welcome." She huffed again, exasperation and affection tangled. "You said you wanted to fight your own battle," she reminded him. "And you did, in a way I never would have thought to. I'm used to strength being something I wield." Her hand flexed unconsciously, as if remembering the feel of a sword hilt. "Not something someone else uses to get me out of having to wield it for them." Her gaze met his, and there it was again, that raw, unvarnished gratitude she was so bad at naming. She paused, jaw working. "Thank you." The words came out gruff, almost reluctant, like a recruit confessing to having broken a practice dummy, but they were there, hanging in the air between them like a banner. Heat rose to his cheeks. He opened his mouth to brush it off, to say it was nothing, that he'd only done what anyone would, but he remembered her earlier command to stop making himself smaller, and instead swallowed down the automatic dismissal and said, "Simple, you're welcome." Something in her expression shifted, the tight line of her mouth softening by a fraction. She looked like she wanted to do something with her hands. Clap him on the shoulder, maybe, or give him one of those bracing warrior forearm squeezes she reserved for comrades after a hard fight. But every option that involved physical contact seemed to get stuck in the filter that had been built into her since childhood. Knights did not clutch, did not cling, did not fuss. They saluted, they bowed, they endured. Elias, watching her run through and discard visible options, felt a curious mixture of tenderness and ache. His empathy architecture, still half open from the day's revelations, showed him not just the outer walls of her composure but the cramped, unpainted room behind them where the part of her that just wanted, occasionally, to be held lived, dusty and underused. "You laughed," he blurted, because if he didn't say something now, the moment would harden into something brittle and be lost. "In the yard." Her eyes widened, then narrowed, fight or flight prickling. "Don't," she warned automatically. He cast around for a word that would not send her armored sense of dignity fleeing. "Good," he settled on. It was good to hear. The corners of her mouth twitched. "It won't be a habit," she muttered, half defensive. "I'd be disappointed if it were," he said lightly. Part of the impact was the rarity. Like a solar eclipse, or a dragon sighting. She rolled her eyes, but some of the wariness bled out. The air between them eased a little, though it still crackled with unspoken things. On some other night, some other timeline, perhaps they would have let it rest there. Awkward thanks, half jokes, each retreating to their familiar silences. But the day had already broken so many patterns. The earth was still echoing with the shock of a man put to sleep instead of blood to be shed. Serafina's laugh was still ringing, faintly, in the corridor, and when she turned as if to leave, stepping away from the workbench with that familiar disciplined economy of motion, something in her rebelled. It wasn't a planned decision. Later, when she thought back on it, she would be unable to point to the exact instant the choice was made. One moment she was walking toward the stairs, having decided that was enough vulnerability for one evening, armor of routine settling back into place. The next she stopped, spine straight, fists clenching at her sides as if bracing for impact, then pivoted sharply on her heel and marched back to him with the same purposeful stride she used to close on an opponent. Elias, caught halfway between reaching for his quill and reaching for his tea, froze as she bore down on him. A tiny, ridiculous part of him terrified she decided belatedly that he did, in fact, need a clip upside the head for risking his life. She stopped close enough that he could see the tiny flecks of lighter brown in her irises, the faint scar at the edge of her jaw he'd never asked about, the way a strand of hair had escaped her braid and stuck to her temple. Her hands hovered, uncertain. Then one of them shot up with the abruptness of a salute, fingers awkwardly finding his shoulder. "Serafina," he managed, voice squeaking very slightly. "I am bad at this," she said, tone almost comically formal for what followed, and then, in a movement that was half military drill and half someone flinging themselves off a cliff before they could talk themselves out of it, she leaned in and pressed her lips, quick and firm and slightly off-center, against his cheek. If her earlier hand raise in the yard had been like hoisting his arm in victory, this was like some strange, personal variant of that gesture, all the crispness of a salute translated into touch. There was no tilt of the head, no lingering softness, no practiced romantic flourish. Just a brief, warm press at the sharp edge of his cheekbone, her mouth set with the same determination she brought to Perry's, the contact gone almost before his brain could fully process it. It was, by any reasonable standard, a deeply awkward kiss. Her nose bumped his jaw, her lips were a bit too pursed, and he was fairly sure their foreheads clacked lightly on the way out. It was also, to Elias, the most staggeringly intimate thing that had ever happened to him. For a heartbeat after it ended, the world outside that tiny point of contact ceased to exist. His skin throbbed where her lips had been, heat radiating outward like someone had pressed a branding iron there, except the mark sinking into him was not pain but the echo of her choice. He went red instantly, of course, not the faint, genteel flush of mild embarrassment but a full, face-on-fire blaze that turned his ears, neck, and, he suspected, the tips of his fingers scarlet. He could feel it, a wave of heat flooding upwards, and he had just enough self-awareness to realize that the more he thought about it, the worse it would get. The attic's tiny mirror, if it had been angled differently, would have confirmed that he now matched the ripest of the kitchen's tomatoes. The staff, leaning against the workbench, picked up on the spike of mortified joy and embarrassed arousal like the world's least subtle biofeedback device and gave a tiny, sympathetic hum. Serafina jerked back as soon as the kiss landed, as if she'd touched live magic. Her hand dropped from his shoulder. For the first time since he'd known her, she looked flustered. Not angry, not irritated, not even exasperated, just profoundly unsure of what to do with her face and limbs. A faint, betraying pink dusted her own cheekbones, barely visible under her sun-darkened skin, but there. That was, Elias started, then realized any word he chose might sound like evaluation and his panic spiked. What if he said, "Nice," and she thought he was condescending, or, "Unexpected," and she thought he was rejecting her, or, "Perfect," and spontaneously combusted from saying something so on the nose. He flailed for neutral ground and landed on, very, efficient, and immediately wanted to crawl under the floorboards and never emerge. To his immense relief, she barked a startled laugh, some of the tightness in her chest dislodging. "Idiot," she said, but there was no sting in it. Her hand twitched again, like she might reach up to smack him lightly on the back of the head and then thought better of it. That was supposed to be a. She hunted for a word that did not make her throat close up. Thank you, she managed. And a good job. The fact that she seemed determined to frame a kiss in terms of performance review made something in him hurt and melt simultaneously. You could have said it, he pointed out gently. Words exist. Words are traitors, she retorted. They slip and reveal more than you intend. She swallowed, eyes darting away for a second. Besides, she added, almost under her breath, I'm not practiced at that. The that hung between them, unadorned but heavy. Elias, who had always assumed, stupidly, he realized now, that someone as formidable and striking as Serafina must have a trail of romantic conquests somewhere in her past, suddenly saw, with painful clarity, the way her life had been carved. Years of training, of drills, of walls, of expectation that she be unflinching, unyielding, uninterested in softness. Flirtation would have bounced off her armor as ineffectually as Miko's first attempts to steal her coin purse had. Of course she was stiff, almost ceremonial in her affection. It was the only language of approval she'd ever been taught. He could see it in her emotional architecture. Rooms labeled duty and discipline, hallways of command and control, and in one small, locked chamber, a dusty, carefully folded blanket named tenderness that she'd rarely had cause to take out, lest it be seen as weakness. Today, in the yard and now here, in the lamplight of his attic, she had cracked the door to that room open twice. He cleared his throat, forced himself to breathe past the racing of his heart, and said, more seriously, it meant a lot. The kiss, and the words, earlier. I might have spontaneously disintegrated if you'd tried saying any of that in front of the entire guard, but here, he gestured helplessly at the attic walls. Here, I can handle it. Her shoulders eased another notch, that incremental loosening that he'd come to recognize during their Tuesday silences when the weight of the world's gaze finally slid off her and she was allowed to be a person instead of a rank. She studied him then, head tilted slightly, as if evaluating an enemy line and finding its weaknesses, except this time the weakness was hers, her need to be seen as more than her armor, and she was testing whether he would exploit it. He didn't, of course. He never had. He had seen her bruise-marked shoulders and made silk that wouldn't chafe. He had watched her grind her teeth in counsel and brewed tea that soothed instead of numbed. He had accepted her scoldings and her silences without demanding she be more effusive, more overtly gentle. That cheek kiss, awkward and stiff as it was as much a test for her as it was an offering for him. Can I put softness here, in this room, in this man's skin, and not have it used against me? He understood that, maybe better than anyone, because his own entire life had been one long experiment in avoiding the weaponization of his vulnerability. You know, he said before his cowardice could throttle the thought, you don't always have to be the captain with me. Her eyes flashed, something like defensive pride sparking. I am the captain, she snapped automatically. I know, he said, unruffled. And you're very good at it. Terrifying, even. Ask any recruit. A ghost of a smirk. But here, he continued, voice gentler, in this room, on Tuesdays or Satan duel days or whenever you happen to climb those homicidal stairs, you can also just be Serafina. He hesitated, then added, just a person who gets tired and laughs, and sometimes thanks people in weird, militarized ways. Her mouth opened, then closed. No one had ever offered her that explicitly before, a designated space where her title could be set down like armor on a stand, without it meaning she'd abandoned it. The idea lodged somewhere between her ribs and her throat, simultaneously unbearable and irresistibly tempting. You say that now, she muttered, looking away, because the eye contact was starting to feel like its own kind of intimacy, but if the next duel goes badly, you'll want Captain Serafina, not just a person. I'll always want Captain Serafina on the field, he agreed easily. And Serafina, just a person, in my attic. Heat crawled up her neck at the possessive little curl in my, at the casual assumption that her presence here was a given, part of his mental inventory of what the attic contained. You're insufferable, She grumbled, but there was no force behind it. And you're blushing, he said before he could stop himself, then clapped a hand over his own mouth, because if there was one thing guaranteed to send her bolting, it was drawing attention to her feelings. But instead of drawing her sword and beheading him on the spot, she let out a breath that might, in a more poetic soul, have been called a sigh. If you tell anyone, she warned, but the threat lacked teeth. They stood there for another heartbeat, two people who'd built their lives around not needing anyone else, slowly, painstakingly learning that need did not equal weakness. Then she shifted her weight, glanced toward the dark rectangle of the stairwell, and straightened her spine. I should get back, she said. If I'm missing from the barracks all night, they'll assume you've sedated me too. I only use my powers for good, he said solemnly. And petty revenge, she reminded him, but there was a spark of humor in it. She took a step toward the stairs, then hesitated once more, hand on the doorframe. Elias, she said without turning back. Yes, don't. She groped for the right phrase. Don't stop using softness. Just because some idiot with a sword doesn't understand it. He smiled, something tender and a little sad curling at the edge of it. Only if you promise, he said, not to stop, whatever that was. He pointed vaguely at his cheek, just because you're convinced you're bad at it. She snorted. We'll see, she said, and vanished down the stairs before he could say anything else, armor clanking, each step thumping like a heartbeat. He stood there for a long moment after she'd gone, hand drifting up of its own accord to touch the spot on his cheek where her mouth had been. It was no longer physically warm, but in his mind, his overactive, system-annotated, romance novel-trained mind, it glowed like an ember. His empathy architect sense, still attuned, traced the echo of her emotional architecture as it receded down the corridor below. The steel-reinforced hallways of Captain Serafina resettling around her as she approached the barracks, the small, softly lit room of just Serafina closing its door with a click, but this time not locking it, not bolting it from the inside, just resting it on the latch. He realized then, with a clarity that made his breath catch, that beneath all the iron and protocol and shouting and drills, she was, at the core, a girl who had once, long ago, wanted to giggle with friends under blankets and be held when nightmares came and have someone kiss her on the cheek with no audience and no agenda, and that life had pressed that softness into service, pounded it into armor, told her there was no room for it on the path she walked. He also realized, with equal parts wonder and terror, that somehow he had become the one place where she felt safe enough to pry a bit of that armor up and let the girl underneath peek out. It was, in its own way, more frightening than any dire wolf or corrupted beast or sneering counselor, because it meant his sanctuary was not just walls of magic and cottages with tea sets. It was this attic, these Tuesdays, his own body, his own presence, and the way she softened against them. He had always thought of himself as the one in need of shelter, the huddled figure behind closed doors. Now he was abruptly, inescapably aware that he was someone else's shelter too. The title, strongest man she knew, suddenly felt less like a joke and more like a job description. As he finally sank back into his chair, cheeks still hot, heart full in a way that hurt and healed at once, he found that the terror of that responsibility didn't outweigh the quiet, overpowering joy of it. For once, the noise in his head, every self-deprecating script, every anxious drill of what if they see you, fell silent, replaced by a single, stunned thought that borrowed its rhythm from the romance novels he still read under more respectable covers. She kissed me, she chose me, she let herself be soft with me. Down in the barracks, Serafina hung her armor on its stand, fingers tracing the dents and scratches as she always did, then, for the first time in years, paused before reaching for her mail shirt. Instead she touched the collar of the silk beneath, feeling the runes there hum faintly in response, and allowed herself, just for a moment, to lean her forehead against the cool curve of the breastplate and smile at the memory of his ridiculous, flustered face. Efficient, she muttered to herself, shaking her head, but the word, like the kiss, tasted sweeter than it had any right to. The disaster began, as many of Alara's finest disasters did, with the completely reasonable assertion that the existing literature on polymorph magic was insultingly imprecise, escalated when she declared that the only way to refine the theory was to reconstruct the spell from first principles, and achieved full, chaotic bloom approximately 3 hours later when she accidentally turned herself into a cat. It had been, up to that point, a fairly standard afternoon in the attic. Elias at his workbench with chalk smudged on his fingers, Serafina doing maintenance on her armor in a corner, Miko dangling upside down from a rafter like a particularly smug bat, Vespera perched on a beam pretending not to eavesdrop while in fact absorbing every syllable, and Alara occupying the center of the floor with a sprawl of open tomes, loose notes, and a carefully measured chalk circle that Elias had eyed twice and then, with a sigh, quietly reinforced with a containment ward on the underside of the floorboards, just in case. Classic transmogrification formulae rely on archaic rune groupings, Alara was muttering, quill scratching furiously as she cross-referenced a dense, worm-eaten grimoire with a much newer, much angrier treatise someone at the guild had written about irresponsible morphomancy, and they don't account for modern understanding of sympathetic resonance. Look at this. This sigil here, she jabbed at a looping symbol that looked innocuous enough to Elias but apparently offended her on a personal level, is supposed to encode selfhood stability, but the grammar's all wrong. It actually reads closer to conditional identity, which is why half of these old stories involve people getting stuck as frogs until true love does unpaid debugging for them. Honestly, if we just tweak the conditional here and swap this negation, and you're sure, Elias said carefully, because he had learned the hard way that, maybe don't, only worked on Alara if backed by at least 3 peer-reviewed sources, that testing this on yourself is the best way to validate the theory and not, say, on an inanimate object. Or a very consenting rat. She waved a distracted hand at him, the gesture that meant, you are saying sensible things and I am ignoring them in favor of my intellectual itch. The whole point, she said, is maintaining continuity of consciousness and subjective experience. I can't exactly interview a teapot about its sense of self. Besides, the original spell is designed for partial transformation, ears, tail, maybe a limb, not total bestial metamorphosis. I'm just going to swap my hands for paws for a minute, test motor control, reverse the process, and then never again have to suffer through another badly constructed polymorph seminar. Miko, overhearing this from their upside-down vantage point, let out a delighted whoop. You're going to give yourself pause. They cackled. Please let me be here when you knock over your own ink. Serafina, without looking up from the strap she was oiling, said flatly, no polymorph experiments without a healer present, which was her default response to any sentence Alara started with. The whole point is, but Alara only smiled in the absent, distracted way that meant the argument had already been lodged with some internal ethics committee and overruled. I've triple-checked the reversal clause, she said. And I'm not altering anything above the elbow. It'll be fine. Elias, whose empathy architect sense was registering the buzzing eagerness in her mental architecture like static and trying to raise a tiny, maybe don't poke the identity structure with a pointy stick, flag, pinched the bridge of his nose. At least let me check your sigils before you cast, he said. Second set of eyes. That, at least, penetrated her tunnel vision. She valued his scribbler's precision, especially when it came to rune syntax. With a sigh that suggested she was indulging him rather than saving herself from catastrophe, she scooted aside so he could kneel at the edge of the chalk circle. Up close, the array was neat, her hand as steady on stone as it was on parchment, the main structure, anchoring sigils for self, location, and temporal tethering, looked sound. The conditional she'd written to apply the morph only from the elbows down was elegantly phrased, even if he didn't fully agree with her risk assessment. His brow furrowed, though, at the cluster of smaller runes at the top of the circle, a tangled little knot labeled, in her tiny script, species target, Felis catus domestic. You're sure about the species matrix? He asked, pointing. Cats are self-willed. Lots of independent variables. That's why they're the perfect test case, she said blithely. High motor function, excellent balance, and a well-documented tendency to do exactly what they please, spell or no spell. If I can constrain a cat's limbs to my conscious intent, we can trust the model. Or, Miko put in, you'll start licking your own elbow and we'll have a new bard song. Not helping, Elias muttered, but even as he spoke he spotted it. A tiny, easy-to-miss stroke in one of the negation runes in the identity clause, a hair of chalk connecting two loops that should have remained distinct. It changed the meaning from, not total transformation, to something closer to, not only partial transformation, a subtle but crucial shift. His stomach did an unpleasant flip. Alara, he said slowly, tapping the offending rune. This link, yes, I see it, she said, bending closer, all but bumping noses with him, her breath smelling faintly of ink and tea. That's deliberate. If the conditional misfires, the fail state is full morph rather than catastrophic neuromorphic feedback. Better to end up as a whole cat than a half cat screaming because the brain doesn't know which limbs it owns. He stared at her. So your safety mechanism is, worst case, I am entirely a cat. She smiled, eyes bright. Just for a moment. The reversal is keyed to time as well as intention. I've capped it at 5 minutes. What's the worst that could happen? Vespera, from the rafters, murmured, you know you've said that out loud, yes. I heard it, Serafina said grimly. You all heard it. The spirits heard it. The building heard it. Elias, who had also heard it and felt the universe twitch in interest, opened his mouth to argue one more time, but Alara was already stepping into the circle, skirts gathered, eyes alight with the peculiar, feral joy she reserved for live experiments. Don't worry, she said, and there was real reassurance in it, for all her recklessness. If anything goes sideways, you'll have a front row seat to a groundbreaking paper. She raised her hands, fingers tracing the activation arc with practiced ease, and spoke the incantation in clear, ringing tones. Forma mutare, manibus mace. The sigils flared, light racing around the circle's circumference. Power hummed up through the floorboards, making Elias's teeth vibrate. Alara's outline shimmered at the edges like heat haze. For a heartbeat, everything held. Then, with a soft popping sound like a soap bubble bursting, she vanished. Alara, Elias yelped, scrambling forward. The circle was empty. No scholar in sight. In her place, sitting dead center of the array with all 4 paws tucked neatly under it, was a cat. It was, to be fair, a very dignified-looking cat. Sleek, medium-sized, with glossy fur the exact shade of Alara's hair. Dark brown with a faint reddish tint where the light hit it. And eyes the same clear, sharp hazel, now huge and round in a triangular face. Its tail was long and expressive, twitching with a rhythm that looked suspiciously like someone's foot tap translated into feline. For a second, the attic held its breath. Then Miko screamed, "Cat!" in a tone of sheer, delighted glee and dropped from the rafter in a flurry of limbs, landing in a crouch like a hunting dog who'd just spotted the world's most interesting squirrel. The cat, Alara, because of course it was Alara, flattened her ears and gave Miko a look that, even rendered in whiskers and round pupils, managed to convey withering academic disdain. "Don't you dare!" Elias snapped at Miko on instinct, throwing an arm out to block their forward momentum. "She's not. This is not. Miko, no. But look at her." Miko whined, already half lunging around him. "She's so chaseable. Think of the chaos potential. We could attach a quill to her tail and see what she writes." "Miko," Serafina barked, that captain's edge to her voice that could cut through a riot, "stand down." She herself, however, was not immune to the transformation's pull. Her eyes had gone wide and strangely soft, all the hard lines of her face relaxing as she took in the sight of Alara cat sitting prim and indignant in the chalk circle. "She's adorable," she murmured, a word that had never before passed her lips in this attic. "Her ears are twitching. I am going to document this," Vespera announced, sliding down from the rafters with surprising grace for someone with horns that should have snagged every beam. Her eyes glowed with demonic amusement. "For posterity, and for leverage." Alara cat opened her mouth, clearly intending to unleash a blistering lecture about consent, proper experimental procedure, and the intellectual limitations of her so-called friends, but what came out was an outraged MRRP. That seemed to surprise her as much as everyone else. Her eyes went huge, she slapped a paw over her mouth, and then, in horror, tried again. MRRRRR. The spell, it seemed, preserved thought but not speech. Elias, because he was used to reading people even when they didn't have eyebrows, could see the exact moment her internal monologue slammed into the language barrier and bounced off. The emotional architecture in his mind showed him a complex, densely shelved library suddenly robbed of its voice. The frustration was palpable. "Oh no," he breathed, equal parts sympathetic and horrified. "She can't talk." Alara's ears flattened further, and she glared at him so hard he could feel it through the fur. "Okay," Miko said slowly, fingers twitching as if itching to pounce. "So she's stuck like this for, how long did she say?" "She said 5 minutes, Elias replied, scanning the array. The temporal rune for duration glowed steadily. No flickering, no evidence of cascade. His shoulders eased a fraction. "We'll give it a minute, and then I'll try to reverse engineer an emergency counterspell if she doesn't pop back on schedule." "And if she doesn't pop back on schedule," Vespera purred, rubbing her palms together, "we get to keep her." Alara Cat hissed at that, which in her current form sounded like a very offended kettle. They didn't have long to wait. At the 5-minute mark, the time rune flickered, dimming as it released its hold. The circle's outer ring shivered, a faint breeze seemed to ripple through the chalk. Elias watched, breath held, expecting the cat to shimmer and stretch back into human form, maybe with some comical limbs all akimbo mishap. Nothing happened. Alara remained a cat, fur fluffed, tail lashing, eyes darting between the runes and Elias's face with rising panic. The time rune guttered and went out. The circle went dark. The spell was done, and, according to its own logic, complete. "Oh," Elias said, very quietly. "Oh no. Why is she still a cat?" Miko demanded, edging forward despite Serafina's glower. "Is this like one of those midnight forever unless true loves kiss things?" "Because I call dibs on trying. No one is kissing Alara," Elias snapped, appalled for multiple reasons. Least of all as a diagnostic tool. He scrambled to the bookshelf, yanking down the old grimoire she'd been working from, flipping pages with mounting alarm. The reversal clause was there, spelled out in her neat script. "Revert, tempus 5 minutes or voluntas caster intent." Time or will. Time had clearly failed. "She's probably panicking too much to trigger the intent clause," he muttered, scanning the incantation. "We'll have to stabilize her, calm her down, reset her focus." Translation, Miko said. "Pet the cat. Do not pet the cat," Alara's eyes screamed, but without a voice. Her only recourse was to puff up and lash her tail. Unfortunately, to Serafina, who had spent her life suppressing any urge to coo at small, vulnerable things in favor of slicing them in training simulations, this only made her more irresistible. "Just a little," the knight said, almost to herself, stepping toward the circle. "She looks soft." Elias threw out an arm again, half to stop Serafina, half to shield Alara. "Careful," he said, "she's still Alara. If you barrel in like you're wrestling a boar you'll break her spine." Serafina paused, then, to his astonishment, actually blushed faintly. "I wouldn't," she began, then trailed off, because she would, in fact, pet with the intensity of someone trying to sand down a piece of wood. Miko, seeing an opening, grinned and pounced, verbally, if not physically. "We have to keep her from you," they gasped, as the mighty captain going to cuddle the scholar to death. "Miko," Serafina growled, but there was no real heat. Her eyes, traitors that they were, kept drifting back to Alara Cat's ears. Vespera made a soft, amused noise and, flicking her tail, drew a circle in the air. "We are not going to get anything done if the three of you keep vibrating at different frequencies," she said. "Elias, can you or can you not fix this?" "Not immediately," he admitted, snapping the book shut. "The spell locked cleanly. I'll need to build a counter-array. Which will take. He glanced at the hourglass on the shelf. Time I don't have if I'm also trying to stop Miko from dangling string and Serafina from committing affectionate manslaughter. Alara Cat sneezed indignantly, which in his mind translated to an angry monologue about professional boundaries. 24 hours, Vespera said, surprising them all. They turned to her. Third era polymorphs, she explained with a shrug. Standard fail state when duration resolves without physical reversal is a locked morphology until the next dawn cycle. It's why that entire generation of hedge wizards had such a plague of poultry problems. Do you not read your history? You knew this might happen and you didn't say anything. Elias demanded. You looked so excited, she said, unrepentant. And now we have a cat. For a day. Think of the entertainment. Alara Cat bounded to the edge of the chalk circle, put both front paws on the line, and pushed, as if testing Vespera's claim. The contained magic there had gone inert with the spell's conclusion, and her paws stepped right over it. She froze, clearly startled by the sudden freedom, then took a tentative step out of the array, all 4 feet on unchalked floor. Nothing exploded. If anything, her fur seemed to settle a bit, no longer standing on end with static. Her ears flicked, her nose twitched, the entire attic held its breath. Right, Elias said faintly. New plan. We have a cat for 24 hours. A very intelligent, very easily offended cat. We need to keep her safe. Keep her from getting into my rooms. Keep Miko from chasing her. Keep Serafina from petting her to pieces. Keep Vespera from selling her to demon scholars. And ideally prevent Isolde from walking in and having her political brain melted by the sight of her chief research asset batting at dust motes. You make it sound so difficult, Miko said, already fishing a length of string from some hidden pocket. It's just one cat. Alara shot them such a baleful glare that even they paused. Elias knelt, lowering himself to Alara Cat's level. Up close, her whiskers quivered with outraged dignity. Alara, he said, voice gentle. Can you understand me? Blink once for yes, twice for no. She blinked once, very slowly, with the air of someone indulging a particularly obtuse student. Good, he said, relieved. Okay, you're stuck for a day. We'll work on a walkthrough for the reversal, but until then you need to not scrape your fur through my array of volatile sigils. Her tail, which had been lashing, stilled slightly. If you stay up here, we can keep an eye on you, he went on. I'll ward the stairs so you can't wander into the corridor and get stepped on. I'll also, he glanced at Miko, who was now openly dangling the string just out of reach, ban certain people from playing, catch the scholar. That's discrimination, Miko protested. Speciesism. That's survival, Serafina countered, snapping the string neatly out of Miko's hand and tucking it into her own belt. You chase her once and I'll tie your shoelaces to your own ankles. Vespera, oozing across the floor like a shadow, crouched near Alara, her tail swaying. Can you still read? She asked, intrigued. If we lay out texts, can you indicate corrections by pawing at individual glyphs? This could revolutionize peer review. Alara Cat hissed at her, ears flattening. Maybe later, Elias said hastily. For now, basic care. She's going to need food, water, a litter arrangement, somewhere to sleep, and about 10 times as much patience as any of us usually display. I can rig a box with sand, Serafina offered, already half turning toward the stairs with the air of someone planning tactical deployment of a shovel. We use it for training footwork. Same principle. I'll raid the kitchen for fish, Miko volunteered, hand rocketing up. And maybe milk. Do cats still like milk if they're originally human? Alara is lactose intolerant, Vespera noted helpfully. She told me once. It made her sad. Alara Cat, who had indeed once delivered a mournful monologue to Vespera about the injustice of cheese-induced stomach cramps, meowed in a tone that was definitely, no milk. Water it is, Elias said. And fish in moderation. We don't know how her digestive system has mapped. Serafina blinked at him. You know an alarming amount about caring for transformed scholars, she said. He shrugged, a little embarrassed. I Read things. And I had a hamster as a kid. Different species, same principle of containment and enrichment. Over the next hour, the attic transformed into something between a research lab, a playroom, and a high-security feline daycare. Serafina, with all the efficiency she normally applied to supply lines, commandeered a shallow wooden box from the storage room 2 floors down, filled it with sand from the training yard, and set it in a corner discreetly shielded by a hanging blanket, declaring, "Even cats deserve modesty." Miko, after being firmly warned that any chasing, pouncing, or use of the phrase, laser pointer, would result in latrine duty for a week, redirected their energy into building an elaborate tower out of books and cushions that, they claimed, was, for enrichment, complete with multiple levels and hiding nooks for Alara to observe her domain from on high. Vespera, intrigued by the challenge, offered to weave a light enchantment into the tower to make it slightly springier at the joints, so she won't break her neck when she inevitably tries to get to the top in one leap, which Alara Cat did 15 minutes after the structure was completed, scaling it with surprising grace and then pausing at the apex like a queen surveying her court. Elias, meanwhile, set up a small bowl of water, found an old saucer for food, and quietly etched a subtle barrier around his more delicate apparatus. Nothing that would keep out a determined demon, but enough to gently redirect a curious paw away from glass vials and chalk-lined experimental circles. He also, at Alara's increasingly frantic blaring, dragged a stack of her notes within tail's reach and anchored them with paperweights so she could, if she wished, continue to annotate with the occasional decisive paw swipe. The others drifted in and out as the day wore on. Isolde at one point swept in, eyes bright with scandalous delight, the words, "You turned yourself into what?" halfway out of her mouth before she clapped a hand over it and dissolved into giggles upon seeing Alara Cat perched on Elias's workbench, tail wrapped around her paws, staring at the princess with palpable mortification. "Oh, this is going in my private diary," Isolde managed between laughs. "Don't you dare," Alara's eyes screamed, but her mouth could only emit a strangled chirp. "We're not telling the council," Elias swore, gently nudging Isolde toward the stairs. "The last thing we need is some ancient lord suggesting this become part of the official polymorph curriculum." In practical terms, caring for Alara Cat was not particularly difficult. She was, after all, still Alara under the fur, with all the intact caution and intelligence that implied. She quickly figured out the litter setup, begrudgingly accepted fish flakes when Miko returned, triumphant, with a small parcel from the kitchen, stole them off the cleaning tray. "Don't tell Mara," and, after an initial period of stompy indignation, settled into an almost routine, observing from high vantage points, batting experimentally at dangling bits of parchment, occasionally succumbing to the irresistible feline urge to chase a ribbon of sunlight across the floor. The difficulty lay less in her physical needs and more in everyone else's reaction to her new form. Miko, kept under strict non-chase orders, channeled their energies into devising enrichment puzzles that would keep a scholar cat's mind occupied. Stacks of cups with treat morsels hidden under them, mazes drawn in chalk for her to solve with her nose, a series of increasingly complex, which rune is missing from this array, games laid out on the floor that Alara, to her grumpy credit, engaged with by tapping the correct glyph with a paw and then looking up at Elias until he, dutifully, moved the treat from under the wrong cup to the right one. Vespera alternated between dangling strings of faintly glowing demonlight, which Alara studiously ignored in a performance of absolute intellectual dignity, only to pounce on them the second Vespera looked away, and asking, with unnerving curiosity, whether Alara could still perceive magical auras in this form, poking gently at the boundaries of the polymorph spell's effects on sensory input. Serafina, perhaps the most affected, hovered in a way she normally reserved for wounded comrades in the infirmary. Every time Alara jumped down from a height, Serafina's hand twitched toward her as if to catch. Every time Alara balanced on a narrow beam, Serafina's breath hitched imperceptibly. At one point, when Alara Cat misjudged the distance between two shelves and had to scrabble briefly with her back legs before hauling herself up, Serafina let out an involuntary, careful, that sounded so much like a worried mother that Miko nearly fell off the ladder laughing. You're insufferable, Serafina grumbled, embarrassed, which only made Miko laugh harder. Elias found, much to his own surprise, that he slid into the caretaker role with relatively little friction. He had always been observant, but now that observation had a focus. One small, furry locus of concern that he could actually help, in concrete ways, rather than being overwhelmed by a city's worth of human pain. He tracked Alara's eating, made sure her water bowl stayed clean, gently untangled her when she got herself accidentally mummified in a scroll she'd tried to burrow into, and, perhaps most importantly, acted as the primary brake on everyone else's impulses. Miko, that's enchantment ink, not cat toy, he said at one point, rescuing a dripping quill from their hand before they could wave it in front of Alara. Serafina, gentle, he said 20 times, until she learned that petting did not require the same pressure as wiping down armor. She would extend one big, calloused hand, hesitating for a ridiculous amount of time before laying it very, very carefully on Alara Cat's back, fingers barely moving, as if afraid her usual strength would snap the small spine. Alara, for her part, tolerated the contact with a resigned air, occasionally leaning into it despite herself when the pressure hit just the right spot behind her shoulders where knots from years of bad scholarly posture hid. You like it, Miko sing-songed once, earning simultaneous glares from both woman and cat. You both like it. Elias, sensing that if this continued Serafina would revert to type and bark herself hoarse to reassert authority, intervened by dropping a rolled-up parchment in front of Miko as a distraction. Help me find the flaw in this polymorph counter-sigil, he said. If we get it wrong, we might end up with 2 cats, and I don't think the building can survive that level of smugness. Alara Cat, hearing this, snapped her head around, pupils dilating in alarm, and immediately abandoned the sunbeam she'd been stalking to paw at the edge of the parchment, as if to underline which runes absolutely should not be misdrawn. The sun tilted slowly in the attic's small, grimy window, lamplight replaced daylight, the room's shadows lengthened and shifted, and through it all, Alara Cat paced, dozed, glared, and occasionally did the involuntary, undignified cat thing. One memorable moment when a stray feather from a pillow Miko had disemboweled floated by and she froze, eyes tracking it, tail twitching, before launching herself upwards in a perfect, if completely irrational, leap to swat it out of the air, landing with the softest little mmph, and then looking around as if daring anyone to comment. No one dared, out loud. Inside, however, Elias filed the image away with a mixture of fondness and awe. You realize, he murmured to her later, when the others had finally trickled away and it was just the 2 of them in the attic, the lamplight low and warm, that for someone who scolds me for not doing adequate error analysis, you picked a spectacularly risky spell to misnegate. Alara Cat, curled on his abandoned notes like a loaf of bread, cracked one eye open and gave him the kind of look that, on a human face, would have involved a raised eyebrow. MRRR, she said, which he chose to interpret as, we are not discussing my methodological lapses right now. He smiled, a little lopsided. Fair, he allowed, for what it's worth, though, he hesitated, fingers hovering over the edge of the parchment stack, then lightly brushed the edge of her fur with one knuckle, careful to let her pull away if she chose. She didn't. You being like this, he said quietly, reminds me that you're not just the walking encyclopedia who always has the answer and the footnote. You're also someone who can mess up and get stuck and need help. And that's good for me to see, because otherwise I start thinking I'm the only disaster in the room. She blinked slowly, the feline equivalent of a long, considering gaze, then leaned her head very slightly into his hand, a small, tacit acknowledgement. In the language of cats and scholars, it was as good as a thank you. When dawn finally crept pale and uncertain through the attic's narrow window, Elias was there to greet it, bleary-eyed from a night of fitful sleep in a chair, staff propped against his leg, the grimoire of polymorphs open on his lap. Alara Cat, who had spent the early hours prowling the shelves and batting at invisible motes of magic in the air, had eventually exhausted herself and curled up on his blanket-covered knees, a warm, vibrating weight that anchored him as the lamplight burned low. As the first sunray speared across the floor and touched the spot where she lay, her fur shimmered, the air around her bent, the edges of her form blurring. Elias held his breath as her outline stretched, elongated, twisted, tiny paws became slender fingers, whiskers melted back into pale cheeks, ears rounded and slid down. In the space of a long, dizzy heartbeat, the cat was gone, and Alara the scholar tumbled half off his lap, landing in an undignified sprawl on the floor with one stocking-clad foot still hooked over his shin. They stared at each other for a moment, her hair mussed, glasses askew, his blanket rumpled and half pulled down, and then, like two people waking from the same absurd dream, they both burst out laughing. "Don't say it," she groaned, pushing herself upright and adjusting her spectacles. "Do not make a single comment about paws or feathers or any of it." "Wouldn't dream of it," he lied, because Miko already had a list of comments waiting. He sobered slightly. "Are you all right? Any lingering catness?" She flexed her hands, wiggled her fingers, inspected her reflection in the darkened window. "I seem to retain full opposable digit functionality," she said dryly. "No urge to chase string. Though," her nose wrinkled, "if I never smell sand again, it will be too soon." He snorted. "Serafina will be crushed." She was very proud of her litter logistics. Alara grimaced, then, almost against her will, smiled. "I imagine she was." She looked at him then, properly, taking in the dark circles under his eyes, the stiffness in his shoulders. "You stayed up." He shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. "You were vulnerable," he said. It seemed appropriate. Something softened in her gaze, a new note of warmth layering over the existing blend of intellectual camaraderie and exasperated fondness. "You took care of me," she said, the statement landing heavier than the simple words warranted, given how few people in her life had ever done so in non-transactional ways. He opened his mouth to downplay it, to say something about only the basic requirements of mammalian survival, but this time he caught himself and instead inclined his head. "Seemed only fair," he said. "You turn yourself into a cat in my attic, the caretaking fee is 24 hours. She laughed, a little helplessly. "I'm going to have to completely rewrite that paper," she muttered, looking at the circle, now smudged and tread on. "The conditional branching was all wrong. I didn't account for locked morphology in the presence of idiots," Miko supplied from the stairwell, where they'd arrived just in time to eavesdrop. "You didn't account for idiots." "I didn't account for domestic variables," Alara corrected primly, but there was a twinkle in her eye that made Elias's chest feel unreasonably pleased. Over the following days, the story of Alara's 24-hour cat sabbatical spread almost as quickly as the tale of Elias's sedation duel. It added a new, chaotic facet to her image in the town's collective imagination. Not just Alara the scholar, terror of half-baked theses, but also Alara the cat, conqueror of cushions, who had, rumor said, knocked Miko's favorite mug off a shelf with impeccable timing, and while some would use it as a punchline, "Careful or she'll scratch you with a footnote," others, more quietly, took comfort in the reminder that even the people who seemed most in control of their own minds could misdraw a chalk line and need someone else's softness to see them through. For Elias, the day had been an exhausting, absurd exercise in logistics and emotional management, but also another brick in the odd, sprawling house of their little found family. A day when he, the man who had once faked fevers to avoid pizza delivery, became, without thinking twice, the one who shooed away overenthusiastic hands, refilled water bowls, and sat up through the night under the weight of a purring academic, discovering in the process that his magic might be all about sanctuary, but his heart was learning, slowly, that the real fortresses he was building were made as much of incidents like this, of laughter and mishaps and cat hair on his notes, as of glowing walls and enchanted cottages. As a cat, Alara discovered that the world was not only louder and smellier than she'd ever realized but also, quite unexpectedly, more visibly woven together by Elias's magic than any of her carefully annotated diagrams had ever managed to convey, and because she could no longer talk, could no longer default to turning every observation into an immediate lecture. Her overactive mind was forced, for once, into the role of pure witness. The polymorph had, in ways she'd not accounted for, shifted her perceptions. She couldn't parse written glyphs with the same instant clarity. Her eyes were all wrong, tuned to motion and contrast instead of lines on a page, but she could see, or perhaps sense, magical structures in a way that was more visceral than conceptual. The ambient enchantments that kept Elias's attic and the pocket dimension mansion stable appeared to her feline senses as threads of light pulsing through the walls, as faint, humming currents in the floorboards, as temperature gradients that made her whiskers twitch when she passed through thresholds. The first time she padded along the edge of the main room, tail high, ostensibly just testing the limits of her new balance, she nearly stopped dead at the top of the stairs, fur prickling, because the air there felt different, denser, saturated with a subtle, thrumming awareness. It took her a moment, circling, sniffing, ears swiveling, to realize she was the first of them to experience the full tactile presence of the ward Elias had quietly laid over the stairwell months ago. To the others it was just the place where you don't trip because Elias is a paranoid safety nerd, but in cat form, she could feel it as a soft, invisible hand pressed lightly against her chest when she leaned too far over the edge, a gentle, persistent nudge back from danger that hummed with his particular magical signature. Later, when she curled on the high shelf above the door and feigned sleep, she watched him come up the stairs alone, long after the others had drifted off. There was ink on his fingers and exhaustion in the slope of his shoulders, but he still paused halfway, palm brushing the banister, eyes unfocused in the way that meant he was looking inward at his own spellwork, not outward at the wood. She saw, felt, the way he sent a pulse of will through the rune he'd carved discreetly into the newel post, the faint flicker it sent racing along the invisible net of safety woven around the precarious staircase. The texture of the air shifted in response, edges smoothing, weakness in the enchantment knitting shut, and only when it settled again did he allow himself to climb the rest of the way. A small, habitual act that cost him a sliver of mana and attention but that he performed as thoughtlessly as other people might blow out a candle before bed. Alara the scholar had, of course, known in abstract that sustaining persistent wardwork required periodic maintenance, but Alara the cat, lying there with her whiskers tingling from the micro-adjustment, understood for the first time how often he did it. How reflexive it had become to him to run his fingers along the seams of reality and check for drafts. Throughout the long, ridiculous day of her enforced feline existence, this new sensory layer kept ambushing her. When Miko, unable to resist, unleashed a minor prank, stepping just inside the attic door with both hands behind their back, eyes too bright, only to be caught mid-sneak as a crackle of static leapt from the thresholds, edged to their boots and made their hair stand on end. Alara, perched on the back of Elias's chair, felt the ward's subtle intrusion detected, quiver under her paws before it snapped, the spell reading Miko's intention as mischief not malice and choosing a proportional response that was mostly embarrassing rather than harmful. She saw the way he'd layered those triggers. A harsher jolt and a shouted alarm if an unfamiliar presence forced its way past. A mere hair-raising zap and a muttered, "Miko." If the offender was someone whose pattern the house now recognized. She watched him. Later, when the room had emptied out and only the two of them remained under the lamplight, sit cross-legged on the rug with a piece of charcoal and quietly update the anchor glyphs etched into the underside of the main beam, his lips moving silently as he recalculated stress points not just for wood and stone, but for people. The way he tweaked the sound dampening around the living room so Tuesday silences would hold even when the pocket dimension wanted to echo. The way he deepened the warmth enchantment slightly in the corner where Vespera liked to curl up, compensating for the demoness's lower tolerance for the mortal sun's bite. The way he adjusted the subtle, calming aura he'd woven into one particular chair because Isolde favored it when she came in shaking with fury after a council session. As a human, Alara had been present for many of these rituals without truly seeing them. She'd chalked some of it up to the natural settling of magic, to the occasional reconfiguration any complex working required. As a cat, she realized there was almost no moment when he wasn't, on some level, holding the house up. Even in downtime, when everyone else was sprawled reading or arguing or napping, Elias's magic was never entirely still. It buzzed in the background like a low-power draw, making micro-corrections as emotions shifted, as Sanctuary's edges flexed to accommodate new connections, as one corridor tried to become two because Miko had discovered another secret door in the house, delighted, wanted to indulge them. She watched him intercept those impulses before they destabilized things, sighing and smoothing his hand over the wall like a parent calming an overexcited child, murmuring, "Not yet, you'll confuse Serafina," and the glyphs would glow faintly in acknowledgement, the stone under her paws settling. Once, in the middle of the cat day afternoon, when she'd perched on the high beam just above his workbench in what she pretended was purely the optimal vantage point for supervising his counter-sigil attempts and definitely not a comfortable, warm slab of wood perfect for loafing, a thunderstorm rolled in. A sudden spring squall that had the sky outside the attic window darkening to the color of old bruises, wind howling, rain hissing against the shutters. The building shuddered as a gust hit, and the pocket dimension inside it shivered in sympathy, its inner walls creaking, a faint, anxious resonance rising in the sanctuaries below. Alara felt it more acutely in this form than she thought she would have with her regular senses, a hair-raising, low-frequency wobble that made her claws itch, as if the whole magical structure wanted to flex sideways and slip its anchors. Elias, who'd been halfway through scribbling a correction, stilled, pen tip hovering above parchment. His jaw tightened, and his eyes went distant in that way she now realized meant he was descending into the blueprint-level view of his own working. Without a word, he pushed himself up, crossed to the center of the attic, and pressed both palms flat against the warped, low ceiling. To Alara's altered vision, his magic flared, not in a showy, dramatic burst, but in a steady, focused surge, like someone pouring a measured stream of molten gold into a crack. The intricate net of sanctuary enchantment that permeated their home lit up in her perception, threads brightening, knots tightening at key junctions, stray frays knitting together. She saw the way he gritted his teeth, the cords in his neck standing out, and understood that this was not some effortless, passive aura. It was work, a constant, ongoing act of will layered over and over until it looked, from the outside, like the house simply existed this way. He stood there for several long breaths, long enough that a puddle of rainwater leaked through a microscopic crack above and dripped onto his hair, plastering a few strands to his forehead like limp punctuation marks. Before the wobble eased, the internal humming smoothing back to its usual, comforting register. Only then did he lower his hands, shake water out of his eyes, and, with the weary practicality of someone who had no illusions about his heroics, say, "Well, that'll need proper reinforcing before the next storm," before returning to his counter-sigil as if he hadn't just prevented their reality-bending attic from buckling under atmospheric pressure. Alara, unseen on her beam, blinked, her vivid new sensitivity to the weight of his effort making her chest tight. She had known, in the way scholars know things from books, that complex wards took maintenance, that unique skills like his tied to emotional structures required constant calibration. She had even written a paper once about the cognitive overhead of empathically keyed enchantments, full of abstract diagrams and carefully cautious language about possible burnout. That paper had referenced case studies from 60 years ago and 3 kingdoms away. It had never, until this day, contained the image of Elias, ink-smudged and bone-tired, holding up not just their attic but the entire precarious lattice of trust that bound their mismatched cohort together, often without so much as a murmur about his own fatigue. As a cat, unable to interject, unable to distract herself with data collection, she was forced to sit with that knowledge, to watch the way he quietly added extra reinforcing sigils near the edges of Serafina's training halls so the floor would not give under a particularly enthusiastic lunge, the way he fine-tuned the privacy wards around Isolde's borrowed tower room so that none of the palace's outdated listening charms would bleed through, the way he recalibrated the twilight gradients in Vespera's gloom to account for the demoness's evolving comfort with sunlight. She noticed the little ritual he had in the early mornings, too, before most of them were awake.
If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share your thoughts in the comments below.